One afternoon his close friend Carlos Figueroa came to offer Escobedo a business deal. He brought with him a cutting from a newspaper that did not have a high circulation. It mentioned a remote address where shoes would be auctioned. This was, according to Carlos, a great opportunity. Nobody would turn up at that auction and they would be able to buy several lots of shoes for very little money. It was not a bad idea. So off they went with the little money they had managed to put together between them. Of course the first lots went for an amount of money they did not have. Towards the end of the auction all there was left was a lot consisting of several bags of unmatched shoes. So they bought it for very little money. Our house in Arrayas Street became a shoe shop. The shoes had to be classified and paired off. Very few shoes had a matching one. Some of them could be paired off because the differences were minimal, but there were many that remained unmatched. Carlos and Escobedo left with their merchandise. As they sold the shoes for very little, they soon managed to get rid of those pairs that were a near match. But now the real difficulty began. They were left with single shoes that bore no resemblance to each other. But they were not disheartened. I cannot remember which of the two had the idea, but they approached a man who lived round the corner who had lost his left leg and offered him a single right foot shoe. He was delighted to buy it. So off they went to find other men who had lost a leg. They managed to place most of the shoes. The remaining ones, which were totally different in color and shape, were worn by Escobedo. Playing chess. I taught Escobedo the first moves in chess when he was very young. I remember that I would let him win and he would be furious. He kept saying that was not how he wanted to play. Little by little he learned how to play and, when he was studying medicine, he played with good players. I am in no position to judge him as a chess player because I am not at all good, in spite of having played a lot too. I know that in Cuba he played against great players. Miguel Nadorf**, the Argentine champion, told me in 1962 that Escobedo was a first-class player. Later on, he gave an interview to a Buenos Aires newspaper in which he said that Che had a chess library of more than 500 volumes. When he was asked how Che played, Nadorf replied that he preferred an aggressive game and liked sacrifices, but he prepared them well and that is why Nadorf rated Che a first-class player. Nadorf also said that he had been invited to play 10 matches simultaneously at a chess club in Cuba. Several members of the government participated, including Che. With Che I played well and offered him a draw, Nadorf said. He rejected the offer, saying, "When I was a student of medicine in Buenos Aires I lost against you at a display in which you played 15 boards simultaneously at the Provincial Hotel in Mar del Plata. Now I prefer to lose or to ask for a return match." I accepted the invitation to fight it out, but the match ended in a draw. Part 4. Argentine Travel Diaries, 1950. I owe it to chance, to pure luck, that I recovered these diaries by my son Escobedo, which had been condemned to water and fire. At the time I lived in Buenos Aires, in an apartment in Arenal Street. The city had just endured heavy storms and floods, and the basement of the building where I lived had not escaped the avalanche of water. My elder sister Beatriz, who lived with us and was bedridden, suffering from paralysis of the legs, called me to tell me that the concierge of our block of flats was about to burn in the boiler all the junk, objects, furniture, and papers that had accumulated through the years and which the water had destroyed, and he needed our approval to do so. Without any idea of exactly what my sister kept there, I went down to the basement. Manolo, the concierge, was standing in the water, which covered his ankles, and, with the boiler on, was throwing into the fire all the damaged objects that our neighbors were indicating. As soon as he saw me arrive, he pointed to a couple of trunks on one side and said, "Don Escobedo, your sister Hercilia was here and she went through the things and told me to burn everything. I waited until you came before doing it." Dear old Manolo. He knew my younger sister well and was aware that she always got rid of everything. Among old clothes, letters, dried flowers, photos, newspaper cuttings, shoes, lace, and 1,000 absurd objects accumulated by Beatrice, I found a good number of books that I recognized as belonging to Escobedo, because of the subjects they dealt with. Intrigued, I poked into that crazy mixture, and it was then that I found the notebooks with my son Ernesto's handwriting. I started going through them. The worn covers showed that they were well traveled. These were Ernesto's travel diaries, and he had written in pencil. The diaries had evidently accompanied him during the journey he was describing. I picked up these unexpected treasures saved from water and fire, overcome with emotion, and took them upstairs. The continuous friction between the pages had deteriorated the contents, and it was almost impossible to read them, but I decided that I would save the contents of these diaries from oblivion. This arduous task took me several months, and, although I have not been able to decipher every single word, what I missed was minimal. How had these notebooks ended up in the trunk of forgotten objects? My sister Beatrice, who was like a second mother to my son, was the recipient of all that Ernestito, as she used to call him, wanted her to keep for him. So many books, papers, letters, and newspapers must have proved too much for her at some point, and she decided to send them all down to the basement. As she was over 80 years old and suffered from memory loss, she forgot the whole episode. She knew some of the details of Ernesto's travels, but she did not remember these diaries. In the letters Escobedo sent us he used to include stories and anecdotes, but now these pages spoke to me about his life, his adventures, his emotions, the way in which he captured what he saw, as well as the way in which he tackled the problems he faced while traveling. His handwriting, which I know so well, seems illegible to those who are not in the habit of deciphering it. The letters run into each other, entire words are sometimes left out, and the writing is often unsteady. It reveals his passionate and emotional nature. I am used to studying personality through handwriting. In the case of my son, this labor saddens me, and it becomes a painful task that evokes the past, and each line reminds me of him. In any case, I have been able to save these fascinating notes, whose main interest resides in the fact that this is when Escobedo began to note down his thoughts and observations in a diary, a habit that he kept up throughout his life. He was young then, and after this first trip within Argentina he made many more across America, and always kept travel diaries, which clearly show the evolution of his thought and the direct style in which he wrote. One could say that these first writings are his initial attempt at literary essays. Before transcribing the diary that takes Escobedo from Buenos Aires to the northern provinces, I want to give you an outline of the route that he traveled. Point 1. He left the capital and took the road that cuts across the province of Buenos Aires, without any doubt the richest of the Argentine provinces, and then crossed to the south of the province of Santa Fe. Both provinces share similar aspects. They cover huge areas devoted to agriculture, where maize, wheat, sunflower, linseed, alfalfa and other crops are grown, and where livestock is reared as well. The landscape is rather monotonous, with extensive areas covered by green and humid grasslands and some isolated trees. When one reaches the province of Córdoba, the physical landscape begins to change. The further north one goes, the drier the earth and the scarcer the vegetation. Near the city of Córdoba one can feel the proximity of the blue hills against the limpid sky. The city was built in the valley of the river Primero. The foothills begin on the outskirts of the city. The hills, no higher than 2,800 meters, run from north to south, and their names are the Sierras Grandes and Sierras Chicas. The main chain joins the hills of La Rioja, which in turn join the foothills of the Andean range, where there are peaks up to 7,000 meters high. These mountains reach into the northern provinces of Catamarca, Salta and Jujuy. The province of Santiago del Estero is characterized by its huge salt mines, its sandy swamps and the forests of the northern area. It has a torrid temperature in summer, and the lack of water is felt almost everywhere. The province of Tucumán is in the center of the country and is crossed by streams, rivers, forests, and mountains up to 3,000 meters high. I believe few cyclists can have traveled on their own along these peaks using such precarious means of transport. Ernesto's bicycle had a micron motor attached to it, but it was still more a bicycle than a motorcycle, and the foothills of the Andean range required a strong car or lorry engine in order to cross them. The notebooks that Escobedo left with us end with a meeting with lorry drivers and the bet he makes with them. I am almost certain that he wrote others, but since I never found those corresponding to the return journey, I have been unable to find out whether or not he won his bet. We learned about the rest of the journey from his letters, although he did not give so many details in them. From Tucumán he went to the city of San Juan, the capital of that province, crossing the east side of the provinces of Catamarca and La Rioja. The road, which is very rugged, is almost always uphill as it climbs the mountains that join the Andean range, which in the province of San Juan has peaks up to 6,900 meters in height. From San Juan, Escobedo informed us that he would carry on to the province of Mendoza to visit my sister Marija. Once he arrived in the province, he traveled on to the farm where Marija was spending the summer holidays. He enjoys telling us that she did not recognize him because he was covered in dirt and had long hair and a beard. His aunt took charge of him immediately, sent his clothes to be washed, gave him all he needed to get his bicycle repaired, and, after a succulent and plentiful lunch, they said farewell. She put several peso notes in his pocket, which he did not want to accept, in spite of the fact that he had practically run out of funds. And that is how he left Mendoza for Buenos Aires, where he arrived after crossing the south of the province of San Luis and the north of the province of Buenos Aires. He had traveled more than 4,700 kilometers in preparation for his forthcoming long journeys across South America, the first one of which he announced towards the end of 1951. Diary of a Bicycle Trip Across 14 Argentine Provinces by Escobedo Guevara de la Serna, 1950. First notebook. Prior to setting out, I had planned my itinerary to cover 2 or 3 places in the province of Córdoba, including the stretch from Buenos Aires, but it has been extended in an overambitious attempt to reach Santiago, Tucumán, Catamarca, La Rioja, San Juan, Mendoza, San Luis, Buenos Aires, and Miramar. I would leave out Salta, the north of Jujuy, and the 2 provinces that comprise El Litoral. When I left Buenos Aires on the evening of January 1, 1950, I was full of doubts about the potential of the machine I had, and had the sole hope of arriving soon and well at Pilar, the end of the journey, as some well-meaning people at home said, and then on to Pergamino, another possible final point they mentioned. When I left San Isidro, passing the highway police, I turned off the little motor and went on pedaling, and as a result another cyclist caught up with me. He was cycling to Rosario under his own steam, so we went on together and I pedaled rather than used the motor to keep the same pace as my companion. When we passed Pilar I already felt the first inklings of achievement. I knew I would succeed. At 8 o'clock in the morning of the following day we reached San Antonio de Arico, my companion's first stage, and we had breakfast and said goodbye. I carried on and reached Pergamino in the afternoon, my second symbolic stage. I was by now a winner, encouraged by having forgotten my fatigue, and rode off in the direction of Rosario, respectably hanging onto a fuel lorry, after which I arrived in Rosario at 11 at night. My body was screaming for a mattress, but my will opposed it and I carried on. At about 2 in the morning there was a downpour that lasted about an hour. I took out my raincoat and the canvas cape that were in my backpack, thanks to my mother's foresight, and I laughed at the storm and told her so at the top of my voice, reciting a poem by Sabato. At 6 in the morning I reached Leones. I changed the spark plugs as well as filling up with petrol. My ride entered a monotonous stage. At about 10 in the morning I went through Belleville and there I hooked onto the tail of another lorry that dragged me up to near Villa Maria. I stopped there for a few seconds and did my calculations, according to which I would arrive in under 40 hours. I still had 144 kilometers, at 25 kilometers per hour, there was nothing more to be said. I did 10 kilometers and a private car caught up with me. At that time I was pedaling to avoid overheating as it was midday, and stopped to see if I needed petrol. I told him I did not, but I asked him to pull me at 60 kilometers per hour. After some 10 kilometers my rear wheel had a puncture and, as I was not paying attention, I fell off. While investigating the causes of the disaster, I realized that my little motor had been rubbing up against the rear tire and had left the inner tube exposed. Without spares and being very sleepy, I threw myself on the edge of the road, determined to have a rest. About an hour or two later an empty lorry went by and agreed to take me to Córdoba. I put the battered remains of my bicycle in a cab and reached Granados, the goal of all my exertions, in 41 hours and 17 minutes. Then eating, taking a bath, eating and then sleeping. The good things in life. After the accident that I have already mentioned, I met a tramp who was taking a siesta in a culvert and who woke up with the noise I made. We started chatting and when I told him I was a student he took me under his wing. He produced a dirty thermos and made me a mate with enough sugar to sweeten an old maid. After chatting a lot and telling each other the catalogue of our misadventures, some with a pinch of truth, but others lavishly embroidered, he remembered his years as a hairdresser and, noticing my rather long hair, got hold of some rusty old scissors and a dirty comb and set to work. Halfway through I felt something strange on my head and feared for my physical integrity, but I never imagined that a pair of scissors could be such a dangerous weapon. When he offered me a tiny pocket mirror, I nearly fell on my back with shock. The number of the zigzags was such that no area was spared. I took my bald head as if it were a trophy to the home of the González Aguilar family, when I went to visit my sister Ana Maria, and to my surprise they paid no attention to the haircut and marveled at the fact that I drank the mate they gave me. There is no accounting for tastes and opinions. After a few days of leisure waiting for Tomasito, we went to Tanti. The place we chose was nothing special, but it was near all the supplies, even near the water source. After a couple of days we embarked on our planned trip to Los Chorrillos, a spot some 10 kilometers from here. The journey was not without incident, but in the end we reached a hut, 2 or 3 caretakers of the place. We laughed at their dreadful appearance. Grego agreed with our opinion by saying, "These are all a." But when we saw the price of the wine, they did not seem so foolish to us any longer. Afterwards, with the bread, the cheese, and the sausages, we realized that looks can be deceptive. The spectacle of the falls at Los Chorrillos from a height of some 50 meters is one of those that are worthwhile in the hills of Córdoba. The waterfalls spreading out into rows of multiple little streams, which fall on each stone until they are spread into a basin below, then, in a profusion of minor jumps, they fall into a natural basin, the largest one I have seen in streams of this size. But unfortunately it gets very little sunlight, so that the water is extremely cold and you can only be in it a few minutes. The abundance of water there comes from all the neighboring slopes and makes the place very fertile, and there is a variety of bracken and other plants typical of humid places, which give the site a particular beauty. It was in this area, over the cascade, that I made my first attempts at alpine climbing. I had got it into my head to come down the stream by the waterfall, but I had to give up and started to come down by a steep slope, which was the most difficult one I found, to get the taste of it. When I was halfway down I missed my footing and rolled down 10 meters in the middle of an avalanche of stones and rocks that came down with me. When I managed to pick myself up, after breaking several I had to start to climb back, because it was impossible to continue further down through there. I thus learned the first rule of mountain climbing: it is easier to go up than to come down. The bitter taste of defeat lasted all day, but the following day I jumped from heights of 4 meters and 2 meters, more or less, into 70 centimeters of water, which washed away the bitter taste of the previous day. That day and part of the following one it rained a lot, as a result of which the camping party was getting too wet, so we decided to fold the tent. At about 5:30, when we were leisurely wrapping up our pots and pans, we heard the first rushing sound of the stream that would soon roar. Out of neighboring houses people came screaming, "The stream is coming, the stream is coming." Our camp became a circus, the 3 of us carrying things back and forth. At the last minute Grego Granado takes the blanket by the corners and carries all that was left, while Tomasz and I gathered the tent pegs at full speed. The wave was almost upon us and people from the sides were shouting, "Leave all that, you crazy guys," and some other not very polite expressions. Only one rope was still in place, and at that moment I was holding the machete so I could not control myself, and in the midst of the general chaos I shouted, "Charge, my brave ones," and with a cinematic blow I cut the rope. We managed to get everything out to one side just as the wave went past, roaring furiously and showing its ridiculous height of 1.5 meters, accompanied by an interminable series of thundering noises. It was at Tanti that I conceived the trip through 12 Argentine provinces, but the definitive plan only included Catamarca, La Rioja, San Juan, Mendoza, San Luis. I left at 4 in the afternoon on January 29 and, after a short stop at Colonia Carolla, carried on up to San Jose de la Dormida II, where I honored the name by lying on the side of the road and having a magnificent night's sleep until 6 the next morning. I pedaled from there some 5 kilometers until I found a small house where they sold me a liter of petrol. I started the final section in second gear up to San Francisco del Chinar. The little motor decided to take fright on a steep slope and left me pedaling for some 5 kilometers, all uphill, but at the end I found myself in the middle of the town, from where the hospital station wagon gave me a lift. The following day we went to visit one of Alberto Granado's with a Dr. Rossetti, and on the way back I fell and broke 8 spokes of the bicycle and was stranded for 4 days longer than planned until they were fixed and the wheels were realigned, a task carried out by a patient, a Mr. Zeus, who knows a lot about mechanics, although to repair this you do not have to be a genius. We had decided to leave on Saturday 28th after a cocktail party at the home of a Mr. Loza, a senator for the department, head of the district, a sort of sheriff adapted to modern times. However, the mishaps with my bicycle did not permit me to leave earlier than 2 in the morning, when the party was over. In any case, I went with Alberto Granado to patch up a tire that had punctured, in order to leave immediately, but Alberto stretched out on a mattress to have a little rest and we ended up sleeping until 8 in the morning. We spent the whole morning trying to decide which was the quickest way to go, and in the end, in the late afternoon, we decided to leave, me on the bicycle and he with a colleague on his motorcycle. But before that we decided we would go and have some vermouth that we found there and which was special for the. As there was no ice, Alberto went to fetch some, and when he could not find any he decided that I was ill and he asked for ice for an ice pack at the senator's house. He brought the cubes and we started to do some serious drinking, but, as bad luck would have it, the wife of the senator suddenly remembered that she needed some medicine and came personally to get it from Alberto's pharmacy. When we noticed her august presence it was too late. In spite of it, I flung myself face down on the mattress and grabbed my head as if full of pain and desperation, but I did it only to practice my skill as an actor because I knew beforehand that the result would be nil. When she left with her purchase, which she got for free, not sufficiently happy with that she muttered between her teeth, and for that I was left without ice. But it was obvious that the real loser was Alberto, the new pharmacist, who watched with a bitter expression on his face as his profit evaporated. Second notebook. At 4 in the afternoon, when the sun was rather low, we left for Ojo de Agua. Since Alberto had reduced his expectations down to a modest 55 kilometers, the distance, full of incidents, took 4 hours due to the many punctures I suffered. At Ojo de Agua I was advised to go and see the director of a small hospital and there I met the administrator, a Mr. Mazza, brother of the senator who invited me to dinner. His family was charming and made me very welcome, in spite of having no idea where I was coming from, they empathized with the idea of my tour. After I slept some 8 hours, and having been well fed, I embarked on my trip to the famous Salinas Grandes, the Argentine equivalent of the Sahara. The unanimous opinions of my unofficial informers told me that with the half-liter of water that I was carrying I would be unable to cross the salt pans, but the well-shaken mixture of Irish and Galician blood that runs through my veins made me settle for that amount, and with it I left. The landscape of this area of Santiago reminds one of the north of Córdoba, which is separated by an imaginary line. To the sides of the road there are enormous cacti almost 6 meters in height, looking like enormous candelabra. The vegetation is abundant and one can see signs of fertility, but little by little the landscape begins to change, the road becomes dustier and rugged, the vegetation begins to leave behind the quebrachos 3 and the guerrilla 4 begins to appear. With the sun now directly overhead and its rays reflecting up at me from the ground, it feels as if I am in an intensely hot oven. I choose the leafy shade of a carob tree to lie down in to sleep for an hour. I then get up, brew and drink some mate and go on my way again. The milestone on the side of the road welcomes me with the words kilometer 1000 of Route 9. 1 kilometer later the total preponderance of the guerrilla begins. I am in the Sahara and suddenly, oh what a surprise! The road that so far has had the privilege of being one of the worst I have ever been on turns into a magnificent cambered road, even and firm, where my motor delights in the easy ride. But this is not the only surprise that the heart of the country has in store for me, because the fact that I can see a farm every 5 or 6 kilometers makes me wonder if I am really in that stark place. However, the ocean represented by the silver-stained soil and its green mane leaves us in no doubt. From time to time, almost like an ungainly sentinel, the vigilant figure of a cactus appears. In 2.5 hours I cover the 80 kilometers of salt pans and then I get another surprise. When asking for some fresh water to fill my flask, I am told that drinking water can be found at a depth of only 3 meters and is abundant. Evidently the salt pan's undeserved reputation relies on superficial impressions if you don't know about the good roads, the many farms and the existence of water 3 meters below the surface. Not bad. Well into the night I arrive at Loreto, a town of several thousand souls, which nonetheless is very backward. The police officer whom I encountered when I went to ask for lodgings for the night informed me that the town does not have a single doctor, and when he heard that I am doing my 5th year of medicine, he gave me the healthy piece of advice that I should set myself up in the village. The doctors earn a lot and they are doing people a favor. I told him that I would think about it, but I have not decided yet. I really don't know what to do. I got on the road early, traveling over a dreadful section and then over some other sections that were paved and very good. Here I bade farewell forever to my water flask, which was swallowed up by a treacherous pothole. I reached Santiago, where I was very well received by the relatives of friends. There I was interviewed for the first time in my life. It was for a newspaper in Tucumán, and the journalist was a Mr. Santillan, whom I had met during the first stop I made in the city to quench my thirst. That day I saw the city of Santiago, flat both morally and physically, and whose infernal heat frightens its inhabitants into staying indoors well into the late afternoon, when they come out into the streets for a walk, a way of socializing. The village of La Bunda seems prettier. It is divided by the river Dulce, which has a 1 kilometer deep ravine, but for most of the year no water runs through it. There is a blatant antagonism between these two towns, and this was apparent during the basketball match in which the two neighboring towns faced each other. The team led by Ladu was stronger on the whole. At 9 in the morning the next day I continued towards Tucumán, where I arrived late at night. On the road something strange happened to me. While I stopped to inflate a tire, about a kilometer from a village, a tramp appeared from a nearby culvert and we started a conversation. He was coming from the cotton harvest in Chaco and thought that, after doing nothing for a while, he would go to San Juan, to the grape harvest. When he found out that I planned to tour several provinces and that my motive was purely for the experience, he grabbed his head with both hands and said in desperation, "Mamma mia, all that effort for nothing. My friend, come with me, we will do some business." My timid protestations did not have any impact on his decision. And as if I were following my mentor, me just a poor acolyte, I walked behind my new friend full of curiosity. As soon as we reached the first shop in the town he went in with a decisive air and began his speech. "This gentleman you see here is a young patriot who has set off to tour the 14 Argentine provinces, collecting funds for a glorious enterprise. This young man intends to buy a bunch of Argentine flowers, as Criollo 5 as himself, and travel to Boulogne-sur-Mer, over there in France, to place them on the grave of the great captain *, since this is the centenary year of the Saint of the Sword. With that and other speeches, the shopkeeper was relieved of 3 pesos, but in the notebook bought ad hoc his contribution was entered as 10 pesos so that people cannot say anything unkind about you. With varying degrees of success, we went into all the shops of the main street of the town and, as a result, we collected together 112 pesos. However, the tramp had such a deep scorn for the people that it all ended badly. He invited me to have a beer in a bar to toast all those who had been so easily fleeced. Not content with that, he invited 2 or 3 passers-by, who had stopped to stare or to make unsavory remarks about my looks, and told them of the ruse. I don't know who the informer was, but I am sure there was one. Not much later a policeman appeared to inquire about the young cyclist and, after finding me among the 5 men who sat at the table, put me in the police station waiting room. The young cyclist, having followed the lead of the itinerant farm laborer, blamed the man with the checked gaucho trousers, my friend, who by now must have been comfortably back in his cozy culvert on the outskirts of the town. I spent 4 tedious hours in the nick before they decided to let me go. Free at last, I ran to visit the charming promoter of the brilliant idea and found him calmly drinking mate. During the harsh hours spent in detention I had examined my conscience, and as a result I reached the conclusion that he was really no more than a bum, so there would be no difficulty carrying on with him. So as soon as I arrived I proposed that he bought a bicycle to share the road with me, but, against my expectations, my suggestion did not amuse him in the least. "No, my friend, I am no longer fit enough. I am almost old and getting tired, and that does not appeal. Go on your way and take advantage of the ruse I taught you. But, you could leave me the remaining pesos for my vices." After complying with his just request and accepting 10 pesos to help with expenses, I got on my way towards the capital of Tucumán. Just like a fleeting spark that advances at 30 kilometers per hour, I left behind the majestic capital city of Tucumán and took the road to Salta immediately, but I was caught in a downpour, so I ended up at the barracks, in the arsenal, some 10 to 15 kilometers from the capital city of Tucumán, from where I left at 6 in the morning for Salta. The road that leaves Tucumán is one of the most beautiful of the north. Over some 20 kilometers of well-paved road there is on both sides luxuriant vegetation, a sort of tropical forest accessible to the tourist, with a multitude of brooks and such humidity that makes it look like a film shot in the Amazon jungle. Advancing along those natural gardens, walking amid the lianas, stepping on bracken and observing how all of nature laughs at our lack of botanical knowledge, we expect at any moment the roar of a lion, or the silent movement of a serpent, or the agile step of a deer. And suddenly one hears the roar, not loud but constant, and one recognizes the whine of a lorry coming up the slope. The roar seems to demolish the castle of my daydreams with a noisy shattering of glass, bringing me back to reality. I then realize that something has matured in me, something that had been growing inside me for some time while surrounded by the din of cities, and it is a hatred of urban civilization, the vulgar image of people moving as madmen to the tune of that enormous noise, which to me seems the hated antithesis of peace, that in which the almost silent rustling of leaves is like melodious background music. I return to the road and continue on my journey. At about midday I reach a police checkpoint and stop for a rest. At that point a motorcyclist driving a brand new Harley-Davidson offers to tow me along. I ask him at what speed and he says, "I can take you at 80 or 90. But I have learned from experience that with an unstable load, poor road conditions and with deference to my rib cage, the tow must not be more than 40 kilometers per hour. So I declined the offer. After thanking the policeman who offered me a jug of coffee, I leave in a hurry, hoping to reach Salta during the day. I have 200 kilometers before me, so I have to get on with it. When I reach Rosario de la Frontera, an unpleasant surprise awaits me. The Harley-Davidson, last seen at the police station, is being hauled down from a lorry. I approach and inquire after the driver. Dead is the reply. Naturally, the minor personal tragedy of the obscure death of that motorcyclist does not touch the sentimental fibers of the masses, but to know that a man goes looking for danger without having even that vaguely heroic aura that the public would appreciate, and dies without witnesses when taking a bend, imbues this unknown adventurer with a vague suicidal fervor. Something that might make the study of his personality interesting. But I digress, and the subject is not the object of these notes. From Rosario de la Frontera to Metin, the paved road offers me a rest because of its smoothness and prepares me for the section Metin, Salta, and strengthens me with the patience with which to face up to the uphill roads. All that is bad in this area because of its roads is compensated by the magnificent landscapes. I now arrive at a mountainous area, and at every bend there is something new to marvel at. Near Loberia I have the opportunity of admiring one of the most beautiful scenes of my entire journey. On the edge of the road there is a sort of railway bridge, supported only by a few timber crosspieces, under which the Juramento River runs. The banks are covered in stones of every color, and the grayish waters of the river run turbulently between the steep banks covered in magnificent vegetation. I remain gazing at the water for a long while, and I do not know for what strange reason, but every time I look at the sea or at the rough torrents of water in their magnificent and ceaseless struggle against the earth, I feel a violent, almost lacerating need to have a woman by my side to wrap around her a protective embrace. This is not specific, it does not matter who she is, but someone in skirts who attaches herself to me. It must be some kind of weak spot in which to compare my strength, in order not to feel intimidated by that infinite colossus. The grey foam that jumps up like sparks when it crashes against the rocks, and returns to the whirlpool in an endless repetition, is like an invitation to jump in and be brutally rocked by the waters and shout incoherently like a condemned man. I climb the slope in a soft melancholy mood, and the roar of the water that I leave behind seems to reproach me for my lack of amorous involvement. I feel like a confirmed bachelor. The largest goat of the pack laughs at my clumsiness as a climber, with my philosophical beard in the style of Jack London *, and the rough roar of a lorry once again takes me out of my hermit's meditation. It is already dark when I climb the last slope and find myself in front of the magnificent city of Salta, to whose detriment one cannot help noting that it welcomes the tourist with the geometric rigidity of its cemetery. With the shamefaced attitude that I am developing, I turn up at the hospital and introduce myself as a medical student, nearly broke, something of a touring cyclist, and exhausted. I am put up in a vehicle with soft cushy seats and find it worthy of a king. I sleep like a log until 7 in the morning, when I am woken up so that the vehicle can be used. It rains torrentially. I suspend my onward journey. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon the rain stops and I set out towards Jujuy, but at the edge of the city there is an enormously muddy area as a result of the torrential downpour, and it is impossible for me to go any further. However, I find a lorry and discover that the driver is an old acquaintance, but after some kilometers we part. He is going on to Campo Santo to collect some cement, and I continue along the road known as La Cornisa. The water that had fallen collected into rivulets, which crossed the road coming down from the hills and proceeded to disappear into the Mojo Toro, which runs along the edge of the road. This was not an imposing spectacle like the one at Salta on the Juramento River, but its cheerful beauty is a tonic for the spirit. After leaving this river behind, the traveler enters the real zone of La Cornisa, where one can appreciate the majestic beauty of the hills adorned with green forests. The gorges appear uninterrupted and, framed by the nearby greenery, one can see in the clearings between the branches the distant and green plain, as if through a tinted lens. The wet foliage permeates the atmosphere with freshness, but it is not the penetrating, aggressive humidity of Tucumán, but something naturally fresh and soft. The charm of this warm and humid afternoon, tempered by the thick jungle and never interrupted by the roar of my eternal enemies, transported me to a world of dreams, a world far from my present situation, but whose return route I knew well and which was not cut off by those banks of fog that the realms of fantasy dreams usually display. Sated with so much beauty, as if one had indigestion from too many chocolates, I reach the city of Jujuy, exhausted both inside and out and desirous of sampling the hospitality of this province, what better opportunity to visit the hospitals of the country than this trip? I sleep splendidly in one of the wards, but before that I must give an account of my medical knowledge and, equipped with a pair of tweezers and some ether, I undertake the passionate chase of worms from the shaven head of a chango. 6 His monotonous groans lacerate my ears like a fine stiletto, while my scientific alter ego counts with careless greed the number of my dead enemies. I cannot understand how this dark little boy, who is only 2 years old, could be so full of larvae. If one wanted to do it on purpose, one would not easily succeed. When I finish my undertaking, the boy's mother regales me with one of those smiles that makes the frontier separating the sexes disappear, and I look one way and then the other as if searching for the good angel to shout my lack of dignity at me, but I only encounter the hungry peal of laughter of sex that goads me on to take her. My hands stretch out, avid for the delicious morsels of her breasts, but the appearance of a nurse startles me, reminding me of my precarious situation as a wanderer. I get into bed and try to turn the insignificant episode into the basis of my dream as a pariah. However, I still see for a few minutes the bluish face that, from deep in those eyes, sends me the obscure gaze of a vanquished race. But then the pleasant dreams sweep away the yearning of the flesh and I sleep the sleep of the just. The next morning I unctuously imbibe a revolting sugary beverage and take my leave. Without the rustic charm of our previous encounter, the Indian woman is ostentatiously insolent and I, a poor Quixote without a squire, find that the delicious hands of Dulcinea that I clasp between mine, under who knows what terrible spell, wound mine with the 1,000 uneven spikes of their calluses. The magnificent day fills me with light and invites me to set forth. The affectionate purring of my bicycle is lost in the solitude and I begin my return by the lower road that leads to Campo Santo. Nothing worthy of mention happens during this section and the only highlight is the marvelous landscape of the Gallinado. Even better, if possible, are the views from La Cornisa, because from there your eyes have a wider panorama and that gives it a grandeur that is lost from the former. I arrive at Salta at 2 in the afternoon and go to visit my friends at the hospital, who marvel on learning that I did the whole trip in one day, and one of them asks, "What do you see?" A question that was asked to remain unanswered, because there is not an answer, because the truth is, what do I see? At least I am not inspired by the usual tourist sites, and I am surprised to see in the promotional maps of Jujuy, for example, the altar of the homeland, the cathedral where the national emblem was blessed, the jewel of the pulpit and the miraculous Virgin of Rio Blanco and Pompeia, the house in which General Lavalle * was assassinated, the chapter house, the museum of the province, etc. No, one does not know a people from this, a way and interpretation of life that is simply a glossy cover. The soul of a people is reflected in the sick in the hospitals, the men in custody at police stations or the anxious pedestrian with whom one enters into conversation, while the Grande River shows itself flooded and turbulent underneath. But all this would take too long to explain, and who knows if anyone would understand it. I thank them and leave on a visit of the city, which I did not see properly the first time round. At nightfall I approach the police post in the outskirts of the city and ask permission to spend the night there. My plan is to try to do the mountainous part by lorry to spare myself those harsh climbs over bad roads, wading rivers and several flooded streams, but I am soon discouraged because it is Saturday and it is improbable that a lorry will drive by, as they go by early in the morning in order to reach Tucumán on Sunday morning. Resigned to this, I chat with the policemen, who show me the famous female Anopheles in the flesh. The longish mosquito, stillest and gracious, does not give the impression of being the carrier of the terrible malarial scourge. The moon shows its subtropical exuberance, sending out torrents of silver light that result in a very pleasant semi-darkness. Its appearance enhances the garrulousness of the policeman, who launches into philosophical considerations, to end up telling a story. This character heard the other day the gallop of a pack of horses and the barking of dogs, and went out with a torch and his revolver and positioned himself strategically. The pack galloped past again, to the sound of the barking dogs, and after all the noise, as an explanation, a black mule with huge ears appeared following the pack timidly. The chorus of barking increased in intensity and the pack again ran off noisily. The mule took a different direction and, when the moon could be seen between its ears, the policeman felt an intense cold down his spine. The older policeman interrupted with this wise pronouncement, "It must be a soul from purgatory that is lodged in the mule." And he prescribed the death of the animal in order to liberate the soul. And what can happen to me? Nothing, on the contrary, it will thank you for liberating it. What else? Setting aside the humanitarian motive, I, educated with stories of justice, propriety, noises that disturb others, etc., timidly made the objection that the owner and neighbors might not be very happy with the mule's exploits. They looked at me in a way that put me to shame. How could that mule have an owner, and, even if it did, who would object to setting a soul free? My other objection they did not even bother to discuss. The three of us remained deep in thought, gazing at the moon, which, in all its glory, spread silvery shadows over the hills. The cool night of Salta was filled with the music of the frogs and, lulled by their song, I took a short nap. At 4 I bade farewell to the policeman and started on my hard trip towards Tucumán. The brakes of the bicycle were causing me a problem, so I had to be very careful on the slopes, since I didn't know what I might find on the other side of a bend and my lights were not strong enough to show me. At about 7 in the morning I had a pleasant surprise. A long line of lorries, one behind the other, was stuck in the mud. The drivers were just waking up and they were conferring among themselves. I approached to listen in and, oh, surprise! My old friend Lucchini the lorry driver was one of them. The confrontation started, obscenities were shouted and the replies came thick and fast and the bets were quickly formalized. I would leave immediately and if they caught up with me before the asphalt road that leads to Tucumán, bad luck, but if they were unable to catch up with me, I would wait for them there and they would offer me a sumptuous meal with all the trimmings. That offered temporary relief from landscapes, faulty brakes, steep slopes, dangerous curves, exhaustion, thirst. I could visualize the splendor of a banquet and, with each step towards that goal, the vision of a juicy chicken surrounded by appetizing roast potatoes grew ever more vivid. Part 5. Bolivia, Peru, and Ecuador, 1953. In 1951 Escobedo sat several exams, traveled as a male nurse with the Argentine Merchant Navy to Brazil, Venezuela, and Trinidad and continued to work with Dr. Salvador Pisani. On December 30 he set out with his friend Alberto Granado on a journey that would last 8 months. They visited the south of Argentina, Chile, Peru, Colombia, and Venezuela. Granado decided to accept a job in Caracas and stayed in Venezuela. Escobedo was invited to return home via Miami in a cargo plane that had arrived in Caracas carrying race horses. The flight was due to do an overnight stopover in Miami, then return for a brief stop in Caracas and fly south back to Argentina. In Miami the captain ordered a check of the engines and it was discovered that one of them had a serious fault. The engine had to be removed and overhauled. The stopover lasted a month. Escobedo was thus forced to spend a month in the United States without any money. He managed to obtain lodgings at a boarding house, promising to pay his debt once he returned to Buenos Aires, which he did. Because of his exaggerated pride he did not ask us for help. Once he was back in Buenos Aires he told us that he used to walk every day from his lodgings, which were in the center of town, to the beach. He walked some 15 kilometers a day to get there and back, and got to see a little of the U.S. Once the aircraft engine had been fixed, the flight left to return to Caracas. The other passenger on board was the groom who had brought the race horses on the flight north. The plane was now carrying a cargo of boxes of fruit. As soon as they took off, Escobedo fell asleep. He was woken up by the groom, who told him that the landing gear had got stuck and they were flying in circles over Caracas. Escobedo thought the groom was pulling his leg and went back to sleep. When he woke up he looked out of the window and saw the fire brigade in full force on the tarmac. Everything was in place for an emergency landing. Fortunately, at the last moment the landing gear was unblocked and they landed without incident. We were told the date on which the flight was due to return to Buenos Aires. That morning the whole family went to the airport to await Ernesto's arrival. We had to wait for a long time because the sky was overcast and there was poor visibility. Finally the old Douglas cargo plane appeared on the horizon. Escobedo was home. During this trip he had managed to indulge his passion for archaeology, not only by visiting many sites, but also by reading about them in the local public libraries. He had practiced what he had learned as a medical student when he and his friend Alberto had worked in a leper colony in Peru. 1. Now, back in Buenos Aires, he was determined to obtain his medical degree before May 1953. He had 15 subjects to sit. In November 1952 he sat and passed 3 subjects. In December he sat and passed more. By the end of December 1952 he had only 1 subject outstanding. He had not sat for it the first time that the examination board met, so he appeared before the board on April 11, 1953. When Escobedo began his studies, medicine consisted of 30 subjects. Towards the end of 1951 he had passed half of them, and between November 1952 and April 1953 he sat the remaining half and passed them. He had also returned to work in Dr. Pisani's laboratory, where he had been a member of a team that researched allergies. He had even been mentioned in some of Dr. Pisani's published papers. Since he had already worked off and on for Dr. Pisani for several years, I thought he would stay with him, as that way Escobedo would be able to carry on with his studies and research. This would not only give him the possibility of a brilliant scientific career, but would also afford him the opportunity of continuing to try and find a cure for his asthma. After a brief period of 3 months during which he did not sit any exams, Escobedo obtained his medical degree. I was in my studio when the phone rang. I recognized the voice that said, "This is Dr. Escobedo Guevara de la Serna." The emphasis was on the word doctor. The family were very happy for him. But our joy did not last long. He soon announced that he was leaving again on a trip, this time with his old friend Calica Ferrer. He immediately began preparing for the trip. He collected his medical degree and had it legalized, got some money together and packed his bags. Our illusions were shattered. We knew what he would go through. He would walk for kilometers and kilometers, or he would hang onto an old lorry. He would sleep anywhere and eat whatever he could find. He would not pay any attention to his health or his asthma, and he would be on the road, courting danger. But we, his parents and his brothers and sisters, could do nothing, nor should we. He was no longer a child, he was Dr. Guevara de la Serna, and he would do as he pleased. All we could do now was learn to grin and bear it and try to help him as much as possible, something that he nearly always turned down. Bolivia was their first destination. Our house became a beehive. Young men and women came and went at all hours of the day and night until the date set for their departure came. Most of Ernesto's friends and many of ours gathered for a farewell party. On a gray and cold afternoon of July 1953 we met at Retiro Station to bid the travelers farewell. Ernesto's and Calica's friends and relatives came to see them off. The international train for Yacuiba in Bolivia was due to leave at 4 in the afternoon. Escobedo had a crew cut and was wearing green fatigues. He was carrying a hold all. As the train pulled off he shouted, "Here goes a soldier of the Americas," a couple of times. At the time none of us paid any attention to it, believing it to be another of Ernesto's eccentricities. Little did we know. Bolivia, the very scene of the struggle. Escobedo and Calica Ferrer traveled north. They boarded the train that goes from Buenos Aires to Bolivia. It leaves Retiro Station and belongs to the General Belgrano railway line and crosses the provinces of Buenos Aires, Santa Fe, Córdoba, Tucumán, La Rioja, and Jujuy. They were traveling to Bolivia because they wanted to witness the revolution that was allegedly in progress, and which was expected to topple the government of Paz Estensaro Star. They had not planned their whole itinerary. To give you a better idea of this trip, which ended almost 2 years later in Mexico City. I have interspersed stories told by Kalika Ferrer as well as letters, in full or in part, from Escobedo to members of our family. These are of interest because they reflect the objective aspects of the trip, as well as the political and social aspects of the countries they visited. They are mixed with anecdotes told imaginatively and spontaneously by both of them at the time. Kalika Ferrer was a friend of Ernesto's since his early childhood. With his brother Jorge they were part of the same gang. Their father had been our doctor when we lived in Altagracia. The trip dreamed of for so long was at last about to become a reality. We had planned to go through Bolivia and Peru on the way to Venezuela, where I intended to settle. I preferred to go through Bolivia because I had never been there. Between us we had saved a few bucks, not much, something in the region of $700. With so little money we would have to perform miracles to arrive in Venezuela without replenishment. The trip was long and the money short. We left Buenos Aires from Retiro Station on the General Belgrano railway line on July 7, 1953. It was a very cold and sunless afternoon, and as the train left the station it was beginning to get dark. Family and friends had come to see us off. Their clothing was in sharp contrast with those of the second-class passengers with whom we would share a carriage. First class cost almost twice that of second class, so we would be saving from the start. And although we would travel on hard wooden seats, we would be in the company of people who were much more fun. Besides, this type of ticket allowed us to take our own food, just as the rest of the second-class passengers did. We were well stocked. We had something like 14 pieces of luggage. Some were indispensable items, but the majority were farewell presents. The passengers on the train seemed picturesque to us. A heterogeneous ensemble of people and objects, men, women, children, crushed suitcases, parcels, blankets, the indispensable kettle and maid. And to complete the picture, some little dog, cat, or parrot hidden from the eye of the conductor. They all were extremely humble people. Many were hired hands from the Argentine north or Bolivians going back to their country after having earned a little money in Buenos Aires. And thus, between the cries of babies, the chatter, the mate sessions and some singing accompanied by a bad guitar, sleeping off and on, reading whenever we could, chatting with our traveling companions and cramming ourselves full of landscapes, we traveled for 2 days. Leaving Humahuaca behind with its imposing view of high mountains, we made our entrance into La Guayaca, the last town on Argentine soil. After some unavoidable paperwork we crossed the frontier and, once in Bolivia, we went on to La Paz. Before boarding the train that would take us to the capital, a huge brute who acted as a porter came forward and attempted to take our luggage by force, but he was thwarted by the violent shove that Escobedo gave him to prevent him from touching the luggage. We then traveled on across a mountainous landscape that we found rather monotonous, until we reached the city of La Paz, which neither of us had ever visited. I was impressed by its architecture, its steep and narrow streets full of twists and turns, and in particular by the attire of the Coyas, to the native people who went everywhere very slowly. We were at an altitude of more than 4,000 meters. La Paz was home at the time to a good number of Argentine exiles and to some self-exiled politicians. Among the exiles was Ricardo Rojo *, whom we also met later on in other locations throughout Latin America. In contrast with middle-class society, we were always in direct contact with the working classes. We wanted to know of their aspirations, their needs, what they thought and how they lived. That is how we were able to gain an insight into the misery into which this ancient people have been plunged for centuries. Malnourished, sick, and hooked on coca, they stoically and silently, with clenched teeth, almost resignedly, put up with this miserable existence they have suffered from generation to generation and from century to century, without ever having the means to remedy their misfortune. The people live in such a state of backwardness that, when the Coyas go to the city to obtain permits from the authorities, the government employees, without any compunction or scruples, disinfect them with DDT. For some of them this seems so natural that, after they have been cleansed in this way, they go out into the narrow streets of the city, calmly walking around covered in DDT powder. Escobedo and I traveled inland to see the famous Bolivian mines, and we noticed that the workers were well armed and possessed good organization for their own defense. We met a brigade of them who, armed to the teeth, went to La Paz with the purpose of showing the Americans that they were ready and able to prevent any attempt to topple the popular government of Paz Estensoro. When these workers came back from that demonstration, they returned shooting their rifles and guns into the air, delighted to show their strength in front of their comrades. It was proof of great enthusiasm, but also of a total lack of discipline and military training. The United States were not happy with this popular revolution, which supported the interests of the revolutionary workers and had disbanded the professional army, replacing it with popular militias who were preparing to carry out an agrarian reform, giving the land to the campesinos so that they could grow crops. This being a foreign country, all of us Argentines got together, even if our convictions differed greatly. Our patriotism, which at home lay dormant, awoke there. Letter from Escobedo to his father. La Paz, July 24. Dear Viejo, I did not give any signs of being alive because I was waiting for a job, which would be for a month, as doctor in a tin mine, with Calica as my assistant. We've now given up the idea because the doctor disappeared and we cannot be here indefinitely eating up our reserves. I am a little disappointed that I cannot stay because this is a very interesting country and it is going through a particularly effervescent moment. On August 2 the agrarian reform takes place and raids and commotion are announced throughout the country. We have seen incredible marches of people armed with Mausers and Pirapapai 3 shooting just because. Shots are heard every day and there are people constantly being wounded and killed. The government shows an almost complete inability to stop or even divert the masses of campesinos and miners, but these react in a certain way and there is no doubt that in an armed revolt of the Phalange, these would be on the side of the Movimiento Nacionalista Revolucionario. 4. Human life is of little importance here and it is given or taken without much display of feeling. All this means that for a neutral observer the situation is very interesting, in spite of which, with one excuse or another, anyone who can gets the hell out of here, us included. At this point of his stay in Bolivia, Escobedo was convinced that the government of Paz Estensoro was there to stay. The newspapers of the period gave a right-wing coup against the government as a certainty because of the alleged agrarian reform that he planned. People greeted us magnificently here, and there was not a single person, whether Argentine or Bolivian, who did not take an interest in our trip one way or another. We are trying to obtain our visas for Venezuela, but nothing is certain. If you can think of someone you more or less know in Ecuador, send me their particulars to the Argentine consulate in Lima. I am in formidably good health in spite of not sticking to my diet as I should. Please write so that I have fresh news in Lima. A hug for all the family. Until the next. I'll stop here because I am being collected to go to a party. Escobedo in Bolivia. Escobedo and Calica had spent a couple of months in Bolivia. President Paz Estensoro was a military man with certain socialist tendencies. He had the support of the masses, but it cannot be said that he was a true revolutionary. However, large international joint ventures had already placed their capital in this beaten-up country and they looked upon the populist Paz Estensoro with suspicion. If his support of the masses of workers, especially miners, became really effective, the said masses could become a battering ram against foreign capitalism. The newspapers of developed countries published their comments in this regard. In the Bolivian capital there was a pre-revolutionary climate. Paz Estensoro, like all military demagogues, encouraged the masses without knowing to what extent he could control them. And at that point Escobedo and Calica had arrived in Bolivia. Escobedo needed only a few days to understand the socio-political problems. He wrote to his mother telling her that Paz Estensoro was firmly in power, but he was disappointed that he could not stay long enough to see an armed revolt, as he had decided to head north to Peru. Both Calica and Escobedo wrote to us from Bolivia with many anecdotes of their trip. They went often to the home of an Argentine millionaire from Tucumán who was against the government of Perón and who lived in La Paz. There they would discuss Argentine politics, and the government of Perón was harshly criticized. Dr. Ricardo Rojo, who had met Calica and Escobedo in Bolivia, was also a regular visitor. When they went north, Rojo took the same route, but used different means of transport, not on foot or hitchhiking as they did, and met up with them in Lima, Ecuador, Nicaragua, Guatemala, and later on in Mexico. Che says clearly in one of his letters to his mother that he is in total disagreement with the political views of Rojo, in spite of which Rojo followed them throughout their trip. Calica continues with his story. Traveling by bus. We decided to go on to Peru. We arrived at Lake Titicaca and took the opportunity to visit the island where the famous Temple to the Sun is situated. We hired an indigenous canoe and oarsman. Our destination was the island, which is rather far from the shore. When we left, it was very cold, but the weather was good. Not long after, waves began to form and a strong wind started blowing, turning the lake into a furious sea. After visiting the temple and when we were returning to the shore, the oarsman, exhausted by his struggle against the waves, collapsed and let go of the oars. So we had to take the initiative by rowing ourselves. Without rest we finally reached the shore, with our hands totally raw and bleeding. Not much later we crossed the frontier and started in the direction of the Peruvian city of Puno. Again, to save money, we had decided to travel second class. When we reached the ticket office we asked for second-class tickets for Cuzco. The clerk raised his head in surprise and said, "Gentlemen, you cannot travel second class." "But we want to travel second class," I replied. "But you would be in danger traveling like that," he insisted, while pointing at a second-class carriage. It was an overcrowded cattle truck packed with waiting coyas. "You see," said the clerk, and then he added to reinforce his argument, "sometimes the peon in charge of opening the padlock forgets to do so and the passengers have to return on foot to the previous station." The carriage was indeed locked with a padlock. "Can't you see, sir, only animals or these coyas travel that way?" Near the window there were a couple of people who were listening to the exchange as the tone of our voices rose. One of them courteously intervened, saying, "Gentlemen, please do not be offended, but you cannot travel second class." By now I was fed up with the clerk's insistence, so I shouted at him, "Well, that's enough, we bloody well want to travel like this, and you stop." "One moment," replied the man who had intervened, "no swearing, I was only trying to help, we are, policemen," and he ostentatiously showed us his police identity card. That was the end of the argument. We decided not to travel second class. We invited the policeman to have a few drinks and very soon it was as if we had been old friends and we continued on our journey with our new acquaintances. After several hours on the train we arrived at the city of Cuzco, where we went to a tavern for a meal. Letter from Escobedo to his mother. Cuzco, 22nd. Look at the letterhead, Mummy. I have the great pleasure of being here for the second time and this time in semi-luxury, but the effect is different. When I was here with Alberto he used to dream of marrying Inca princesses and recovering long-lost empires. Calica, on the other hand, curses the filthy ground each time he steps on one of the countless turds that litter the streets. Instead of looking to the sky or at some cathedral soaring into space, he looks at his dirty shoes. Instead of taking in the essence of the surroundings and the almost palpable dramatic history, he smells only stews and shit. It is a question of philosophical outlook. All that apparent incoherence of "I am leaving, I left, I have not gone" corresponded to our need that you knew we were out of Bolivia because a revolt was expected from one moment to the next and we had the firm intention of staying on to witness it closely. To our disappointment it did not materialize and we only saw shows of strength from the government, which, contrary to what is said, seems to be solid. I nearly went to work in a mine but, as I was not prepared to stay for more than a month and the minimum on offer was 3, I did not accept. We then went to the shore of Lake Titicaca, also known as Copacabana, and spent a day on the Island of the Sun, famous sanctuary from the time of the Incas. Here one of my most cherished hopes as an explorer was fulfilled. I found, at an ancient indigenous cemetery, a small female statue the size of one's little finger, but an idol nonetheless, made from the famous champi, the alloy of the Incas. When we reached the frontier we had to walk about 2 kilometers because there was no transport, and I had to carry my suitcase full of books, which was as heavy as a bag of explosives. The two of us and 2 hired hands arrived with our tongues hanging out down to our ankles. At Puno we had a row at customs because they took a Bolivian book from me, saying it was red. There was no way I could convince them that it was a scientific publication. In this letter Escobedo describes his 2 close friends, Alberto Granado and Calica Ferrer, their personalities and their way of seeing things. He had been to Cuzco with Granado in 1952 and with Ferrer in 1953. Letter to Tita Infante *. Lima, September 3. Dear Tita, I am sorry to have to write to you in my beautiful handwriting, but I could not find a typewriter to solve this problem. In any event, I hope that you have a free day in which to read this letter. In La Paz I forgot all about the diet and all that nonsense, in spite of which I was fine during the whole month and a half that I spent there. We visited some of the nearby surrounding areas, such as Yungas, a region of beautiful tropical valleys. One of the things we did was observe the political landscape, which is very interesting. Bolivia is a country that has given a really important example to America. We saw the site of the struggles, the impact of bullets and even the remains of a man who died in the last revolution and was found in a cornice where his torso had been blown, as the dynamite he had strapped to his waist had exploded. In brief, there has been a serious struggle. Revolutions here are not like those in Buenos Aires, 2,000 or 3,000 dead were left to rot in the fields. The struggle goes on here, and almost every night there are men with bullet wounds from either side. But the government is supported by the people in arms, so there is no chance that an external armed movement can threaten it, it can only succumb because of internal strife. The Movimiento Nacionalista Revolucionario is a conglomerate in which 3 more or less well-defined tendencies can be seen: the right, represented by Siles Suazo, who is the vice president and a hero of the revolution; the center, represented by Paz Estensaro, more slippery, but probably as right-wing as the previous, and the left by Lechin, who is the visible head of a serious revolutionary movement, but who on a personal level is an upstart, a womanizer and a hell-raiser. It is probable that power will finally remain with the Lechin group. It has the powerful support of the armed miners, but the resistance from his colleagues in government may be serious, especially now that the army is about to reorganize. Well, I have told you a little of the Bolivian scene. I will tell you about Peru later when I have spent some time here. In general it seems to me that the American domination has not brought Peru even that fictitious financial well-being that can be seen in Venezuela, for instance. Of my future life I know very little as to direction and far less as to time. We had thought we would go to Quito and from there to Bogota and then Caracas, but we do not know the roads in between. I came back to Lima via Cuzco. I do not tire of recommending it. As soon as you can, you must visit there, in particular Machu Picchu. I assure you that you will not be sorry. Escobedo. Calica Ferrer continues with the story. Escobedo had the most infectious laughter I have ever heard. When we reached the frontier between Bolivia and Peru we had an old trunk full of books. We hired 2 Quechua 5 Indians and one of them offered to carry it. We had to walk a long way, something like 2 kilometers, to reach customs. The man carrying the trunk was a small skinny Indian who could barely move with it. He kept dropping it and Escobedo and I had to help him because his companion was carrying the luggage. This march had turned into something rather comic. The trunk traveling up and down, spending more time on the ground than on the shoulders of the man. We all got the giggles and I remember that Escobedo laughed so heartily that the man also started laughing and, as he could no longer hold onto the trunk because he was laughing uncontrollably, he threw himself on the ground with his load. It was the first time I had seen an Indian laughing so much. When we were in La Paz I decided to have a good bath. I was filthy and dreamed of a bath. As Escobedo was more austere than me, he was in charge of the money. He was on a diet because of his health, so he could not succumb to temptation. That is why I accepted that he should be in charge of our funds. When I asked him for some money for my bath, he said that he would not go to the baths with me because he considered it a superfluous expenditure. Food was more important than cleanliness and we were really skint. I insisted, so Escobedo gave me my share. Soon afterwards I was coming back very pleased with myself, having taken a good hot bath. Escobedo was having cafeola and crackers at a nearby coffee shop. The hot bath had given me a voracious appetite. I went up to my friend and looked at him. I was no longer entitled to the extra expenditure. But he took pity on me and shared his meager meal with me. When Escobedo was in good health, by which I mean when he did not have asthma, he was capable of devouring any amount of food. In those instances he turned into a caveman. Escobedo behaved like camels do, he carried his reserve on him. It is said that when camels are about to cross a desert they drink a lot of water, which they keep in their hump. As Escobedo was not always able to eat abundantly, when he did eat he ate enough to keep him going for several days. We were traveling in the high plateau of Bolivia, accompanied by an Indian, when we reached a store in a shack by the road and Escobedo bought a tin of sardines. When he opened it a jet of oil squirted out. As he was preparing to eat that rubbish, I intervened telling him that what he was about to do was sheer folly. They both ignored me, and he and the Indian devoured the contents of the tin. I put my head in my hands. As the son of a doctor, I knew how dangerous it was to eat something that could be toxic in that desolate region where there would not have been any medical assistance. But neither of them suffered any consequences, while I went hungry. Escobedo was as aware as I was of the danger he was in, but he was hungry and he just ate the sardines. In Lima, the capital of Peru, we made friends with a nurse who had a brother who was a novillero, one notch below bullfighter in the bullfighting scale. We soon made friends with him. Escobedo and I had several pictures taken dressed as bullfighters. One afternoon we were with the nurse's brother, who had to fight a bull that day, and Escobedo decided to put on the bullfighter's hat and, after parading himself arrogantly with it on his head, threw it on a bed. The man leaped to his feet. It is well known that people in that profession are very superstitious, and the hat on the bed is a sign of bad luck. The poor man screamed like a madman, swearing his head off and assuring us that he would not enter the bull ring that afternoon. And it seems that in fact he did not face the bulls that day. With little access to transport, Calica and Escobedo continued traveling on to Guayaquil in Ecuador, where they arrived on October 2nd. There they met up with Ricardo Rojo, who seemed to have followed the same itinerary, but using means of transport more in accordance with his finances. He had met up with some occasional friends from Argentina and was sharing lodgings with them in a derelict boarding house. The Argentines were Andrés Herrero, a law student at the University of La Plata, Eduardo Garcia, a fellow student of Andrés, and Oscar Valdivinos, another student. With the arrival of Calica and Escobedo, the quartet became a sextet. In Guayaquil, Ernesto's friend and traveling companion Calica Ferrer left the group and traveled on to Venezuela. Ernesto's letter from Guayaquil. Guayaquil, October 4th. Dear Viejo. Our trip, of course, was very slow, but kept getting more interesting. In Bolivia we met Ricardo Rojo, a politician from the Radical Party who famously absconded from the police station where he was being held in Buenos Aires some 4 months ago. Later on, we ran into him in Peru, and we met him again in Guayaquil with 3 law students who are going to Guatemala to seek their fortune. The 6 of us have formed a tight-knit student colony. We live in the same boarding house and consume liters of mate per day. As a result we were held up at the port for a few days, but I think we may be leaving the day after tomorrow for Quito, where we intend to approach Tato Velasco or his stooge. Here there is a good climate of personal freedom, which is in contrast with that of Peru, where a totally unpopular government is in power, thanks to the bayonets of its friends, a service granted in exchange for all types of concessions. Escobedo had understood the government of General Adria * when he said it was a totally unpopular government, in power thanks to the bayonets of its friends, by which he meant the USA. In 2 lines he demolishes the government of Peru, which was not unlike that of many other Latin American countries, all yes men of American power. The whole world knows that the US does not bestow favors on slave governments for free, but always charges for them, and it is the people who pay with blood and sweat. Escobedo and Calica did not learn anything new in Peru, they had experience of that sort of government. Another letter from Escobedo addressed to his mother. Guayaquil, October 21, 1953. I am writing you this letter, which you will read who knows when, from my new guise as a 100%er adventurer. Much water has passed under the bridge since my last epistle. It goes like this: we were walking, Calica, Garcia and I, dreaming of our beloved country. We were talking about how well the 2 members of the group who had succeeded in leaving for Panama would be getting on, and we were commenting on the marvelous interview with the guardian angel that you sent me, about whom more later. The fact is that Garcia, as if in passing, invited us to go with them to Guatemala, and I was in the right frame of mind, psychologically disposed to accept. Calica promised that he would reply the following day, and he replied in the affirmative, as a result of which there were now 4 new candidates for American opprobrium. But at that point our misfortunes started with the consulates, pleading daily to obtain visas for Panama, which is the requirement that is still missing, and after a variety of alternatives, with their corresponding psychological ups and downs, the answer was no. The suit you made me, your work of art, the pearl of your dreams, died heroically at a second-hand shop, and the same happened to all the unnecessary items of my luggage, which has greatly decreased, to the benefit of the financial stability achieved by the threesome. What I can say specifically is the following: if a captain who is a kind of friend decides to get it sorted for us, Garcia and I will be able to travel on to Panama, and then, thanks to the joint effort of those who reach Guatemala, plus that of those who have reached Panama, we will haul over he who has been left behind as security for the existing debts. If the captain in question does not play ball, the 2 chums will continue on to Colombia, the security remaining here, and from there they will leave in the direction of Guatemala by whichever incautious means Almighty God may put within reach of their claws. Guayaquil 24th, after many combings and goings and much calling, plus telling some seriously tall stories, we have visas for Panama. We leave tomorrow Sunday and we will arrive on 29th or 30th. Write to me quickly, care of the consulate. Escobedo. Part 6, Guatemala, 1953-4. As Escobedo says in his letter to his mother, he and Gualo arrived in Panama between 29 and October 30, 1953. There they hoped to meet Oscar Valdovinos and Ricardo Rojo, who had left Guayaquil before them in a ship of United Fruit's White Fleet. But they missed them and nobody had any news of them. Thinking that they might turn up, they waited for several days, but as time elapsed and they ran out of money, and fed up with waiting, they decided to travel on to San Jose in Costa Rica in the hope of finding them there. Their lack of funds forced them to leave a suitcase as guarantee of future payment at the boarding house in which they had lived. Gualo Garcia and Escobedo arrived in San Jose in Costa Rica with almost no money and did not find either Rojo or Valdovinos, and, tired of waiting, they left for Guatemala, both hitchhiking and on foot. Letter from Escobedo to his aunt. December 10, 1953. San Jose de Costa Rica. Auntie mine. My life has been a sea of conflicting resolutions until I valiantly abandoned my luggage and, with the rucksack on my back, I started out, with my companion Garcia, on the tortuous road that led us here. At El Paso I had the opportunity of crossing the domains of United Fruit, thus convincing myself once more how terrible these capitalists are. I have sworn in front of an image of the old and much lamented comrade Stalin that I will not rest until I see these capitalists crushed. I will perfect my skills in Guatemala and I will achieve what I still lack in order to be an authentic revolutionary. Besides being a doctor, I am a journalist and a lecturer, which will give me some, although not many, dollars. Receive a hug and a kiss from your nephew, the one with the iron health, an empty stomach and shining faith in a socialist future. Ciao. Shancho. This was the usual tone in which Escobedo addressed his aunt. As she was not at all a communist sympathizer, he uses language that will alarm her, but also, between jokes, tells her that in Guatemala I will achieve what I still lack in order to be an authentic revolutionary, and he ends the letter by reminding her that he does not always have a full stomach, but instead has a shining faith in a socialist future. And he signs himself Shancho, a nickname that some of his friends had given him to tease him. In this letter he no longer mentions medicine, archaeology, or ruins. What interested him at the time was the social and political situation of the poor and oppressed peoples, which he was beginning to understand. Here, for example, United Fruit, a powerful banana company and sugar producer, dominated the economy. The might of the dollar and full backing of the United States government gave total power over the people. During his stay in San Jose de Costa Rica he had met and chatted with two well-known men, Romulo Betancourt and Juan Bosch who were later to become the presidents of Venezuela and the Dominican Republic respectively. At a later date Juan Bosch caused an international commotion when he was ousted by means of a coup, led by the general of the day supported by an invasion of 42,000 American Marines. Not long ago, in 1982 in Cuba, I met ex-President Bosch, who remembered in detail his meeting with the then young Argentine Dr. Escobedo Guevara de la Serna. He mentioned the impression that the conversation made upon him, as it proved that Escobedo had a deep understanding of the social and political situation of the Americas. Letter from Escobedo to his mother. Guatemala City, December 28, 1953. Dear Vieja. At last I have reached my goal and find myself at the crossroads. Many of the Argentines who are here have not received what they expected and many are unhappy. If things go well, I will stay here for a couple of years, or about 6 months if I see that there are no substantial possibilities. After we left San Jose we hitchhiked as far as the road permitted and from there we walked on some 50 kilometers to reach the Nicaraguan frontier, since the Pan-American Highway is but a beautiful illusion in this part of the world. My heel was in poor condition because of the accident I told you about in a previous letter so I had a tough time after crossing a river some 10 times and getting drenched by the constant rainfall. When we finally reached the frontier we waited a whole day for a lorry or other vehicle that could take us north, since in Nicaragua there are no good roads. We had already lost hope and had decided to continue on foot when a car appeared with whopping great license plates from the University of Boston. In spite of it and with great anxiety, we were about to ask the gringos too for a lift when the huge mustache of Fatso Rojo, the exile from the Radical Party, emerged. He was trying to get to Costa Rica with the Bibiraji Allende brothers 3, father must have heard of him because his name was mentioned a lot politically when Perón withdrew his citizenship. Of course, they gave up their trip immediately, since it was impossible due to the condition of the roads, and we celebrated with one of those barbecues with mate that make you miss your homeland. We reached Managua, where I found the stupid telegram from father, who always has to have that sort of attitude. I think you ought to know by now that even if I am about to die, I will not ask you for money, and if you fail to receive a letter, just be patient and wait. Sometimes I don't even have enough for stamps, but I am perfectly well and I always manage. When you feel any sort of anguish, just take the money that you were going to spend on a telegram and have a drink or something along those lines, but from now on I am not replying to any telegram of that sort. From Managua we went on immediately in a car belonging to the Bibiraji brothers, who were bringing it to sell it in Guatemala, but as we were running out of money we ended up selling the jack, torches, tires, and anything else we could. I am negotiating to see if I get a job at the leprosarium here, with a monthly salary of 250 quetzals and free afternoons, but nothing has been confirmed yet. However, I am going to manage somehow, because the people are helpful and there is a shortage of doctors. If I cannot do this, I might go to the countryside with the same salary, but to some place with ruins of ancient civilizations, which, as you know, is what I am interested in. This is the only worthwhile country in Central America, even if its capital is no larger than Bahia Blanca 5 and as sleepy. Naturally, all regimes lose credibility at close quarters, and to confirm it there is an authentic climate of democracy and of cooperation with all the foreigners who, for different reasons, end up marooned here. I am under the impression that I will be able to practice my profession here without problems since there is not a single allergy specialist in the whole country, so I am told. I am not very keen on this because it renders one more idiotic and bourgeois. Well, a very all-embracing hug for all the clan, a special one to the birthday girl, and until we meet again. The letter does not have a signature. Escobedo in Guatemala. As can be appreciated from the letter dated December 28, 1953, Escobedo had at last reached the city he longed to see. On or around December 20 he entered the Guatemalan capital with Rojo, Gualo Garcia, and the Bibiraji Allende brothers. A few days later he met the woman who was to become his wife. Hilda Guidi, a Peruvian, worked at the time for the Guatemalan Institute for the Promotion of Production. She was a political exile who belonged to the Opera Party 6 of Peru, led by Victor Raúl Haya de la Torre Star. She had to go into exile as a result of the military coup by General Manuel Odría, who became president of Peru, following the well-known custom of so many military men of Latin America. Hilda had been a university student leader while studying at the Faculty of Economy of the Universidad Nacional Mayor of San Marcos, and later, once she had joined opera, had been one of their leaders. Hilda was Ernesto's compañera for a long time in Guatemala and knew well the comings and goings of his agitated life, especially when he found himself involved in the political and social storms of that nation, for example, after the traitor Castillo Armas, with the support of the USA, invaded the country from Honduras, toppling the socialist government of President Jacobo Arbenz and unleashing a cruel and brutal repression. Hilda in turn suffered the consequences of her friendship with Escobedo and was jailed. She managed to leave Guatemala because she was Peruvian, but only after much suffering. Escobedo met many revolutionaries in Guatemala, among them Professor Edilberto Torres *, a notable Nicaraguan writer, and his daughter Myrna, who became very good friends of his. They accompanied Escobedo and Hilda on many excursions and their friendship grew. This Nicaraguan revolutionary, who not only shared much with Escobedo in Guatemala but also in Mexico, later on wrote a book about Sandino Star. In its appendix he includes a short history of the life of Che, evidence of his high opinion of him. The following is one of the first letters Escobedo wrote from Guatemala to his Aunt Beatriz. January 5, 1954. In any case, money for me means nothing, because I am following the way of the donkey. This is a country in which one can open up one's lungs and fill them with democracy. There are newspapers supported by United Fruit that, if I were Arbenz, I would have closed down in 5 minutes, because they are shameful and yet they say what they like and contribute to the atmosphere that the USA likes, purporting that this is a den of thieves, communists, traitors, etc. I cannot tell you that it is a country where there is any luxury or comfort at all, but there are opportunities to work honestly in decent jobs. And if they manage to overcome their tendency to bureaucratization, which is a bit uncomfortable, I will stay here for some time. In a letter dated January 15, 1954, addressed to all the family, Escobedo says to his sister Ana Maria, I am exchanging ignorance with a gringo who does not have a word of Spanish, and we already have our own language and we understand each other perfectly. Of this gringo they say that he exiled himself in Guatemala because the FBI is after him, others say that he is from the FBI. The thing is that he writes the most irate anti-American articles and reads Hegel *, and I do not really know whose side he is on. I am still dreaming of a square meal. I end here, wishing you a happy birthday. This is the first letter in which Escobedo shows his distrust of someone he has met. It is mistrust of a political sort. Surely during his travels in Latin America he must have met agents of the FBI and the CIA. Thousands of them have been strewn all over America for many years and carry out their task with some efficiency. And talking about the climate of Guatemala, he says, "As this climate is not good for me, I have to follow my diet to the letter." Referring to a post he was seeking in the government, he says, "I went to the Ministry of Public Health and asked for a position, but I demanded a categorical reply, either yes or no. The man I saw was very polite and took all my details and asked me to return 2 or 3 days later. The days went by and the minister did not let me down because his reply was categorical, no. In any case, I have something good in mind for the first period and to settle down, since in order to practice, one must join a medical circle that is closed and very oligarchic. I am going to cross swords with them. For the moment I sell, in the streets, a beautiful image of the Lord of Escapula 7, a black Christ who does the most fantastic miracles. The one I am selling is illuminated using a system like Adolfo's 8 but even worse. I have by now a rich collection of anecdotes of miracles performed by this Christ and I constantly add to it, and between one joke and another, I ask him for something, just in case. The climate is magnificent, and that is all." In this same letter he sent me a little paragraph in which he calls me Sancho Padre Bergs. The origin of the joke was the following: a close friend of Ernesto's used to refer to him as El Sancho. I, annoyed by the nickname, told him off. So he stopped calling Escobedo that in my presence, but called me, behind my back, by the nickname Sancho Padre. Escobedo always included this sort of joke in his letters to the family. And his letter goes on with a graphology tease. "Your letters, very Guevara, big handwriting, generous characters, and pages filled quickly." Later on Escobedo adds, "The only thing I can tell you in advance is that I do not want to leave the area without seeing Mexico. The way I see things, in the whole of America, and I know about these things, there is no country as democratic as this one. The two extremes and all the shades in between say whatever they feel like with no fear." I should clarify that when he says "and I know about these things," he is pulling my leg affectionately, because whenever we were having a discussion and I felt that he was pressing me, I always used to say, "I know about these things," and the phrase remained in the family as a boast. From my personal point of view, I think that there is one thing that has to end, since United Fruit can spend a lot of money on propaganda. The newspapers of the opposition carry on a daily basis entire transcriptions of the speeches of the company's representatives and U.S. government officials, and the real trouble seems to be brewing at the Caracas conferences, where the Americans will use every trick to attempt to place sanctions on Guatemala. It is true that all governments kneel before them, but their most devoted lackeys are Pérez Jiménez, Adria, Trujillo, Batista, Somoza *, that is, the reactionaries, the most fascistic and unpopular. Bolivia was an interesting country, but Guatemala is even more so because it has stood up against whatever may come, without having even the slightest financial independence and having to put up with armed attempts against it of every type and without even attacking freedom of expression. At the end of this letter Escobedo said to his brother Juan Martín, who was then 11, "Eat well and think of me when you swallow, because Argentine steaks are nothing but a distant and never sufficiently lauded dream. Take advantage, my brother, of being in the country where people get more to eat than in the whole of Latin America." The letter ends full of affection as usual and with a thought for each member of the family and friends. On February 2 Escobedo writes to me saying, "Dear Viejo, I am sending you my heartfelt condolences in advance for your new birthday, among other reasons because letters take a long time, because one has to have letters ready for when there is a spare coin, and because I am afraid I might forget the date. The situation here is exactly the same as in my last letter. I earn enough running errands for my daily existence and I am in excellent spirits. I think that during this 6-month trial period things will improve. Politically things are not going so well, because there is a constant fear that there could be a coup under the auspices of your friend Ike Starr. The other day a conspiracy was discovered in which all the heads of Central American democracy were implicated, whether by the sponsorship of the United Fruit Company or the Department of State, that was not clear. The documents published are incontrovertible and the whole world recognized it. The daily grind of struggling for grub has not permitted me to see Guatemala as I would like, but whichever of the two prospective jobs I have in mind I would be able to do it with relative ease. Escobedo analyses his life. On February 12 he writes to his Aunt Beatrice. My very dear, always adored and never sufficiently praised aunt. I was pleased to receive your last letter, the culmination and complement of the two previous capitalist ones, of which only one reached me, meaning that the Democratic Post Office employee made a just distribution of wealth. Do not send me any more money, it costs you a lot to do so, and I find dollars on the pavement here. I should tell you that in the beginning I got lumbago from so much bending down to pick them up. Now I only pick up one in every 10, just to keep public places clean, because so much paper flying around or lying on the ground is a danger. My plan for the next few years, at least 6 months in Guatemala, unless I find something financially rewarding that enables me to stay for 2 years. If the first option is the one, I will go to another country to work, and that could be, in a decreasing order of probability, Venezuela, Mexico, Cuba, USA. If the 2-year plan happens, after a period of visits to the 3 latter countries as well as Haiti and Santo Domingo, I will go to Western Europe, probably with the Vieja, where I will remain as long as I can. If there is any time and money left I will visit you using some cheapo means of transport, such as flying for free or by boat, working as a doctor, etc. This whole plan has 2 highly variable aspects that can direct it one way or the other. The first one is money, which for me is not of fundamental importance, but makes one cut short one's stays or modify itineraries, etc. The second and most important aspect is the political situation. My position is in no way that of a dilettante who chats and nothing else. I have taken a clear position next to the Guatemalan government and within it, in the PGT9 group, which is communist, meeting with intellectuals of that tendency who publish a magazine here, as well as working as a doctor for the trade unions, which has made me clash with the medical college, which is totally reactionary. I can imagine all that you are going to say and comment, but you will not be able to complain that I did not make myself clear. Escobedo then refers to his scientific work, saying that he is putting together a bibliography in order to work on hyaluronidase 10 and tells his aunt that she may know the effects of it from Reader's Digest. And then, in the field of social medicine, and helped by my limited personal experience, I am preparing a very pretentious book, which I believe will require 2 years of work. Its title is The Function of the Doctor in Latin America and I only have the general plan and the first 2 chapters. I think that, with patience and methodology, it could be good. A steel hug from your proletarian nephew. An important P.S., tell me what you intend to do with your apartment and whether I can send you some books to keep for me. Don't be scared, they're not in any way incriminating. This letter is really important when one is analyzing the life of Escobedo Guevara de la Serna. In it he declares openly for the first time that he has taken sides with the government of Guatemala, which for the rest of the world was a communist government, although in truth it was only socialist. But what is significant is that he has definitely joined in with the political left. He is aligning himself with the Communist Party of Guatemalan Workers, associating with radical intellectual groups, as well as working as a doctor for the left-wing trade unions. On February 28 we received a letter, part of which I transcribe here. Dear Daddy and Mummy. A plot was discovered here which had conspiratorial ramifications. Somoza, Trujillo, Perez Jimenez. He then goes on to write about Mexico and says, the situation there is growing more complicated and that is accompanied by a serious financial crisis. Nonetheless, I would like to have the address of Petit Asterisk in case I go there. $30 was not a lot of money for a doctor, but Escobedo never took any money from any patient. He considered medicine to be a sacred profession and that the doctor should devote himself totally to the patient. During his travels and stays in Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Panama, Guatemala, and Mexico he practiced medicine, but he never profited from it. When medicine gave him enough to eat, it was because he had a scholarship that included room and meals or because his work was paid for by the government. He then goes on to tell us how he earns his living. A daily peso for giving Spanish lessons to a gringo and 30 pesos per month for helping with a geography book that an economist is preparing here. Helping means typing and collating data, which if you take into account that the boarding house costs 45, that I do not go to the cinema and that I do not need medicines, is one hell of a salary. The only drawback is that I already owe 2 months, but I hope to find a more permanent job in the next few days. To my failed work projects you have to add 4 more, which went by like meteorites without leaving anything more than a slight trail of boredom. This is the first time that I need to work and cannot find a job. In general in America, you have to dodge work. This is all relative since I have a firm offer to work as a painter in a workshop that makes placards, which is of interest because I could turn out to be a Hitler instead of a Rockefeller star. I got a letter from the Vieja, who tells me to learn from my little brother 11 who earns $750 working as a plumber, but I beat him because I earn $1,500 as a painter, so it's worth one's while to go out and see the world and make one's fortune. In this letter dated February 28 one can see that Escobedo is a bit disorientated with regard to his future activities, so he says, "My future activities are a mystery even for God the Father himself. For the moment I would like to have a bit of peace and quiet because I am classifying the material for a book, but the struggle for our daily sustenance does not allow me to devote too much time to the matter, which in any case is not something you can do in one day. It seems that the best of the opportunities will fail because the cooperatives do not want to pay a doctor, in spite of the fact that, in my case, they would have the unique possibility of being able to show off the title of a doctor specially imported from Argentina. The place was ideal, 98% of the inhabitants have parasites and 107% are illiterate. The truth is that the guild is shit. I am referring to the medical guild. I went to work for a banana company and it was the same thing, but somehow or other it will be resolved, and if it is not, on to another place and that is that. But not for 4 months, which is the time I need to pay off my debts, visit the Maya 12 ruins and see the country. Daddy and Mummy, loving love, send news, and until the next one." As with so many of his letters, this one was not signed. Letter from Escobedo to his mother and father. March 1954. Dear Mummy and Daddy. I had not written all this time because I was waiting to be able to give you definitive news of my employment, if not as a doctor, at least as a male nurse. Unfortunately people here take their time to decide and nothing has been resolved. The job would be in Petén 13, the jungle region of Guatemala, a splendid place where the Maya civilization flourished. It was later the scene of the epic conquest by Alvarado, Cortés' captain. Because there are a hell of a lot of illnesses there, one can learn a lot. During this period of time Ernesto's passion for medicine ran side by side with his passion for archaeology. Petén would cater to both. I forgot to tell you that the job pays 120 pesos per month plus food, so that the first month would go to pay back what I owe at the boarding house. And he continues to make remarks and calculations about what he can earn, which in reality are about what he will be able to eat. In many of his letters Escobedo discussed the book he was planning to write. I never managed to read any of it, and I never knew what became of the part that he did in fact write. When he had decided to leave Guatemala, he sent me a large number of books that belonged to him, but he did not send the manuscript in question. His writing was sometimes illegible and we used to spend hours deciphering his letters. Letter to Tita Infante, written on letterhead paper from the Instituto de Fomento de la Producción de Guatemala. Guatemala City, already in March of 1954. In spite of everything, My dear Tita, we grow old, almost a year from the date of my departure, and I have not made much progress in anything, but I am assuming that you like exotic adventures, so I will now tell you about my projects, travels and misadventures. The first thing is an apology for not having replied earlier. Several things happened that prevented me, because I wanted to send you a decent chronicle of Guatemala and did not have the time. Then I tried to find an indigenous writer to do it for me, so that it could be published somewhere over there. But this also failed, as the man who invented work came here to die many years ago. But then I was asked for an article about Guatemala for a magazine over there, and do not know what it is called, and I thought that I would send you a copy, but I have not finished it, and I don't think I am going to be able to for some time, due to the fact that I want to do it properly. I am telling you all this because I believe that Guatemala is a country that deserves to be well known and well understood. I think that your fears are not unjustified, given the belligerent and, up to now, triumphant situation of that country. On March 1, President Arbenz in his annual message to Congress announced unequivocally the cooperation of the Communist Party with the government and the need of the same government to defend the members of that political group against any type of sanction. On the whole, the Communists take positions with caution, and if it were not for the hullabaloo made by the national press against the intrusion of exotic doctrines, the party would go unnoticed. But it is the only political grouping in Guatemala that joined the government in order to comply with a program in which personal interests do not count, in frank contrast with the other three groups of parties, which are a veritable snake pit, so much so, that each of them has been split up into at least two opposing wings, and they go as far as making deals with the opposition in order to obtain the presidency of the Congress. For your information, if you do not know the problem better than I do, I will tell you that the influence of the PGT is great in sections of the other three parties, by means of elements that have moved to the left and are prepared to help in the total socialization of Guatemala, a very difficult task, among other reasons, because there is not a lot of quality in human beings inspiring the revolution. This is a country with a typically agricultural economy, which is only now leaving behind the usual handicaps of feudalism, whose only card in the pack is a single crop economy that weighs on the international scales, coffee. Without being too pessimistic, one can say that a big decrease in the production of this product can topple the government unless emergency measures are taken, which would only be possible when facing an international boycott with the blessing of the gringos. I believe that the most difficult moment for Guatemala will come in 3 years' time, when they must elect a new president. The names bandied about until now are not very worthy of trust when it comes to the continuation of the revolution in the magnificent way in which it is being carried out. If you are interested and are not afraid that you might be harassed over there, I can arrange to send you some interesting publications, but I will not do so until I have your reply. I meant to write only one page because my financial situation is rather precarious, and the new page will make the letter slightly more expensive, but I am interested in learning a few things. First, how is your student life in this month of March? What are your plans or non-plans? I am asking you this because your letter indicates to me that you are in a very romantic and very desperate and dangerous situation. As a piece of advice, I will tell you that one must be a fatalist in the positive sense if one wants to be a fatalist, and not concern yourself so much with the useless passage of time and any failure of any type. The difficult thing is to stop the days from passing, and that is what you are doing in crying for them one by one. If you look back 1 or 2 years, you will see the progress that you have made. Please forgive the doctoral tone. Second, what of your intellectual group and of the magazine? I bet they went bust. How is Paz and how is your health? Third, what about Montenegro? I wrote him a letter to which he did not reply, and then I wrote to Dick Stein and he did not reply either, so that I know nothing of the life of the tiny group I knew there in the dives frequented by medics. When you decide to write to me, read the questions and answer them, please. Now, about me. I must tell you that my efforts to work as a doctor were a total failure due to the hermetic spirit of the law, made to satisfy a group of oligarchs in all its prerogatives. All of them are the heirs of those who wanted the revolution, typically bourgeois, of 1944 and who now do not want to let go of the booty under any circumstances. Among my occasional occupations I attempted to work in your field, with frightening results when it comes to statistics. 98% of children are infected by ascariasis or Necator. 14 I also devoted myself to breaking open the backside of the Vinchucas. 15 to look for Trypanosoma cruzi and T. rangeley, which are also present in abundance. That's it, in the area of health, because beyond it I have worked in whatever allows one not to die of hunger. In the end, to make the great leap, it seems that I will be going to Putin, the jungle of Guatemala, hired as a male nurse and with a very meager salary, but I will go into the woodlands with those who extract gum and timber in an area of the old Maya culture and with the opportunity to study properly tropical diseases of every type. Still pending, because here there is always something pending, is that the trade union approves my appointment, since it is an important job in the employer, trade union give and take. I hope to persuade them that I am not as bad a guy as they imagine, as I am being recommended by the boss, and if this goes ahead, in a fortnight's time mosquitoes will take up residence on my body and I will commune with Ma nature. The only thing that makes me a little sad is that in Venezuela I would have done the same job, but instead of earning $125 I would earn $800. What a curse. Tita, brotherly vibes, I await your news by the same consular route. Do try to put an end to your ordeal. Until we meet. Echo Beto. Letter from Echo Beto to his mother from Guatemala. This letter came without a date, and instead it says, first month of hope, and could be from the end of April 1954. Vieja, my old Vieja. Don't think that the heading is just to keep the viejo happy. There are signs of improvement and the prospects are not so desperate in relation to the financial outlook. I mention the peso tragedy because it is true, and I assumed that the viejo considered me sufficiently macho to put up with whatever befalls me. Now, if you prefer fairy tales, I can tell you some really nice ones. During my silence my life went as follows. I went with a backpack and a briefcase, some on foot, some hitchhiking, some paying, as I had $10 that the government had given me. I reached El Salvador and the police confiscated some books I had brought with me from Guatemala, but got through. I obtained a visa so that I would be able to return here to Guatemala, and then I went to see the ruins of the Papiles. 16 They are a branch of the Tlaxcaltecas 17 who went to conquer the south and stayed there until the Spaniards came. This has nothing to do with what the Mayas built and far less with the Incas. Then I went to spend a few days at the beach while I waited for a visa that I had requested, in order to go and visit some ruins in Honduras, which are really splendid. I slept in the sleeping bag I've got, by the seashore, and did not follow my diet strictly, but I was fine leading this healthy life, except for the blisters from the sun. I made friends with some chaps who, like everyone in Central America, are powered by alcohol and, taking advantage of the extroversion caused by the alcohol, I socked them a little Guatemalan propaganda and recited a few little verses which were deep red in color. The result is that we all ended up in the nick, but were released immediately, after a decent-looking officer gave us the advice that we sing to the afternoon roses and other beauties. I chose a sonnet to turning into smoke and vanishing. The Hondurans refused me a visa for the simple fact that I am resident in Guatemala, although I need not tell you that I had every intention of catching a glimpse of a strike that has been unleashed there and to which 25% of the total working population is adhering, a figure that is high in any place, but extraordinary in a country where there is no right to strike and the trade unions are illegal. The fruit company is roaring and of course Dulles * Co. want to intervene in Guatemala for the country's terrible crime of acquiring weapons from whoever, since the US has not sold them even a round of ammunition for ages. Of course I did not even consider the possibility of staying there. I started back through half-abandoned roads and with empty pockets, because here $1 is little more than 1 peso, and with 20 cents there is not much you can do. Some days I walked around 50 kilometers and after many days I ended up at the fruit company's hospital, where there are some small but beautiful ruins. Here I became totally convinced of what my Americanism did not want me to know. our forefathers were Asian. There are some figures in bas-relief that are the personification of Buddha, and all the features prove it, as they are totally identical to those of ancient Hindustani civilizations. The place is beautiful, so much so that I committed the crime of Sylvester Bonnar 18 against my stomach and spent more than $1 on film and renting a camera. Then I begged for food at the hospital, but was able to fill my hump only to half its capacity. I was left without money to be able to reach Guatemala by rail, so I went to Puerto Barrios and worked there unloading barrels of tar, earning 2.63 pesos for 12 hours of really heavy work, at a place where there are clouds of diving mosquitoes in unbelievable numbers. My hands are a mess and my back, I cannot tell you, but I confess that I was quite happy. I used to work from 6 in the evening to 6 in the morning and slept in an abandoned house by the sea. Then I left for Guatemala, and here I am with better prospects. And he ends as follows. Next time, more calmly, I will send you news if there is any. A big hug for all. Again he does not sign the letter. April 1954 letter from Escobedo to his mother from Guatemala. April 1954. Vieja. As you can see, I did not go to Putin. The son of a bitch who was supposed to employ me made me wait for a month, to then tell me he could not do it. What I want to do in any case is visit the ruins of Putin. There is a city there, Tikal, which is marvelous, and another one, Piedras Negras 19, which is far less important, but where the art of the Mayas reached extraordinary levels. At the museum here there is a lintel, which is in really bad shape, but which would be revered as a work of art anywhere in the world. My old Peruvian friends lacked the artistic sensitivity of their tropical brothers, so that they could not do anything similar, in addition to not having the calcareous stone that there is in this area, which is so easily carved. Here Escobedo tells us clearly that he is more unhappy at not being able to see the ruins of Putin than at having lost a post as a doctor. His passion for archaeology is greater than his interest in medicine. I am so happy that I left. My medical knowledge may not grow larger, but in the meantime I am assimilating knowledge that interests me far more than that. What was this knowledge that he was interested in? We already knew of his passion for archaeology. The other knowledge was, beyond doubt, social and political. Escobedo had just entered Guatemala and was already foreseeing a coup d'état in the making. The approaching tempest was already engulfing him. In the midst of his financial difficulties he did not forget his country, and he says to his mother, "I want to go for a visit, but I have no idea of when or how. Making plans in my situation is like telling you of a web of dreams. In any case if, and this is an express condition, I get the job with the fruit company, I intend to pay all the debts I have here, the ones I left there, and buy myself a camera, visit Putin, and leave for the north, that is, Mexico." And in reply to a question from his mother, he says, "I am glad that you have such a high opinion of me. In any case it is improbable that anthropology becomes the only occupation of my mature years. It seems to me that investigating that which is dead beyond repair, as the aim of my life, seems a little paradoxical. I am sure of two things. The first one is that if I reach an authentically creative stage by around 35, my exclusive, or at least main, activity will be nuclear physics, genetics, or a subject of that sort, which brings together the most interesting aspects of the subjects I know. The second is that our America will be the scene of my adventures in a much more important way than I could have imagined. I feel that I have really learned to understand it, and I feel American, from that America whose character is distinct from all other people of this earth. Naturally, I will visit the rest of the world. Of my daily life I can tell you little that will interest you. In the mornings I go to work at the lab for a few hours. In the afternoons I go to the library or to a museum to learn something about this region. In the evenings I read medicine or any other subject, write a letter, domestic chores. I drink mate when I have some, and I get into interminable discussions with Campanera Hildagadi, a girl who is an operista and whom I, with my characteristic gentleness, try to persuade that she drops that shit of a party. She has a heart of platinum at the very least. Her help can be felt in all aspects of my daily life. It was the first time he mentioned Hilda, who later became his wife. This is a typical letter from Escobedo. In it he tells his mother, in any order as if he were talking to himself, all that he does, thinks, and plans to do. He thinks and writes, and his thoughts are a projection of what he plans for the future. He is involved in so many things, and his interest is so great, that he even has difficulty finding time for them. He says that at the age of 35 his main occupation might be nuclear physics, genetics, or a similar subject, and he managed to bring to fruition some of these projects in Cuba. When he was already a minister, he devoted his attention to these subjects as well as studying higher mathematics. And with reference to the fact that America would be the scene of his adventures, he really understood it and therefore felt deeply American. For us, his letter was very amusing and at the same time very worrying. We mistook his ideological development for lack of direction. Today, 30 years from the time he wrote them, besides being very funny, his letters are deeply interesting. From them one learns about the maturity of his thoughts, and one can glean his decision to become a man totally devoted to the liberation of the oppressed. May 1954 letter from Escobedo to his mother from Guatemala. May 10, 1954. Vieja. Besides looking towards a future tasting of asado 20, my residency is going forward, although with all the sloth typical of these lands, and I assume that in a month's time I will be able to go to the cinema without latching onto some kindly neighbor. I have been promised something that I think I already told father, and I also told him about my projects, but superficially. I have decided to leave this boarding house with a sleeping bag I inherited from a fellow national who traveled through these places. That way I will be able to see all the places I want to, except Putin, where one cannot go because it is the rainy season, and I will be able to climb some volcano, since I have wanted to look at the tonsils of Mother Earth for some time. This is the land of volcanoes and there are some for every taste. My taste is very simple, neither too high nor too active. In Guatemala I could become very rich, but through the base procedure of revalidating my degree, set up a clinic and devote myself to allergies. To do that would be the most heinous treason to the two that are already at war inside me, the sort of socialistic and the traveler. Warm and wet hugs because here it rains all the time. In May 1954 Escobedo was in Guatemala, but as his visa had expired and his residency request had been turned down, he traveled to El Salvador to get a visa there, in order to return to Guatemala. In another letter he tells us that in Honduras there was a fantastic strike, with 25% of the workforce on strike, and the newspapers of the opposition were inciting the people to revolt. There was a revolutionary climate. About the situation in Guatemala, Escobedo thought that the government of Arbenz would be respected, in spite of the blows against the government that had taken place. On June 20 he writes to his mother telling her what was going on in Guatemala when the attack by the Honduran forces commenced. June 1954 letter from Escobedo to his mother from Guatemala. June 20, 1954. Dear Vieja. This letter will reach you a little after your birthday, and you may be a bit concerned about me. Let me tell you that for the moment there is nothing to fear, although the same cannot be said of the future, even if personally I have the feeling of being inviolable. The situation along general lines is as follows. Some 5 or 6 days ago a pirate light aircraft that came from Honduras flew over Guatemala for the first time, without doing anything. The next day, as well as on successive days, various military installations of the country were bombed, and 2 days ago an aircraft bombed the lower neighborhoods of the city, killing a 2-year-old girl. The incident has served to unite all the Guatemalans behind their government as well as all those, like myself, who have felt attracted by Guatemala. Simultaneously, mercenary troops under the orders of an ex-army colonel, discharged for treason long ago, left Tegucigalpa, the capital of Honduras, from where they were transported to the frontier and are already deep inside Guatemalan territory. The government is proceeding very cautiously to avoid the United States declaring Guatemala the aggressor, and has limited itself to protesting to Tegucigalpa and to sending the complete file of events to the United Nations Security Council, allowing the invading forces to penetrate sufficiently into the country so that nobody could pretend it was one of the alleged boundary incidents. Colonel Arbenz is a man with guts, no doubt about that, and he is ready to die in his post if need be. His last speech did nothing but reaffirm this, which we already knew, and it gave us peace of mind. The danger is not in the number of troops who have entered the country at present, since it is infinitesimal, nor in the aircraft that do nothing but bomb the houses of civilians and machine gun some of them. The danger is in how the gringos manage their puppets at the United Nations, since a declaration, no matter how vague, would greatly help the invaders. The Americans have totally dropped the good guy mask that Roosevelt * had given them, and they are committing an outrage and a half around here. If matters reach a point where it is necessary to fight against planes and modern troops sent by the Fruit Company or the USA, there will be a fight. The morale of the people is very good, and the shamefaced attacks, added to the lies of the international press, have united all those who were indifferent towards the government, and there is a really combative mood. I am already registered with the Urgent Medical Assistance Service and have also joined the youth brigades to receive military instruction or whatever else. I do not think it will go any further, but we will know that after the meeting of the Security Council, which I believe is tomorrow. In any case, when you get this letter you will know how things have developed. Other than that, I have no news. As the Argentine embassy has been closed over the holidays, I have not had any fresh news after a letter from Beatriz and one from you last week. They say they will give me the job with the Ministry of Health any minute now, but since everyone has been very busy with all the mess, it seemed a bit imprudent to go and pester them about a little job, when they are all involved in more important matters. Well, Vieja, I hope you had as happy a birthday as possible in this year full of tragedies. As soon as I am able to, I will send further news. Ciao. There is no signature. Nervous tension grew in our home. We knew that Escobedo was not going to miss the opportunity of taking part in the defense of Guatemala if there was an invasion, so we were all hanging on every word of the wires that arrived constantly in Buenos Aires. We knew from his letter that he intended to take part in the struggle, not only through the Red Cross, but also as a combatant in the youth militias. July 1954 letter from Escobedo to his mother from Guatemala. July 4, 1954. Vieja. It has all gone by like a beautiful dream that one is bent upon continuing after one has woken up. Reality is knocking on many doors, and retribution is being meted out to the most ardent adherents of the old regime. Treason continues to be the preserve of the army, and once more the aphorism that says that the cancellation of the army is the true beginning of democracy is verified. The naked truth is that Arbenz did not rise to the occasion. This is how it all happened. After initiating the aggression from Honduras, and with no prior declaration of war or anything along those lines, the planes came to bomb the city. We were completely defenseless since there were no aircraft, no anti-aircraft artillery, or shelters. There were some deaths, not many. Panic, however, took over the people and above all the courageous and loyal army of Guatemala. A U.S. military mission met with the president and threatened him with bombing Guatemala properly and reducing it to rubble, as well as with the declaration of war by Honduras and Nicaragua, which the United States would make its own because there were mutual assistance treaties in existence. The military shat themselves and gave Arbenz an ultimatum. He failed to see that the city was full of reactionaries and that the houses that would be lost would be theirs and not the people's, since the people have nothing and it was the people who were defending the government. He did not remember, in spite of the examples set by Korea and Indochina, that an armed people is an invincible power. He could have armed the people and he chose not to. This is the result. I already had my little job, but I lost it immediately, so I am back to the beginning, but without debts, as I decided to cancel them because of force majeure. I live comfortably because a good friend returned a favor, and I do not need anything. Of my future life I know nothing, except that I may go to Mexico. I am a little ashamed to admit that I had the most marvelous time during these past days. That magic feeling of invulnerability that I was telling you about in a previous letter made me relish seeing people running around like mad as soon as they saw the planes, or at night, during the blackouts when the city was filled with bullets. By the way, I'll tell you that light bombers are quite imposing. I saw one launching itself against a target relatively near where I was, and one could see the aircraft growing larger by the minute, while from its wings little tongues of fire escaped intermittently. And the noise of its machine guns, as well as that of the light machine guns shooting at it, was deafening. Suddenly it was suspended in the air for a moment, horizontally, and then very quickly it dived very fast and you felt the earth shaking due to the bomb. Now it is all over and you can only hear the fireworks of the reactionary lot, who crawl out of the soil like ants to celebrate their triumph, to try and lynch the communists, as they have labeled all the members of the previous government. Embassies are full to capacity and ours, together with the Mexican one, is the most overcrowded. If you want to have an idea of the politics of this government, I will give you some information. One of the first villages taken by the invaders was a property of the fruit company in which the employees were on strike. When they arrived they immediately declared the strike over, took the leaders to the cemetery and killed them by throwing grenades at their chests. One very dark night, when a plane was flying over, fireworks came out of the church. The first thanksgiving was by the bishop, the second by Foster Dulles, who is the lawyer of the fruit company. Today, July 4th, there is a solemn mass with all the scenic apparatus, and all the newspapers congratulate the government of the USA on their National Day in exaggerated terms. Vieja, I shall see how I send you these letters, because if I send them by post it will ruin my nerves. A hug for all. Letter from Escobedo to his Aunt Beatriz from Guatemala. July 22, 1954. Dear Beatriz. Here it was all great fun with shots, bombardments, speeches, and other events, which interrupted the monotony in which I lived. I will be leaving in a few days, I don't know how many, for Mexico, where I intend to make a fortune selling whale bones for shirt collars. In any case, I will be on the alert to go to the next flare-up, since there certainly will be one, because the Yankees cannot live without defending democracy somewhere or other. Big hugs from your adventurer nephew. He always wrote to Beatriz with jokes in order to counter the nervous tension in which he kept her. When he writes to her he seems to be treating the revolution as a joke, but later on he says that he will be on the alert to go to the next flare-up. It is evident that Escobedo had by now become aware that underdeveloped countries could only liberate themselves from the exploitation of imperialism by means of armed struggle. Letter from Escobedo to his mother from Guatemala. August 7, 1954. Dear Vieja. From my life in Guatemala there is nothing left to tell, since its rhythm is that of any dictatorial American colony. I have tidied up my affairs here and I am leaving for Mexico. He ends with an affectionate until the next one and does not sign his name. This letter is full of memories and family news, which I have left out. We were always waiting for his news. At the time, anyone who was not with the government of Castillo Armas was not safe in Guatemala and far less those who, like Escobedo, had shown that they were militants on the left. In this letter he tells his mother that he is leaving for Mexico, but does not know where to go from there. It is evident that the catastrophic fall of Arbenz had disoriented him. Letter from Escobedo to his parents from Guatemala. August 1954. Dear Viejos. I asked for asylum at the Argentine embassy, where they treated me very well, but I did not appear in the official list of those who had been given asylum. The storm is all over now and I will leave for Mexico in a few days, but until I tell you otherwise, please write to me here. I think you sent me too many clothes and spent too much on me, and maybe I am a bit prissy, but I feel that I do not deserve it. Not all the clothes will be useful because my latest motto is, travel light with strong legs and the stomach of a fakir. Give my regards to the gang from Guatemala. Please treat the young woman who will arrive with you as well as possible. When all this calms down and things take on a different rhythm, I will write to you more precisely. For all of you, a hug from the firstborn, the request that you forgive me for all the shocks received and that you forget about me. Whatever comes has always fallen from above. In America nobody dies of hunger, and I suspect that neither do they in Europe. Ciao. Echo Beto. This letter was written in an almost illegible hand. It was one of the last from Guatemala. Now we were convinced that Echo Beto would not return to Argentina, as we had asked him to and as we thought he would do when we sent him clothes and money. By now, we had a new definition of our son. Echo Beto would carry on foot with his backpack, eating whatever he could and on the path he had decided for himself. He was now beginning to fit the description of himself 21 that he had given when he was leaving Buenos Aires for Bolivia with Calica Ferrer. Political asylum seekers from Guatemala. General Juan Domingo Perón, President of the Argentine Republic, gave political asylum to the people who had sought refuge at the Argentine embassy when Colonel Castillo Armas took over the government of Guatemala with the support of the United States. In order to comply with this decision, several military aircraft took off from the airport of Palomar, in the province of Buenos Aires. They would return to the Argentine capital carrying more than 100 asylum seekers. The captain of one of those planes, an acquaintance of mine, offered to take letters, clothes, food, and money to Echo Beto. It was July 1954. We already knew that Echo Beto would not travel with the exiles, but we went to Palomar anyway to pick up his letters. The captain who had brought the flight back told me that Echo Beto had rejected the invitation to return to Argentina and would travel on to Mexico. All the exiles who arrived in Buenos Aires were lodged at the immigration hotel and, by order of Perón, around 30 of them, branded as communists, were taken to jail to await trial at Villa Devoto. This way Perón saved face in front of the United States. They were kept in detention for several days and then set free. Responding to a request from Echo Beto made in writing, we found jobs in Buenos Aires for many of them, within our capabilities. Guatemala. Echo Beto had arrived in Guatemala towards the end of 1953 and stayed there until after the fall of President Arbenz. During his stay he carried on reading, studying, sometimes practicing medicine and embarking on his usual excursions to the ruins, thus nurturing his passion for archaeology. When he left for Mexico he sent us a box containing more than 100 books that dealt with subjects such as statistics, economics, geography, the majority dealing with political and social aspects. All this proved that he was taking a greater interest in those subjects. His letters offer us today an interesting insight into his life, but they are not a complete guide to his aspirations and projects. Those chatty, amusing and juicy letters lack something, and that was precisely the turn that his life had taken. He had decided to study the peoples he was encountering and their financial destitution, the product of American imperialism. In his letters he had not spoken of Professor White *, but simply of a gringo who had become his friend. We learned precisely who White was after Che had left for Cuba, and the same happened with several of the important people whom he met in Guatemala and Mexico. One of those people was Dr. Alfonso Bauer Pais *, who at the time was president of the National Agrarian Bank, and who was also a member of the Political Commission of the Revolutionary Party of Guatemala. Professor Bauer was a friend of Echo Beto and Hilda Guidi. In 1977, while in Cuba with the post of advisor to the Ministry of Justice, he gave an interview to the journalist Aldo Isidron del Valle, for Granma.22. The interview was published on October 29, 1977, and the following paragraphs referring to Echo Beto are from said article. He was a young doctor, but did not look like one, but rather like a student, restless and cheerful. Echo Beto had told Hilda Guidi that he wanted to meet me, as he knew that I worked for the Arbenz administration and that I knew the politics of Guatemala in depth. However, I was surprised that Echo Beto, who was a doctor, should take an interest in me, a lawyer who dabbled in economics, instead of being interested in my brothers, who were doctors. Later I realized that what he sought was not a professional. The natural talent, simple, frank and jovial, of Escobedo contrasted with the doctoral pose of the other visitor. 23. The meeting was animated not just because of Ernesto's conversational skills, but because of the subjects broached as well. That afternoon we began a long discussion about political matters in our America, which lasted well into the night. So many years have gone by that it is impossible to remember in detail that conversation, but broadly we discussed, among other subjects, Peronism, the Venezuelan movement for democratic action, opera, and the currents that run along similar lines. We analyzed the situation in Guatemala. If I am to speak with total candor, the degree of political awareness of the three participants in that friendly encounter was as follows. Ricardo was a liberal who was a member of the Argentine Radical Party, while Escobedo and I, although quite influenced by Marxist ideology, still had certain political ideas that were populist, something that was in vogue during the 40s and early 50s. What Dr. Bauer says here is correct in relation to himself, but I believe, and I reinforce my belief when I reread his letters, that Escobedo had already gone beyond the populist line and had made a move towards Marxism. And Dr. Bauer continues. This explains the fact that in the spontaneous dialogue that took place, people like Juan José Arevalo were mentioned with affection. I remember that we also agreed in saying that Victor Raúl Haya de la Torre, Romulo Betancourt, José Figueres * and others were adopting opportunist stances, which became more and more evident and which would unavoidably reduce them to having to give in to the political interests of Washington. As Bauer himself says, too many years had gone by since that discussion to remember the details, and for that reason I believe that he was unable to gauge the full weight of Ernesto's socio-political ideas. According to my calculations, this meeting must have taken place around March 1954. By then it was already possible to glean Ernesto's Marxist ideology through his letters, in which he refers to Karl Marx as Saint Charles. Bauer goes on. Escobedo criticized the lack of unity of the political parties that supported Arbenz, Acción Revolucionaria, Partido de la Revolución Guatemalteca, Renovación Nacional, etc. And the PGT or Workers' Party of Guatemala, with the communist ideology, which had been infiltrated and divided. In this alliance of the parties, the PGT, although a minority party, preserved the hegemony of political decisions in relation to agrarian reform and important aspects of the economy, matters concerning the workers and international policy. Their unity was more apparent than real. These were details that Escobedo pointed out, while also emphasizing the threat of a much anticipated American imperialist coup. Escobedo believed that it was necessary to organize the defense by the people and to be ready to fight. How could I have imagined that evening that fate had given me the most honored distinction in my life, to establish a friendship with the man who, through his momentous deeds, would become the archetype of the hero, the revolutionary and the liberator? How could one have had the intuition to predict that that young man, Escobedo Guevara, Che, would become the heroic guerrilla? 24. I did not see a lot of him in Guatemala since the country was undergoing a period of agitation caused by the daily aerial bombardment launched by the imperialists to harass the capital city. The statements about Che by this well-informed politician gave us an idea of the true sense of Ernesto's journey, through which he was becoming a soldier of the Americas. The precautions that he took in his correspondence to leave out names and details of places, disguise locations, and omit dates were an attempt to divert our attention from the possibility that he was taking an active part in any revolutionary struggle. Our spirit crumbled as we began to realize the absolute truth of his decisions. Part 7, Mexico, 1954-6. W. Had happened in Guatemala had given Escobedo experience, and now in Mexico, having entered with his papers in order, it would not be to his advantage to be noticed as a man who had been politically in agreement with Arbenz, who had just been deposed. The lesson of Guatemala made him more cautious, but propelled him further to the left. Letter to Tita Infante from Mexico. Mexico 29, 9, 54. Dear Tita. Today, from a distance, material and spiritual, that separates me from Guatemala, I reread your letter to reply to it, and it seemed strange. I found in it a special warmth in your desperation not to be able to do anything that really moves me. I would like to think that a lot of it was because of me, but I imagine that it was mostly caused by Guatemala. Inside and out we felt the same, just like the Spanish Republic, betrayed by those inside as well as those outside. We did not fall with the same nobility. The moment was different as well, as all that the comrades I took the liberty of sending you may have explained, but there was something missing anyway. From here I look at things with a totally different perspective, and I begin to realize that Mexico played the role in this sad farce of France in that other one. The climate one breathes is totally different from that of Guatemala. Here too you can say what you like, but on condition that you are able to pay for it somewhere, that is, we breathe the democracy of the dollar. Frankly, I prefer to immerse myself in the ruins rather than hear one of the best poets of Mexico say that it was folly for Guatemala to flirt with Russia. The enemies of Guatemala were the communists. They have already forgotten who paid for the aircraft and who placed the puppet they have now, and all the rest of it. Argentina manages to have, with its enormous proportion of castrated people, a strength that enables it to maintain a far more coherent policy than that of this country, where individual courage is an axiomatic requirement. My aspirations have not changed, and my immediate goal is Europe and then Asia. How, that is another story. About Mexico, beyond that general impression, I cannot tell you anything definitive, nor about myself. I hope that you have finished, or are about to finish, that shit of a career you got into and are preparing your wings to fly off somewhere, if that one or another one does not cut them off with the prosaic scissors of marriage. Tita, my ever-ready hug and my thanks for writing me such a lovely letter as the one about Guatemala. Echo Beto. Letter from Echo Beto to his father, dated September 30, 1954. Viejo. I have seen enough of Mexico to realize that matters will not be very easy, but I have arrived here with a bulletproof spirit. Petit has looked after me really well. He took me to visit some sites in Mexico and invited me permanently to his home, but I have preferred to keep a certain degree of independence, at least while the money you sent me lasts. Petit talks of a scholarship, which would solve my financial problem and would allow me to do whatever I wanted, apart from studying something, which would not do me any harm after such a long time. Eventually I will apply for a visa for the USA and will accept whatever is offered over there, but that would be in a few months' time. Letter from Echo Beto to his mother from Mexico. October 10, 1954. Esteemed and venerated mother. As for the bitterness you see in my recent letters, it is possibly true, but I do not notice it, except in a certain skepticism when confronted with matters in which in the past I saw some good. My utmost disenchantment is with certain situations that are neither fish nor fowl and out of which I thought I could get something. Now I am totally convinced that the middle of the road cannot be anything but a first step towards treason. The bad thing is that, at the same time, I do not have the decisive attitude that I should have had a long time ago, because deep down I am a total slob and do not wish to see my career thwarted by iron discipline. My faith in the final triumph of what I believe in is total, but I will not even be an actor or a spectator who is interested in the action. Perhaps it is from this situation that the tinge of bitterness that others have also noted comes. The truth is that the Barrabases are always going against the current in everything, and I have not taken the decision to stop being one. The triumph in Guatemala of Castillo Armas over President Jacobo Arbenz, and the collapse of the government presided over by the latter, were a hard lesson for Echo Beto, so he is examining his conscience in depth here. He had always been able to do this and could be ruthless when judging himself. The letter ended with jokes for all the family. Another letter from Echo Beto to his mother from Mexico. This letter has no date or place, but it must be early November 1954. Once Echo Beto left Guatemala and arrived in Mexico, he had to earn a living somehow and he became a street photographer. Many of those who knew him then remember him like that. He bought himself a rather good camera and went from being a doctor to being a street photographer. In some of his letters, with his trademark humor, he would tell how he used his charm to entertain the mothers who brought their children to have their picture taken. Vieja, my Vieja. Even Beatrice has decided to retaliate, and the telegrams she used to send no longer come. To tell you about my life is to repeat myself, since I am not doing anything new. Photography continues to give me enough to live on, and there is no solid hope that I will leave it in the near future, in spite of the fact that I work mornings in research in 2 local hospitals. I think that the best thing that could happen to me would be to be smuggled in as a rural doctor very near the capital, which would enable me to devote more time to medicine more comfortably for a few months. I do this research because I realize that all that I learned about allergies from Pisani, including his methodology, now that I have the opportunity to compare myself with people who have studied in the USA and who know what they are doing as far as orthodox knowledge goes, is several leagues ahead of all this, and I want to practice all the tricks of his system so that I can land on my feet wherever I go. The scholarship is a dream that I have now abandoned, and I believe that in that large country one should not ask, one should just do it, and that's that. You know, I've always been in favor of drastic decisions, and here they pay really well because everybody is very lazy, but they do not mind others doing the work, so I have free rein, be it here or in the countryside, where I might yet go. Naturally, this does not make me lose sight of my true north, which is Europe, and where I intend to go no matter what. I have not lost even half a gram of anger and antipathy, but I want to see New York at least. I do not have the slightest fear of the result, and I know that I shall leave as anti-American as I arrived. Communists do not have the same idea of what friendship is as you have, but between them they do, and it is the same as yours or better. I saw that clearly in Guatemala after the coup, when it was every man for himself. The communists preserved their faith and their camaraderie intact, and they were the only group that kept on functioning there. This letter is in reply to a letter from Celia, in which she wrote about the communists whom Escobedo sent to her in Argentina, with a recommendation asking her to look after them. It is possible that one of them may have behaved incorrectly. Escobedo says the following to his mother: I believe that they deserve respect, and that sooner or later I will join the party. What prevents me from doing so is above all the fact that, at the moment, I have an enormous desire to travel around Europe, and I could not do that while submitting to a rigid discipline. Vieja, see you in Paris. As usual, Escobedo ends the letter without a signature. Letter to Tita Infante. Mexico, November 29, 1954. I did not reply immediately because I'm still in great financial straits and I have to do conjuring tricks, as well as fast, to get to the end of the month without debts. The information you offer me is of interest and will also be very useful for the people here who have no news. Do send them in full detail and with no scruples. Any strange nose that comes sniffing, where it should not, stops taking an interest when it finds out it is for me, because I have the reputation of being a first-class madman, and nobody attaches any importance to anything I say, think, or do. Talking about you, I can see that your small disaster is going to your head and preventing you from doing anything right. Although I am full of vitality by nature, unlike you, I have had my moments of abandonment or, better still, of pessimism. I imagine it must be something similar to that boredom without horizons that you find yourself in. When that happens as a passing thing that lasts a day, I cure it with some mate and a couple of poems. When it comes with a will to remain, I do like the Chinese in wartime too until it leaves the way it arrived. Giving advice is something new for me, and to give advice to you who always felt like my mother is even more strange, but I will attempt it in general anyway. First, finish your degree as soon as possible, bluffing or any other way. Second, as soon as you have your degree, you must get the hell out of there, at least for a while. I would really like to inject you with some of that materialistic love that I have for life, of which I conscientiously enjoy every moment. But for that I would need more than a letter and my poor capacity to convince you. Besides, I would be a hypocrite if I put myself forward as an example, because all I did was run away from all that bothered me, and even today, when I believe that I am about to face up to the struggle, I carry on my pilgrimage wherever events take me, without even thinking of going back to Argentina to fight my war. I admit that this is my greatest headache, because I have this terrible struggle between chastity and desire, and I can see shamefacedly that I prostitute myself at every opportunity. I started off trying to give you some advice and ended up telling you my problems. Going back to the uncomfortable subject of advice, I will give you my last: always throw fears overboard because they complicate matters. It is always better to have the bittersweet taste in your mouth of a frustrated yearning than an unfounded image of what might have been. To conclude, that business of thanking me for the trust one place in you sounds hollow or like false modesty. You know full well that I trust you completely, because this does not depend on some isolated fact, but on the full knowledge I have of your qualities, and playing the shrinking violet is not right. I do not thank you for that type of proof, I demand it, which is quite different. This is now getting very dogmatic, so to put an end to it, let me tell you that I earn my living photographing kids in the park and doing interviews with CHES3 who turn up here, for the Latin news agency, that progeny of Perones. As I was telling you at the beginning, it does not always yield enough to eat, above all to calm my hunger, which is that of a wolf, but there are signs that this will improve, and if it does not, it cannot get worse either, which in itself is some consolation. My financial misfortune becomes as immaterial as it is chronic, while, on the other hand, the scientific accolade I have had in Mexico gave me medical optimism, and I went to work like mad on allergies, for free, for a hospital. In any case, the results will be good, because Pisani is several leagues ahead of any other allergist of the Western world at least, although you have your doubts. This leads me to think that my financial situation will also change, since success in these happy lands of God turns into money if one is not a total idiot. Well, I will now exercise some self-control, otherwise I will write an encyclopedia in one sitting. Ciao, Tita, I send you the always affectionate hug of your roving friend, together with the hope of materializing it soon in some corner of the world, and from doctor to doctor, tell them to write if you see one. Letter from Escobedo to his mother from Mexico. This has no date, but it was written towards the end of 1954. Vieja, my Vieja. It is true that I am rather lazy when it comes to writing, but the guilty party was, as usual, Mr. Money. It seems that the end of the unfortunate financial year of 54, which treated me like dirt, coincides with the end of my chronic hunger. I now have a job as a columnist with Agencia Latina, where I earn 700 Mexican pesos, which is the equivalent of 700 of yours, and provides me with the financial means of subsistence. Besides, it has the advantage of requiring only 3 hours 3 times a week. This enables me to spend the mornings at the hospital, where I am stirring things up with Pisani's method. My immediate plans are to spend 6 months in Mexico, which interests me and which I like a lot, and, during that time, casually ask for a visa to go and meet properly the sons of a big power, for as Arevalo calls them. If I succeed I will go, and if not I shall decide what to do instead. All this without discounting the possibility of a direct trip behind the Cortisone 5 to see what is going on there. As you can see, nothing new since my previous letter. In the scientific field I am very enthusiastic and take advantage of it, because this will not last. I am doing 2 pieces of research and I might start on a third one, all about allergy, and although I do it very slowly, I continue to collect material for a little book that will see the light of day, if it does, in several years' time, and which carries the presumptuous title The Function of the Doctor in Latin America. I can speak with some authority on the subject because, although I do not know a lot about medicine, I have Latin America well sussed out. Of course, there is nothing yet beyond a general outline and some 3 or 4 chapters, but I have a lot of time. Ernesto's mother had written him a letter in which she said the difference in the way she saw things and the way he saw them was growing. Escobedo replied as follows. With reference to the differences between the way you and I see things, which you say is growing, I can assure you that it will not be for much longer. That which you so fear is reached by two paths, the positive one, where you are totally convinced, or the negative one, as a result of total disillusionment. I arrived via the second one, to be immediately convinced that one must continue by the former. The way in which the gringos treat Latin America was causing me a growing indignation, but at the same time I was studying the theory behind the motives for their behavior and found it to be scientific. Then there was Guatemala, and all that is difficult to describe, to see how the object of one's enthusiasm was being diluted by the will of those gentlemen, and how the new tall story of red culpability and criminality was forged, and how the same Guatemalan traitors lent themselves to the propagation of it in order to be in a position to beg something from the new order. At what point I left behind reason to have something akin to faith, I cannot tell you, not even approximately, because the road was long and full of setbacks. The year was 1955. Argentina was beginning to experience popular discontent due to the economic crisis that led to the devaluation of the currency. The opposition, allied to the clergy, were cornering the government of General Perón. Ernesto's letter goes on. Please send me all the news you can from there, because we are totally confused here, since the newspapers only publish the mess Perón is in with the clergy and we know nothing about the upheaval. I would like you to send me, even by sea, several pages of La Prensa over the next few days. After all, for 20 cents you can send a lot of newspapers. Using that sense of humor and irony that is particular to Buenos Aires, and because he was really close to his mother, Escobedo says, referring to an aunt of hers who was ill and very wealthy. In order to earn yourself a little inheritance, tell your Aunt Mecha that I lit a candle to the Virgin of Guadalupe 6 and prayed for her eternal return to health. Referring to his brother Juan Martín, whom he adored, Escobedo says to his mother, tell Tudito 7 that I cannot send him any photos because they are so good that I sell them before they have dried, but I am sending him my noble likeness so that he can show off. He then adds a few illegible words and says goodbye to his mother with a hug and a Happy New Year. Letter from Escobedo to his father from Mexico. The date of this letter says 10th, the year is 1955. Dear Viejo, as usual I am writing late to congratulate you on your 25th date, a memorable age when you will begin to settle down and all that. I imagine that you spent the ominous date trying to forget it as much as possible and that by now you will have accepted being a year older. I am always waiting for my financial situation to become sufficiently comfortable to be able to send a present to a member of the family, but there seems no way of reconciling the debits and the credits. For the moment I am just about managing. When I am able to do so, I will send you the missing present in the shape of a book, which may be, The Hidden Truth of the Korean War or Guatemala, Democracy and the Empire, you know, any little thing that will inform as well as delight you. So that you stop whining about my phony plans, I will tell you about one that is serious, to catch a fair wind and set sail towards Europe. This plan is a bit vague, but it is all I can tell you for now. My intentions are to get a scholarship from France, stay there for a year and then head for the Corazon any way I can, with Comrade Mao ** as the final goal, but India is also on the agenda. The scholarship is up in the air, but there are signs that it could yet happen. My weapons would be 3 or 4 scientific papers, which are very good. One of them in particular I hope will open the doors of any European university so that I can improve myself at leisure. Perhaps I had written to Escobedo that I was considering going to Mexico to work. He says about that country. As to what you say about Mexico, it is ridiculous in every sense and I will not tire of repeating what I said to Ani. The upheaval is taking place throughout the world and now in giant steps with the change of government in Russia. Mexico is totally in the hands of the Americans, so much so that for Nixon's arrival they threw all the Puerto Rican nationalists as well as dissidents of any other flavor into jail, and they are keeping them under lock and key, nobody knows where. The press does not say anything and they have been forbidden to print anything, under threat of closure. Far more dangerous than the Mexican police is the FBI. They move around here as if they were at home and arrest people without any justification. This is the political scene. The financial one is terrible, prices go up at an alarming rate, and the rot is such that all the trade union leaders have been bought and betray their members by signing unfair contracts with various American companies, thus delaying the possibility of strikes for 1 or 2 years. In Mexico there are practically no independent industries and even less free trade. This country is heading for total disintegration, and I am not exaggerating. The only way you could make any money here would be by being a pimp for the Americans, something that I advise you against for a variety of reasons. Argentina is an oasis in our America. We should give Perón all the support possible to avoid going into a war that promises to be terrible, whether you like it or not. That is how it is. Nixon is already touring all those countries, apparently to set the quotas of men and cheap raw materials, which each of the poor countries of America will contribute to the new Koreas. You may find all this rather a wild rant and maybe false, but not for very long, I believe. Beyond this subject I have little to tell you, having informed you about the main topics concerning my livelihood and projects. I have grown tired of talking nonsense and you of reading it, more so now that our letters have crossed, so that I leave you wishing you all the things that one wishes when one's old man has a birthday, and sending you a big hug for you and all the gang. I am not sending you stamps because I am writing and sending it without going home, but I will put them in my next. Ciao. Letter from Escobedo to his Aunt Beatriz. April 9, 1955. Little Auntie. I know, I am ungrateful, a bad nephew, a hypocrite, a red, etc. The following happened, when I was full of enthusiasm and about to tackle the pile of all my unanswered mail. The hurricane of the Second Pan American Games fell upon me and I surrendered to the worthy task of informing the Latin American public in great detail about the development of events, besides supplying them with beautiful photographs which brought together immediacy and beauty. Once the great event came to a close, I proceeded to carry out the last interviews with those who had harvested their sporting laurels. Once the operation was finalized, and having conveniently congratulated the staff covering the games, a laconic telegram arrived from the Agencia Latina, in which it informed us that it was bringing to a close all transmissions and that each correspondent could do what he thought best with the personnel in his charge. To learn this news and to devote myself body and soul to biting my bottom were one and the same. I succeeded yesterday, belonging from that day on to the race of the single-cheeked. His Aunt Beatriz probably offered to ask someone for a job for Escobedo in some pharmaceutical company, to which he replies. Of the famous position you offered me in several letters, I can only tell you, to introduce a pinch of seriousness, that in spite of all my roaming around, my repeated fecklessness and other defects, I have deep and well-defined convictions, and these convictions prevent me from taking over a position of the type you describe, because those companies are dens of thieves of the worst species, since they traffic in human health, of which I consider myself a protector. I did not reply earlier because of the assignment at the games, but in any case the reply is the same. I am poor but honest, as the thieves say. A large hug for you, for the timid newlywed, for her bald groom and her Silita.9. Always lovingly. Stalin 2. Letter to Tita Infante. Mexico, April 10, 1955. Dear Tita. As always, I received your letter with great joy and as usual I have taken a long time to reply. Apologies are unimportant, but I have had to give them lavishly because my silence was almost total during this period, so that with you I omit them. I will only tell you that I had the coveted post of sports commentator for Agencia Latina, which operates with capital related at the very least to our daddy in the Pink House. 10 My work during the Pan American Games was exhausting in all sense of the word, since I had to compile the news, take the photos and be a guide to the journalists who arrived from South America. The average hours of sleep did not exceed 4 during the games, owing to the fact that I was the one who also developed and printed the photographs. All this work was supposed to have its financial compensation in the shape of some $4,000, which would be mine after so much coming and going, but the unexpected happened when the Agencia Latina went bust without any warning, from one day to the next and without paying out a quinto. I suspect that it is due to a secret negotiation between the two daddies. Or maybe the one in the pink house got stuffed without further ado. You probably know all this better than I do, because here everything arrives distorted by distance and one never knows what to believe. My projects are fluid and conditional, for a change. If they give me the money they owe me, I will go on a trip across Mexico in order to see this country well, and then I will go to visit Cuba to complete my Latin American map. Maybe at the end of the year I will be in Caracas again, with my great friend Granado, who constantly insists that I join him so that we can carry on together. What stops me is that Alberto is earning a lot of money, and that is always a deterrent that deprives the subject in question of the energy to roam. In any case, he and I went on that lengthy trip together all over Latin America, and I have never found a companion like him, in every sense. During our lengthy materialistic debates we looked for the place to set up our stall together, and not long ago he wrote to me from Italy where he is on a course, suggesting we renew our association, around 19. Scientifically speaking, I am a first-class failure. All my great research projects went with the same wind that swept the agencia, and I find myself limited to submitting a modest paper in which I repeat the research done by Pisani about semi-digested foodstuffs. This paper will be read at the Mexican Conference on Allergy on the 23rd of this month, and I will send it to you if it is published anywhere, simply for its curiosity value, as there is nothing new in it, since it is a repetition of theories. As for my other problem, it seems that I prostituted myself completely and my last crisis of conscience went with the wind. Maybe your letter had an influence on this, but if so, it was because the seed was already there. I sent a brainy study about the fall of Uncle Jacobo 11 to the capital behind the Cortisone and, on the basis of this, I asked for an invitation to travel there, but the operation failed, so I go on my cheeky way, abandoned and ignored. I hope, Tita, that we will meet soon when turning any corner of any old European city, I with a passably full stomach and you with your degree in your hand. For the moment this is all we can aspire to, but the future belongs to the people, so let us await it with confidence. Until the distant future, or the less distant one of our European meeting, arrives, receive a warm and tight embrace from your friend, as always. Letter from Escobedo to his mother from Mexico. May 9, 1955. Oldest Vieja. Your firstborn has already joined the annals of history as a distinguished doctor in allergies and would soon have gone into the police records as dead from starvation, had it not been for the charity of friendly hands first, and then due to my great scientific merits. The latter enabled me to obtain a scholarship at the General Hospital of Mexico. The scholarship includes lodgings, food, laundry, but no monies. Said monies will be given to me by means of subterfuge beyond the budget, according to those who promise these things. I don't necessarily believe this, but it makes no difference. Money is an interesting luxury, but nothing else. The work I read before an audience did not have the success that it would seem from the small article I include, but it was well received and resulted in congratulations from the chief of Mexican allergy, as well as that poxy scholarship I have told you about. As you already know, the Agencia Latina went bust and left no trace of it ever having set foot on Mexican soil, owing me some 4,000 pesos, which I do not envisage ever receiving. I was about to go to the United States or at least to Nuevo Laredo on the frontier to work on allergies, but I decided to accept this position, which gives me the facilities and the opportunity to compile, during the period of the assignment, some 3 or 4 articles on the specialization, which would be published in a magazine there is here. During a break I took while writing this letter, I received another one from you in which you tell me that there is another doctor in the family, as well as all the other stupidities 13 done by said new doctor. Well, the family is disintegrating in accordance with natural law, but at least you have them next to you so that you can have those juicy and low-key discussions that are usual at home. With reference to the 10 years, 2 have already lapsed, but I do not think that this total separation will last more than 2 more years, at most, since my medical shares are going up, and I think that at my next stop I will be able to live more in accordance with my status. The next step could be the USA, Venezuela, or Cuba. But my firm goal continues to be Paris, and I will get there even if I have to swim the Atlantic. Large stocks of kisses for everyone, and until the next one. As usual, he does not sign his name. Letter from Escobedo to his father from Mexico. May 27, 1955. Dear Viejo. The decreasing order of replies, note what an important person I am, means that it is now your turn. I have the problem again of what to say, since almost everything has been said to some other member of the family who so lovingly concern themselves over my health. I, with my post in the hospital, seem to be a copy of you and your aspirations, because I spend 24 hours a day discussing illnesses and how to cure them. After submitting my paper, and when they finally approved my internship, I launched myself into the attempt to prove in vitro the presence of antibodies in allergic subjects, to try to manufacture the so-called propectanes, a little bit of nourishment digested in such a way that if the patient then eats the complete food it does not harm him, an attempt to prove that hyaluronidase, let us see if you know as much as you say you do, is an important factor in the mechanism that produces the allergy, and 2 projects in collaboration. One is rather imposing, with the top man of allergy in Mexico, M. Salazar Malin, and another project with one of the good doctors in chemistry that Mexico has, about a problem of which I only have an intuition, but I think something worthwhile will come of it. These are my scientific prospects. These same prospects enable me to suggest the possibility of a change in my aspiration to roam aimlessly. I am waiting for some recommendation to march onto the fields where dawn is maturing, as they say. In any case, although everything is green and although my convictions grow firmer by the day, I will not let slip the opportunity of embarking on some extra little trip. Havana in particular attracts my attention to fill my heart with landscapes well interspersed with quotes from Lenin's star. All this that I'm saying is not to make you angry, it is the whole truth. I had for a moment the idea of going to the conference on allergy in Brazil and from there to drop in on you, but I discarded it because I would have had to start now to arrive on time, since it is difficult to travel that far without any means, and I did not want to do that. Escobedo writes about what he does and what he intends to do in the scientific field, but he cannot stop himself mentioning ideas and projects related to what he was really already doing. He talks of the landscapes he would see in Havana, but also of the quotes from Lenin. What did one thing have to do with the other? It was clear that Escobedo already knew where he was going, and what he was going for, and also that the expedition would end in a socialist revolution. Although he had not yet met Fidel Castro, Escobedo was aware of the revolution he was preparing through the Cubans he knew in Mexico. He tells me also not to get angry, that everything is true. He was referring to my frustrated hope that he would become a true scientist. I think that I told you that the Agencia Latina has promised me a trip to Melbourne for next year, something that I have now totally forgotten, since they are not paying me, but I liked the idea and I would have loved to see some kangaroos. Of my present daily life I cannot tell you anything because everything is a succession of ward, lab, and library, enlivened by some translations from English. Viejo, until the candles stop burning, and a hug. As usual he does not sign. June 1955 letter from Escobedo to his mother from Mexico. June 17, 1955. Dear Vieja. I am writing you this letter of congratulations in the midst of the uncertainties caused by the events and contradictory news that arrives from there. Escobedo was referring to the events in 1955 when the Argentine Navy launched its attack on the government of General Juan Domingo Perón. The political situation in our country had grown more explosive by the day. Perón was unable to govern even when he had the majority of the people on his side, and a coup was rumored in the military circles opposed to Peronism. The church had joined the protests, which came from all sides, and this was serious for the government. I hope that matters are not as serious as we are told, and I hope none of our relatives are involved in a mess that cannot be resolved. According to the news that arrived here, the figures for the dead are high, almost frighteningly so for Argentina. And the impression that the majority of the dead are civilians who got it without asking for it increases the feeling of discomfort and bewilderment that I get from reading the news, in spite of the fact that I do not believe most of what I read because it has been censored, twisted, or simply made up in order to have something to publish, since people read the news from Buenos Aires avidly. I hope your day dawns without bombs or anything of that sort, since it is fitting that you start this new year of your life in peace after all the upheaval you have had since I left. Please write to me quickly giving me everybody's news and tell me what the doctor is up to and when he is getting married. Today, remembering you, I fell prey, like in tango lyrics, to a melancholic need to miss those days when I had no work or words to that effect. The main thing is that I am in a tango mood, or feeling like an Argentine, a condition I always ignored. I think that is an indication of approaching old age, or maybe that I miss my sweet and peaceful home where, lulled by the soft rhythms of family arguments, my childhood and my youth were spent. However, you must get your aunt's inheritance, even if you have to kill for it, and then you must go to Paris, where we will meet. I think you would like it. For me it is a biological need, which I feel is feasible and is maturing continually. I don't know if it's the right word, but I think it is an aunt leche. My non-medical life goes on with a monotonous Sunday rhythm, marked by a prowess such as climbing the Popocatépetl, Mexico's most important volcano, at 5,400 meters high. Honestly, for me it was both easy and thrilling, and as I see that I have the minimal conditions required, I intend to repeat the exploit on the highest peak of Mexico and the second highest in North America, the Orizaba, but I will have to wait a little because it is expensive. July 1955 letter from Escobedo to his mother from Mexico. This reads Buenos Aires, July 20, 1955. Escobedo wrote Buenos Aires instead of Mexico by mistake. Or because he was thinking about his country. With no excuse whatsoever, I did not write for several days without really knowing why, because even in my work I am better organized and have a little time for myself. One of the reasons that made me wait a little before writing was your analysis of what happened in Argentina. I am in total disagreement with all your analysis, a little a posteriori and a little a priori with reference to the dates that you mentioned. Things from here look as dark as from there, but there are some things we are able to know because of the present news and because of previous experience. The monstrous demos of Catholics is something that I cannot get into my head. I remember the monstrous demonstrations of the Union Democratica 15, which then turned into a mere trickle when there were clean elections. Others, for whom there is no possible escape from the judgment of history, are those pilot shits who, after killing people indiscriminately, fly on to Montevideo to say that they did their duty with their faith in God. It is astonishing that people cry because their Sunday churches were burned, but think it the most natural thing in the world that large numbers of Blackheads 16 were killed. Do not forget that many of them went to die for an ideal, because that bit about being forced can only be true in part, in any case, and that each Blackhead had a family to support, and that the people who leave the families of the Blackheads homeless are the same who depart for Uruguay to beat their breasts about their macho prowess. Another important thing is the number of people of good birth who died, beyond the fortuitous cases, which in itself is an indication of the character of the people who were going to oust Perón and the future of an Argentina governed by an Olivieri * or by a Pastor *, which are the same thing in this case. The army only stays in barracks when the government of the day serves the interests of their class, and the only thing that would be different is a certain democratic facade, as you see in Mexico, where the deepest rot is covered over by pseudo-democratic ways of cohabitation. Olivieri or Pastor, or any other one of them, would or will shoot, since not everything is clear yet, against the people with the first big strike, and then there will not be any inchos by 17 kids to die, but they will kill hundreds of blackheads for the crime of defending their social status, and La Prensa will say with great dignity that it is dangerous that the workers from one vital section of the country declare a strike and, moreover, resort to violence to win, as happened in the Case in point, when they fired against the police, for good or bad, this only happened sporadically with Perón, and for me this counts more than the people from our social class who had the misfortune to be hit by a bomb or by a machine gun. Also, I do not understand how you can believe that the Navy is made up of pure little angels and that the Army is a pack of devils. The only appreciable difference between them is that in the Navy there are more upper-class people full of resentment because they have lost many class privileges, a loss for which Perón is not responsible, since he is only an interpreter of the situation that was already created because of Argentina's makeup and, over and above that, no matter how many rumors to the contrary are circulated, the Church had a lot to do with the coup of the 16th, and our dear friends 18 also had a lot to do with it. I was able to appreciate their methods closely in Guatemala. Don't forget that Olivieri was in the United States not long ago, on the one hand, and on the other, that the papacy owns some of the main capitals of Europe and that, when it comes to international politics, they march hand in hand with the USA. The manner in which the Mexican press dealt with the subject leaves us in no doubt, beyond the fact that some commentator linked to the White House suggested that Perón was a dissolving influence because of his tendency towards neutrality and his propensity to trade with countries behind the Iron Curtain. Enough of politics. Celia had suggested that Escobedo would have been thwarted in his ambitions, had he stayed with Dr. Pisani. Quite the opposite, for my scientific development, there was no better school, nor will there be for some years. All that my capacity for invention is developing here, in fits and starts and with no help, I would have been perfectly able to do with him, even if he had not had the perfect laboratory that he has. Here I work in a bacteriology lab that is one of the best in Mexico and it is far inferior to that one, as well as a physiology lab that is not worth mentioning, beyond the one specifically for allergies where everything has to be done by sheer effort, since sadly there is not even a gas burner. My article was published in the Allergy magazine, very smart. I will send you a copy as soon as I am given one. News of myself there is little to tell, except that I attacked the Popo, that's how they call it colloquially, and we were truly heroic without being able to reach the top. I was prepared to leave my bones there to reach the top, but a Cuban friend who climbs with me scared me because his feet were frozen, so the 5 of us had to come down. When we had come down some 100 meters the tempest stopped a little and the fog lifted and then we realized that we had been almost on the rim of the crater, but by then we could not go back. We had struggled for 6 hours with a blizzard that buried us to the groin with each step we took, and with our feet drenched due to the carelessness of not taking adequate equipment. 19. The guide had got lost in the fog when avoiding crevices, which are somewhat dangerous, and we were all exhausted from struggling against the snow, which was soft and deep. We came down tobogganing by throwing ourselves down the slope, just like in the swimming pool of the Sierras, and with the same result, since I reached the bottom without my trousers. My Cuban friend won't go up again. As soon as I've saved up the few pesos required to do it again, I'll go back to the Popo, not forgetting that in September I have the Orizaba to tackle. This was the first time that Escobedo mentioned a Cuban in his letters from Mexico. It is evident that this Cuban was one of the ones who was already committed to go to Cuba for the revolution, and that these climbs were no mere sport, but the physical exercise required to stay agile and strong. During that July Escobedo had already struck up a relationship with Fidel Castro and he was by now a member of the Army of the July 26 movement. Ernesto's letter continues. My trotters thawed when we came down, but my face and neck are burned as if I had spent an entire day in the sun in Mar del Plata. At the moment my face seems a copy of Frankenstein's, what with the Vaseline I apply and the liquid that oozes from the blisters that have formed. My tongue is also in the same condition because I swallowed a lot of snow. Climbing is marvelous and the only thing that gives me an inferiority complex is that, last time, an old man of 59 climbed with us. He looked just like Angel Face 20 and he started by saying that his mummy had told him that he was mad to join us, and he began to climb and our spirits sank because he climbed like a goat. In his letters Escobedo always mentioned the possibility of obtaining a position as a professor of physiology, but later on we discovered that said position was only a smokescreen so that we did not suspect what he was really doing. He wrote again to his mother from Mexico. There is a shortage of physiologists and I am being asked to devote myself full-time to it so that I can be given a position in the provinces. It would, of course, be temporary, to find me subsequently a position in a more important place, but I do not see myself even as a teacher in a primary school. September 1955 letter to his mother from Mexico. September 24, 1955. Dear Vieja. This time my fears have come true, it seems, and your hated enemy of so many years has fallen. We did not have to wait for the reaction here, all the newspapers of the country and the foreign press announced, full of joy, the fall of the sinister dictator. The Americans sighed with relief over the safety of $425 million that they will now be able to take out of Argentina. The Bishop of Mexico showed himself to be satisfied with the fall of Perón, and all the right-wing and Catholic people I met in this country also showed their happiness, my friends and I, not. We all followed with natural anguish the fate of the Peronist government and the threats of the fleet that they would shell Buenos Aires. Perón fell as the people of his type fall, without the posthumous dignity of Vargas, or the energetic denunciation of Arbenz, who named in great detail those responsible for the aggression. Here, progressive people have defined the Argentine process as another triumph for the dollar, the sword, and the cross. I know that today you will be very happy, that you will breathe the air of freedom. Not long ago I pointed out to you in a previous letter that the military do not surrender power to civilians if they do not guarantee them the dominance of their caste. These days they will only surrender it to a government that comes from the Democratic Party, that is, one of those recently created social Christian parties in which I imagine 21 will be acting, a future deputy of the Honorable Chamber of Deputies, where maybe with the passage of time will sit, a leader of the Argentinist Party, yet to be founded. You will be able to say whatever you like everywhere with the absolute impunity guaranteed to you because you are a member of the ruling class, although I expect you to be the black sheep of that flock. I confess, in all sincerity, that the fall of Perón made me very bitter, not for him, but for what it means to the whole of America, because whether you like it or not and in spite of the forced backing down of recent times, Argentina was the champion of those of us who believe that the enemy is in the north. For me, who lived through the bitterness of Guatemala, this is a faraway carbon copy, and when I saw next to the loyal news the voice of Córdoba was heard, it being theoretically under occupation, I began to see the situation getting worse. Then it all happened exactly the same way. The president resigned, a junta began to negotiate, but from a position of resistance. Then it came to an end. A military man, with his little sailor by his side, took over. The only difference with Guatemala, then. Cardinal Coppola * spoke to the people full of pride and making a calculation as to how his business would fare under the new junta. The newspapers of the entire world, from this side of the world, launched their well-known shouts. The junta refused to give Perón a passport, but announced freedom for all. People like you may see the dawn of a new day. I assure you that Frondizi * does not see it like that, because assuming that the radicals take power, it will not be he who does, but Yadarola, Santander or some other who serves the interests of the Yankees and the clergy, let alone the military. Maybe in the beginning you will not see the violence because it will take place in a circle far from yours. The Communist Party, with the passage of time, will be removed from circulation, and the day may even come when father feels that he was mistaken. Who knows what will have happened in the meantime to your wandering son? Maybe he will decide to settle in his native land or to start up a true struggle. Maybe a bullet, of those that are so frequent in the Caribbean, puts an end to my existence. Maybe I simply continue to be a vagabond long enough to complete a solid education and give myself the pleasures that I allotted to myself within my program for life, prior to devoting it seriously to pursuing my ideal. Things move with great speed and nobody can predict where or for what reason he will be next year. I do not know if you have received the formal news of my marriage and the arrival of the heir. From Beatrice's letter it would seem not. If this is the case, I give you the news officially so that you tell the others. I married Hilda Gatti and we will have a son some time from now. I received the newspapers from Beatrice. I am really interested in them. I would like some recent ones and above all Nuestra Palabra 22 every week. Ciao. A kiss for all the family. Hilda sends you her regards. This letter from Escobedo to his mother was one of the most important ones we received. The analysis that Escobedo makes of the political situation in our country in 1955 is really accurate. He saw the phenomenon of Perón far better than any of us in the family, most of whom had been against Perón. He saw General Perón in perspective, and from other countries in the Americas that felt in depth the Yankee exploitation. In those countries Perón was seen as the future liberator of our America, which was oppressed by the imperialism that originated from the USA. But I must say that Perón did not pronounce himself clearly on this point, neither at the time nor during the 18 years that his exile in countries dominated by fascist regimes lasted. Those of us who had been at the receiving end of the repression by the government of Perón could not accept that said repression had been for the sake of a possible liberation of the oppressed peoples. Perhaps that was where our mistake lay. While we felt personally aggrieved, Escobedo could draw social conclusions from Perón's government. In my personal case, I could not see the wood for the trees. His letter was very bitter, and this is understandable, and he vented his anger against his family. In the case of Celia, his mother, it was unfair. She was not only not deceived by the Revolución Libertadora, which she soused out immediately, but she also enrolled politically on the opposite side, where she acted with great energy, which cost her 3 months in prison when she was well into her 50s. As for me, when he refers to me personally, he says even the day may come when father thinks he was mistaken. I confess that the day did come when I understood my mistake, which consisted of supporting a military junta against the government of Perón, but my mistake did not last long, because I turned against the military junta as soon as it was formed. Also, President Perón returned to the presidency in 1973 and proved to be placed politically to the right when he repressed his followers who were left-wing, as well as all parties of that tendency. As Escobedo in his letters to our family criticizes the position of the military of the so-called Revolución Libertadora, which brought about the advance of the right in our country, that criticism may give the impression that Che supported Perón. As I have the expectation that this book will help to clarify the matter, I would like to say the following. In Punta del Este, in Uruguay, in 1961, Che and I had a long conversation about the political and social position of Perón and his party. Che said these categorical words: of Perón's party there is only one redeemable person, and that is John William Cook. This leader had stayed in touch with Che for almost a year then. October 1955 letter from Escobedo to his Aunt Beatriz from Mexico. Mexico, October 7, 1955. My very dear Auntie. After thousands of years I approach my typewriter to dispatch some of my correspondence, and this time it is your turn. The most important news in the area of affection you must already know from Mother. I got married and I expect Vladimir Escobedo. Obviously I expect him, but it is my wife who will give birth. I did not climb the Orizaba peak, but tomorrow I leave for the Popocatépetl, where I will climb with the flag of the Flaming Sunday 23. It is a great ceremony held on the summit of the volcano, and will be attended by climbers from all over, the figure reaching 5,000. If there is a good photo of the ascent I will send it to you. Talking about something else, I would like to have as much news as possible of Argentina. The newspapers you send me arrive well, and I have thanked you 70 or 60 times, as Cesar Bruto says. 24 As you can imagine, the pleasure you feel due to the fall of the tyrant is the opposite of what I feel. This may be due to the fact that I have an innate desire to be firmly muzzled and get a little wallop every now and then because I have been poisoned by red propaganda. I do not know why, but I felt something about the fall of Perón. Argentina was a little pale gray sheep, but she was different from the others. Now it will probably be the same shade of white as its exquisite sisters. Mass will be said in the presence of many grateful believers, people will be able to put the riffraff in their place, the Americans will invest large and beneficial capitals throughout the country, in brief, a paradise. I frankly do not know why I pine for the gray sheep. On to another subject. These last few days it rained enough to go through my raincoat, which is of weather-beaten cloth from Cordoba. An area of the city was flooded and people were left homeless, but it is not important because there were no members of the bourgeoisie and they were all Indians. I live in a really good area in the company of my respectable other half, who is an officer of the United Nations. Hurricane Hilda, look at the symbolism and precision of the name, took over the city of Tampico, a port on the Gulf, and left it in ruins. Then came the Panuco, it overflowed and almost swamped it, and now ruffians of every type have fallen on it. I offered to go and help, but the government disdained my services and I was unable to see the disaster at close quarters. At the end of the month I will take a holiday and go with Hilda to tour the devastated area and the ruins of the Mayas, which are a little older. I am tired of writing and it is very late. Huge kisses for you and the Hercilius from your adored nephew. December 1955 letter from Escobedo to his Aunt Beatriz from Mexico. Mexico, December 15, 1955. My very adored auntie. I carry on with my life, once again the boring life of a student, brightened up only by sporadic trips to the volcanoes, one of which, the Ixtasayuatl, was a witness to my defeat because the snow, the hurricane force wind, the terrible avalanches that went by heralding the possibility of a terrible death and a small dose of shitting ourselves with fear prevented the valiant column from reaching the bosom of the Sleeping Beauty. We returned after 2 days of struggling without being able to recognize the road, since what had been rock was now snow. My laboratory work continues slowly on its way to a better future and I am preparing for the new conference on allergies, which will take place in Veracruz in March 1956. Write me letters, send me newspapers. I have spoken. Another letter from Escobedo to his Aunt Beatriz from Mexico. This letter, which I reread after many years, moves me. In it he tells Beatriz that when he is rich he will buy her a house made of gold. I remember that when I was a 4-year-old and was my mother's favorite, I always used to say to her that when I became rich I would buy her a house made of gold. Escobedo had heard that story and he appropriated it when he wrote to the aunt he loved most. He then says, "Life goes on with bourgeois sloth, without anything to cloud my daily work, not even the proximity of the baby, which will apparently arrive between the last week of February and the 1st of March. He then comments that his friend Granado is in Venezuela and asking him to go there. Escobedo adds, "But I am thinking of leaps to places further away, thanks to the fact that Hilda works for the United Nations and any transfer includes her family, so I would be eligible as Prince Consort 25 and we might get Indonesia or another place like it, with redemption, bullets, turbans and mosquitoes. I also still hope that during this year I will be able to complete a couple of pieces of scientific work, or at least pseudo-scientific. I am strong, optimistic, I climb volcanoes frequently, I frequently visit ruins, I read St. Charles 26 and his disciples frequently, I dream of studying Cortisone with one of those French young ladies who know about everything and dream of you all, my family that I so love. Arrivederci, my love. Strong hugs and assorted seasonings." This letter shows us Escobedo in full. His good humor, his mockery and, between one joke and the next, the important announcements. The last paragraphs summarize his life at that time, his thoughts and his actions. He reads Marx, says that he dreams of studying Cortisone with a French young lady to shock his aunt, and then adds dream of you all, my family that I so love in order to put her mind at rest. And he goes on to mention that he climbs volcanoes quite casually, which we now know was part of his training to enter Cuba as a guerrilla. Letter from Escobedo to his mother from Mexico. Mexico, January 1956. Mummy of my heart. Here I am again in front of this machine invented for typing, but struggling more energetically in front of the artifact and almost without looking at the keyboard. The purpose of this letter is to send you greetings in the hope that you have started the new year very happy in the company of my gentleman father and my gentleman brothers and lady sisters, and, after greeting you, to inform that no letters from you arrive in these lands of God, a matter that greatly concerns me, in view of the developments in that good land that was a witness to my birth, where days are now turbulent. I fear that you might be with Monsignor Coppola preparing a new attempt against the Freemasons of the government. From here I watch and do not speak, because if I spoke I would have to ask what they'll do to obtain that very substantial loan that the gringos will give them. Will it be a present? I would ask if I spoke. I have to go back to work and I have run out of steam. It was really cold here. The baby will be born the last week of February. After March I will decide my life for the financial year 56-7. I send you a big strong hug and kisses and all the rest. Hand some over to the other members. Ciao. Write to me. Letter from Escobedo to his father from Mexico. February 9, 1956. Dear Viejo. As usual, I am writing this letter of congratulations so that it arrives when the illustrious date is almost forgotten. I imagine that you will spend the day surrounded by old friends and that you have had a happy birthday. All the newspapers and magazines that you may wish to send will be very well received here, where news is rather scarce and only sporadic rumors of some failed conspiracy reach us. Here they are about to show a film called Perón Laid Bare, in which they endeavor more than laying bare Perón, to show his terrible connections with red imperialism. Because you should know that burning the churches was not an act of the fascist Perón, but of the communists. Another terrible proof against him is the commercial agreement with the USSR, which shows the degree of subservience of a country that disdains the generous trade with the Yankees. Life is more expensive every day, and when a Yankee admiral arrives, all the representatives of the really democratic sectors or simply anti-imperialists, such as the Puerto Rican nationalists, are thrown in jail. Talking about Dr. Guevara, let me tell you that after many doubts and much consultation with the pillow, etc., he took advantage of the opportunity and became a professor of physiology. Did you hear me? Of physiology. It would be wonderful if the Vieja could get it over with and come and meet her grandson, together with her daughter-in-law and everything, and it would be better still if she did it quickly so that it can be in Mexico, a country that is worth seeing, because it is highly probable that next year we will not be here. Many hugs from Siddhartha Guevara's star. Letter from Escobedo to his mother from Mexico. Mexico, 25th day of the new era. Granny. Both of us are a little older, and if you think of yourself as a fruit, a little more ripe. The baby is rather ugly, but you only have to look at her to realize that she is different from all the other children of her age. She cries when she is hungry, she pees frequently, the light bothers her and she sleeps most of the time. However, there is something that makes her different from any other baby. Her father is called Escobedo Guevara. Old girl, I hope to see you in some place on this little turd of God called Earth within the next millennium. Kisses from Hilda Beatriz and me. Old Hilda we leave aside, she has nothing to do with these matters of the young. Arrivederci, Vieja. April 1956 letter from Escobedo to his mother from Mexico. April 13, 1956. Dear Vieja. I had even lost the habit of writing, but I am now convinced that it is the only way to get news from the high spheres of Buenos Aires. I will now go on to speak of the Kamika, 27. I am very happy with her, my communist soul swells with pride as she is identical to Mao Zedong. Even now the bald patch in the middle of her head can be seen, the kind eyes of the leader and his protruding double chin. For the time being she weighs less than the leader, since she barely surpasses 5 kilos, but with time she will catch up. She is more spoilt than the majority of children and she eats like I used to eat, according to tales told by the grandmother, that is, sucking in without breathing until milk comes out of her nose. And he goes back to the subject of the professorship in physiology, as he does in other letters. I will be a professor of physiology at the National University of Mexico, with a meager salary of the type customary in universities here, but with all the status that comes with such a post. I work ceaselessly in order to finish some work that I am really fed up with, so that I am able to devote myself to my new speciality, which is conditioned reflexes. The idea has got into my head of producing a painkiller against asthma based on those reflexes, but I don't know where it will all end, because I am given whatever I need for an allowance, but no staff, in spite of the fact that the poor patients of this hospital, as long as you take care of them, do not mind whether they are hanged or shot. And he takes his leave, always joking, as follows. I send you a hug the size of the monument to the Descamisados 28, not the one they were about to build, but the one that is in the heart of the Argentine people, next to the image of our beloved presidential couple, whom God preserve, Amen. Joint embrace to all other members of the family. Escobedo finished his letter in this way to tease the family, who were not in agreement with the government of Juan and Eva Perón. Part 8. Mexico en route to Cuba, 1956. Escobedo now defines himself politically. In plain language, he tells us that at this point of his life it is much more important for him to learn about communism than devote himself to the professorship of physiology. Letter from Escobedo to his father from Mexico. April 15, 1956. Dear Viejo. Now fully recovered from the long bout of lazy bonitis that afflicted me, I pick up this gadget. I do not know what to add to the letter I am sending the old lady, since these are almost simultaneous, but I wanted to send you a personal letter typed in my own hand as a testimonial of my filial love and all that. Hilda is also in excellent health and carries out her maternal duties with ease, considering that she also has a job and, to make matters worse, has to put up with me as I become more difficult and grumpy than you at my age, a chip off the old block. Within a short time I will become famous in the sphere of medical sciences, if not as a scientist or professor, as a divulger of the doctrine of St. Charles from the high benches of the university. Because I've realized that physiology is not my forte, but the other subject is. The expedition on board the Granma was to leave Mexico for Cuba only a few months later, and in his letters Escobedo could no longer conceal the tension that he was being subjected to on the eve of the invasion of Cuba, but he had to keep this from his family, and, when I reread these letters today, I can see clearly the subterfuge. If one reads them carefully, one realizes that Escobedo was almost saying goodbye to each one of us. His letters had become less frequent and more laconic. You can tell that something strange was happening. This is how he says farewell. A big hug for everyone and especially for you, the authorized recipient, from this misunderstood champion of freedom. It was July 1956. The previous letters had not said anything important. We later knew that Escobedo was very busy and couldn't write much. We were rather off the scent and still believed that he was involved in the activities with which he fooled us. Almost at the same time as this letter arrived, the international telegraph went mad. Fidel Castro had been taken prisoner with a group of Cuban revolutionaries and some foreign ones, amongst whom was Dr. Escobedo Guevara de la Serna. The news went through the family like wildfire. In view of the impossibility of communicating directly with him, I decided to do so by indirect means. Colonel Fernando Lezica was posted to the Argentine embassy in Mexico. My son Roberto was married to his niece, so I tried to obtain news through this channel. Also, the then retired Rear Admiral Raúl Lynch of the Argentine Navy, a first cousin of mine, was the Argentine ambassador in Cuba, and through him I obtained much information. Press cuttings arrived from the main Cuban and Mexican newspapers. My friend Ulysses Petit de Murat was also bombarded with letters, telegrams, and phone calls. All this only served to soothe our nerves and keep us a little calmer, because the truth was crude. Escobedo had been taken into custody and was accused of being committed to an armed revolution against the government of Cuba. There was nothing we could do to get him out of that situation. Dr. Fidel Castro Ruz, the leader of the July 26 movement, had been taken prisoner with Escobedo and had been in charge of the legal defense of the whole group. Not long after, he was put on probation with the majority of his group, but Escobedo and another comrade remained in jail at Miguel Schultz Street in the City of Mexico. News from Ulysses Petit de Murat said that Escobedo and some comrades decided to go on hunger strike as soon as they were taken into custody. All this worried us. We had just learned of his decision to join the Cuban Revolution, and we began to realize that all that news about possible professorships or assignments was simply a smokescreen to deceive us, as well as the Mexican and American information services, which were on the lookout for any clues that could enable them to frustrate the invasion of Cuba. Now we knew that all that volcano climbing was no tourist activity, but part of the physical training required to acquire the strength and agility to become a guerrilla. In view of this, I wrote a very serious letter to Escobedo asking him to explain to me, without beating about the bush, his position within the July 26th movement. I asked him to write to me without any reservations. On or around July 10th we received a letter from him, which I transcribe here in its entirety. It needs no comment, it is explicit, and in it he admits that he has lied to us about his work as a professor of physiology and tells us the purpose of his prolonged stay in Mexico, as well as expressing clearly his faith in the revolutionary movement. As was to be expected, that letter fell like a bomb on our family. Our hopes that Escobedo would one day become a scientist, following his medical career, melted like snow in the sun. Now the truth was out in the open. We could no longer harbor any doubt. He had just exchanged all his studies and his medical career, all his intellectual and archaeological baggage, all his political, social, and economic studies for something much more dangerous and difficult in which he had placed all his faith: armed struggle against the American imperialists who were exploiting the underdeveloped peoples of Latin America. Letter from Escobedo to his parents from prison. Mexico, July 6, 1956. Municipal Prison. Dear Viejos, I got your letter here at my new and luxurious residence at Miguel Schultz Street, as well as the visit of Petit, who informed me of the fears you both have. I will give you the background to the story so that you can get an idea of how events have unfolded so far. Some time ago, quite a long time actually, a young Cuban leader invited me to join his movement, a movement for the armed liberation of his land, and I, of course, accepted. I spent the last few months keeping up the lie to you that I had a job as a teacher, when I was in fact devoted to the task of giving physical instruction to the boys who must one day set foot again in Cuba. On June 21st, when I had been away from home in Mexico City for a month, as I was at a ranch in the suburbs, our leader Fidel and a group of compañeros were taken into custody. Our address in the suburbs was found in their house, so we were all picked up by the police. I had with me my papers, which described me as a student of Russian, and this was enough for me to be considered an important link in the organization, and the news agencies that are the friends of daddies began to screech across the world. This is a summary of past events. The future can be divided into two, medium term and immediate. Of the medium term, I must tell you that my future is linked to the Cuban Revolution. Either I succeed with it or I die there. Of the immediate future I have little to say, since I do not know what will happen to me. I am at the disposal of the judge and I could be deported to Argentina unless I find asylum in a third country, something that I believe would be beneficial to my political well-being. In any case I have to leave for somewhere, whether deported straight from this jail or whether I am set free. Hilda will return to Peru, since they have a new government that has issued a political amnesty. For obvious reasons my letters will be less frequent. Also the Mexican police has the pleasant habit of confiscating letters, so please write only about family matters or mundane things. Nobody likes these sons of bitches to know about their intimate problems, however insignificant. Give Beatriz my love, explain to her why I am not writing, and tell her not to bother to send me the newspapers for the moment. We are about to go on an indefinite hunger strike in protest at the unjustified detentions and the torture to which some of my compañeros were subjected. The morale of the group is high. For the moment please continue to write to my home address. If for any reason, although I do not believe it will happen, I cannot write any more and it is my turn to lose out. Consider these lines a farewell, not very grand, but sincere. I've gone through life in fits and starts looking for my truth, and, now that I am on the right path and I have a daughter to perpetuate me, I have closed the cycle. From now on I will not consider my death as a frustration, but simply, in the words of Hikmet 1*, I will only take with me to the grave the sorrow of an unfinished song. Love to you all. Echo Beto. Seeking contacts. When we received the news that Echo Beto was in jail in Mexico, news that was published in Argentina by the main newspapers of the capital and the provinces, our family was disconcerted. Although his letters to his relatives were not totally candid, we thought this was his style. He wrote untidily and as if talking to himself, but none of us had ever arrived at the conclusion that Echo Beto had enrolled in a revolution to topple a Latin American government. But now, confronted by the facts transmitted by the news agencies, we had of necessity to resort to reading his last letters to try and find out the motives that led Echo Beto to abandon his medical career, his archaeological and anthropological studies. We thought his decision was madness. I personally was disheartened. I couldn't understand why my son had enrolled in a dangerous adventure far from his own country. But the fact is that our family was not aware of the political and social situation of those countries of Central America in which Echo Beto had now been living for years. In order to be able to do something for him, we now had to find out the truth from third parties. I wrote, after having telephoned him, to my friend Ulysses Petit de Murat, and it was he who gave us the first concrete news of Ernesto's imprisonment. I transcribe below some paragraphs of the long letter that Petit wrote to me dated June 30, 1956. My dear Echo Beto, I postponed this letter until I was able to see your son. I went to the immigration jail. He lives there in the company of his Cuban friends from the failed adventure against Batista. Of course, that son of a bitch Batista has enormous resources at his disposal. In his capacity as a small-time military tyrant he uses public funds for his personal aims. This is the sordid drama of all Latin American countries, especially of our convulsed Latin America, with the exception of Mexico and Uruguay. Army and Navy are two dreadful plagues that do not allow us to live in peace. Batista has used the golden key of his corruption here and consequently there has been quite a fuss. But Mexico will not send the Cuban conspirators to Cuba. This is more than a certainty. As for Echo Beto, the thing that causes him more concern is the fact that his Mexican papers were not in order. His original tourist visa had expired a long time ago. Consequently, it's almost certain that the strongest punishment for him will be deportation. I will refer to Echo Beto personally. He is in fine health, his wife and child are very charming and his wife is very courageous. Echo Beto greeted me with laughter. He reads a lot and sunbathes a lot in the courtyard of the jail. He does not want anything special done for him. His moral attitude, whether one is in agreement with his ideals or not, is great. He rejects any attempt for anyone to do anything on his behalf before the Cubans are cleared. As you can imagine, I didn't pay any attention to this. I make inquiries about him at the Argentine embassy. This, of course, prevents the police from committing any atrocities. Batista has given a lot of money to lowly police elements who are not very different from thugs. That's why the police exaggerated their attitude. And besides, Batista used the influence of the United States, associating the young men, falsely, of course, with Russia. These reports must by now be in the hands of the police in Buenos Aires, and this is why I believe that Echo Beto would be better off if he were able to stay in any country of this area. But you and Celia and the rest of your family can be perfectly reassured. Echo Beto has been treated well, and he will be treated even better in future. I send you a big hug and I repeat that you must not fear for Echo Beto. Petit. Now reassured by the letter of our old friend, I got in touch by phone with the Argentine ambassador in Cuba, retired Rear Admiral Raúl Lynch, who was a close family friend. As was to be expected, Raúl's political position was not remotely similar to that of Echo Beto, but, Attending to my request, he sent me a good number of Cuban papers. All that servile journalistic literature could not give us an idea of Ernesto's real situation while he was in jail in Mexico. The information sent by Raúl was practically useless. On a personal note, he advised me to impose my authority to keep Escobedo away from those warlike adventures. On the other hand, many letters arrived at my house in Arrayas Street from all over Argentina as well as the rest of the world, old acquaintances of mine, personal friends of Escobedo, relatives, fellow students of Escobedo and people who shared our political views. They were all interested in learning something more than what the newspapers said about our son. July 1956 letter from Escobedo to his mother from Mexico. A few days after receiving that significant letter written in prison in Mexico, Celia received another letter, also written in jail. My wife had probably given Escobedo a fillip rather like a sermon, trying to make him see the error of his ways in relation to the hunger strike, and he replies. Mexico, July 15, 1956. I am neither Christ nor a philanthropist, I am exactly the opposite of a Christ and I think philanthropy is, but for the things I believe in I fight with all the weapons within my reach and I try to leave my opponent flat on the floor, instead of letting me be nailed to a cross or to any other place. With reference to the hunger strike, you are totally wrong, we went on strike twice. The first time they released 21 of the 24 detained, the second they announced that they would release Fidel Castro, the leader of the movement, and that would be tomorrow. If it happens, there will only be 2 of us left in jail. I do not want you to think, as Hilda is suggesting, that the 2 of us who remain are being sacrificed, we are simply those who do not have their papers in order, and that's why we have not been able to resort to the resources that our comrades used. My project is to leave for the nearest country that gives me asylum, something that is difficult in view of the inter-American notoriety that has been attached to me, and there I will be at the ready for when my services are needed. I repeat that it is possible that I will not be able to write for a more or less lengthy period. What really horrifies me is your lack of understanding of all this and your advice on moderation, selfishness, etc. that are the most execrable qualities that a man can have. Not only am I not moderate, I will try never to be so, and when I recognize that in me the sacred flame has given place to a timid little votive light, the least I should do is puke over my own shit. As for what you refer to as moderate selfishness, that is, crass and fearful individualism, to the virtues of you-know-who, I must tell you that I have done all I could to purge myself not only of that unknown, moderate being, but of the other one, the bohemian, unconcerned about his neighbor, with a feeling of self-sufficiency due to the knowledge, misguided or otherwise, of his own strength. During these days in jail, and during the previous ones in training, I totally identified with my comrades and our cause. I remember a phrase that one day seemed stupid or at least strange, which referred to an identification so complete between all members of a combating unit that the concept of I had totally disappeared to give way to the concept of us. It is a communist moral and naturally it can seem a doctrinaire exaggeration, but it really was good to be able to feel that removed from the self. Always prepared to see the humorous side even when he was being very serious, Escobedo says in his letter. A deep mistake of yours is to believe that moderate selfishness is where capital inventions or masterpieces of art come from. For any large undertaking one needs passion, and for the revolution we need passion and courage in large doses, something that we have as a human group. Further down he says to his mother. Besides, it's true that after dealing with the injustices in Cuba, I shall go to any other place and it's also true that, cooped up in a bureaucratic office or in a clinic for allergenic illnesses, I'd be so fed up. In spite of all this I believe that your pain, the pain of a mother reaching old age and who wants her son alive, is worthy of respect and something that I am under the obligation of paying attention to, and also that I want to attend to, and I would like to see you not just to console you, but also to console myself of my sporadic and unmentionable longings. Vieja, your son kisses you and promises his presence if there are no further developments. Che. I am certain that jail brought about the total definition of Ecobedo. In this crucial letter he describes himself with complete accuracy. He is a revolutionary with a sacred flame. In the letter he is also deeply self-critical when he admits that there was a time when he was careless, bohemian and self-centered. Undated letter from Ecobedo to his mother from Mexico. Ecobedo often started his letters without saying where he was posting them from and without a date. We used to add the date when we remembered to do so, but many of them remained undated so that they were difficult to classify. This letter is one of the ones that remained undated, and we have placed it according to the possible date of its arrival and in accordance with its contents. Dear Vieja, I am writing from any place in Mexico, where I am waiting for matters to be resolved. The air of freedom is in actual fact the air of the underground, but it does not matter, it provides an interesting nuance like that of a mystery film. My health is very good and my optimism even better. With reference to the liberators too, I notice that little by little, almost without realizing it, you are losing your trust in them. Well, I do not have a lot of time to write and I do not wish to spend it on those subjects. Although about my own life I have very little to tell, since I spend all my time in physical exercise or reading. I think that after this I will be well versed in the economy, although I may have forgotten how to take a pulse and use a stethoscope. My path seems to divert slowly but firmly from clinical medicine, but it is never sufficiently far away for me not to be nostalgic for a hospital. That story I told you about a professorship in physiology was a lie, but not a total one. It was a lie because I never had the intention of accepting it, but the proposal did exist, as well as a strong probability that I would be called, because my appointment had been approved. In any case, it now definitely belongs to the past. St. Charles has acquired a devoted convert. I cannot say anything about the future. Please write quickly and give me news of the family, which in these latitudes is very refreshing. Vieja, a big hug from your clandestine son. Letter to Tita Infante. Approximately October 1956. Dear Tita, it has been so long since I wrote that I've lost that familiarity of regular communications. First, my little Indian girl 3 is already 9 months old. She is rather cute and is very lively, etc. Second and most important, some time ago some Cuban chaps, revolutionaries, invited me to help their movement with my medical knowledge and I accepted because, as you probably know, it's the type of job that I like. I went to a ranch in the mountains to direct physical training, inoculate the troops, etc., but I became so salado that the police took us all into custody and as I was choico with my papers, I spent 2 months in the NIC, apart from the fact that they stole my typewriter, amongst other fripperies, which is why I am writing by hand. Then the authorities made the serious mistake of believing the word I gave them as a gentleman and they set me free so that I could leave the country within 10 days. This was 3 months ago and I am still here, although in hiding and without any prospects in Mexico. I am waiting to see what happens with the revolution. If all goes well I will leave for Cuba, if all goes badly I will start to look for a country in which to settle. This year could be the turning point of my life, although I have had so many that nothing surprises me or moves me very much. Of course, all scientific work went to hell and now I am only an assiduous reader of Charlie and Freddie 4* and other diminutives. I forgot to tell you that when they detained me they found several little books in Russian as well as a card of the Mexican-Russian Exchange Institute, where I was studying the language because of the problem of conditioned reflexes. You might be interested to know that my married life is almost totally at an end and that this situation will become final next month when my wife leaves for Peru to visit her family, whom she has been away from for 8 years. There is a certain bitter taste in this breakup because she was a loyal companera and her revolutionary behavior was beyond reproach during my enforced holiday, but our spiritual discord was great and I live with this anarchic spirit that leads me to dream of other horizons when I have the cross of your arms and the land of your soul 5 as Pablito * used to say. I leave you now. Do not write to me until I write again with more news, and at least with a fixed address. With the always affectionate hug of your friend. Echo Beto. Letter from Echo Beto to his mother from Mexico. Approximately October 1956. Dear Mother. Your filthy son of a bad mother to boot, is not semi-anything. He is like Paul Muni * was when he said what he said with a dramatic tone of voice and began to disappear into the enveloping shadows to the sound of music for that particular purpose. My present profession is that of a grasshopper, here today, there tomorrow, etc. And as to our relatives, I didn't go to see them for that reason. All this lengthy explanation inside the parenthesis was because I had the impression that you imagined that I am in devouring bourgeois mode and, out of laziness to remove the paragraph and start again, I got into all this interminable explanation, which I feel is not very convincing. Full stop, new paragraph. Hilda will go to visit her family in Peru in a few days' time, taking advantage of the fact that she no longer is a political delinquent, but a rather wayward representative of the very dignified and anti-communist Aprista party. I am about to change the direction of my studies. So far I used to spend my time, off and on, studying medicine and devoting my free time to the study of St. Charles in an informal manner. This new stage of my life demands a rearrangement of my time. Now St. Charles is paramount, he is the axis, and will be so for the years that the spheroid accepts my presence on its external layer. Medicine is a game, amusing sometimes, but of no consequence, except for a small parenthesis that I intend to devote to a core study, one of those studies that make the basements of bookshops tremble under its weight. As you may remember, and if you don't remember, I remind you now, I was involved in drafting a book about the function of the doctor, etc., of which I only finished a couple of chapters, which reek of pamphleteering in the style of Maxence van der Meersch's * novel Bodies and Souls, except that it was badly written and showed at every step of the way my total ignorance of the depth of the subject, so I decided to study instead. Besides, I had to arrive at a series of conclusions that were at loggerheads with my essentially adventurous way of life, so I decided to comply first with the main functions, to rush forth against the order of things, protected by my shield, pure fantasy, and then, if the windmills did not break my head, to write. I owe Celia a laudatory letter that I will write after this one if I have enough time. The rest are in debt to me because I have the last word with all of them, even Beatrice. Please tell her that the newspapers arrive splendidly well and give me a good overview of all the wonderful things that the government is doing. I cut them up with care following the example of Pater, since Hilda has undertaken to follow the example of Mater. 6 A kiss for all of you, accompanied by all the suitable accessories plus a reply, whether negative or affirmative, but categorical, with reference to the Guatemalan guy. 7. Now all there is left is the final part of the speech with reference to the little man himself and which could be titled, "And now what?" Now comes the difficult thing, that which I've never avoided and which I've always liked. The sky has not turned black, the constellations have not been affected, nor have there been any nasty floods or hurricanes. The signs are good. They augur victory. But if they were mistaken, since even the gods make mistakes, I believe that I will be able to say like a poet you do not know, I will only take with me to the grave the sorrow of an unfinished song. In order to avoid being pathetic pre-mortem, this letter will only leave when the time has come, and then you will know that your son, in a sunny country of Latin America, will be cursing himself for not having studied a little surgery to be able to help the injured, and will curse the Mexican government for not letting him practice his already respectable aim to topple targets with greater ease. And the struggle will be with our backs to the wall, like in the hymns, until we win or die. I kiss you again with all the affection of a parting that refuses to be the final one. Your son. It's easy to imagine the state of mind of our entire family when we received this letter, which reached us a few days after we had received the terrible news that Echo Beto had fallen next to Fidel Castro and his main comrades when landing in Cuba. I remember that Celia read the letter out loud in front of the whole family, with a serene and firm voice. I could not understand Ernesto's attitude. I still refused to believe that he had changed his direction, which would have led him to become a scientist, and was throwing overboard all his work and knowledge to embark on what seemed to me an uncertain adventure in a strange country. The letter, which initially confused us, clarified all our doubts when analyzed in detail. What Escobedo was doing with his life was no simple whim. He said, "This new stage of my life demands a rearrangement of my time. Now St. Charles is paramount, he is the axis, and will be so for the years that the spheroid accepts my presence on its external layer." His studies of Marxism had convinced him that first one has to attack the order of things. He states his complete conviction that, while the social structure of a people has not been uprooted, bringing about their total liberation, the rest is but an excuse of little consequence. I have transcribed this letter in its entirety. To edit it would be improper. Now that we knew the path that Escobedo had embarked on, we understood clearly what he meant when his train left for Bolivia and he shouted, "Here goes a soldier of the Americas." It was a fact. There went a soldier of the Americas, whom fate decided would be one of the comrades at arms of Fidel Castro. When we received the news that Escobedo had enrolled in the expedition that Dr. Fidel Castro was preparing in order to invade Cuba, with the intention of ousting the government of the dictator Batista, we were deeply disenchanted. Nobody in our family agreed with that decision. We were all aware of Ernesto's scientific capacity, he had given ample proof of it on various occasions, and now we found him enrolling in an expedition the details of which we did not know and the final purpose of which we ignored. Our family found out exactly who Fidel Castro was and what the purpose of his expedition was, which in the beginning seemed to us a mad adventure, only some time after Castro had left with his contingent for Cuba. We knew little of Fidel Castro's revolutionary past. We knew something about the assault on the Moncada barracks and his later imprisonment on the Isla de los Pinos, but then events began to clarify when reading what had been published, and only then did the picture of the future Cuban leader become clear to us. We learned from his writings, his speeches, and his statements that he was sufficiently talented, courageous and prepared to start a revolution. And when we read his own defense after his incarceration, which he himself entitled "History Will Absolve Me," we had a more precise idea of who Fidel was, and only then did we fully understand that Escobedo was not following an adventurer. Fidel had acquired his prestige through his actions and had consolidated it with his own defense before the tribunal that had judged him. November 1956 letter from Escobedo to his mother from Mexico. Mexico 15. Dear Vieja. Still on Mexican soil, I reply to your earlier letters. I can give you some news of my present life because these days all I do is gymnastics. I read a lot, particularly about what you can imagine, and I see Hilda some weekends. I've given up resolving my situation through legal means so that my stay in Mexico will be transitory. In any case, Hilda will leave with the baby to spend the end of the year with her family. She will be there for a month and then we will see what happens. My long-term ambition is to see Europe and, if possible, live there, but it's extremely unlikely this could happen. When one is taken over by the illness I suffer, it seems that it is exacerbated and does not let go of one until one is in the grave. I had prepared a life plan that included 10 years of wandering, later years studying medicine, and later, if there was any time left, I would take up the great adventure of physics. All that's in the past. The only thing that's clear is that the 10 years of wandering might grow longer, but it will now be of an entirely different type from the one I dreamed of, and when I arrive in a new country it will not be to go to museums and look at ruins, because that still interests me, but also to join the struggle of the people. If I tell you things that you might find harsh, it's because I love you. I am now sending you a hug, one of the last ones from Mexican soil, and, as an admonition, one final one. The mother of the Maceo brothers 8 regretted not having had more sons to offer Cuba. I do not ask for so much, simply that my price or the price of seeing me is not something that goes against your convictions or something that you might regret one day. Ciao. An interview with Dr. Alfonso Bauer pays about his relationship with Che in Mexico, for the newspaper Granma. In Mexico City, Escobedo met up again with Dr. Alfonso Bauer, who arrived from Guatemala where he had been in prison for several months. Their friendship continued there, and at a certain point Escobedo was forced to go into hiding, when he left the prison at Miguel Schultz Street, so he lived with Dr. Bauer and his family for several days. In the interview he granted Grandma, Dr. Bauer states, "I met him at Chapultepec Park. We were both exiles after the events of June 1954 in my country. Escobedo, camera at the ready, was with my fellow countryman Julio Caceres, known as El Patojo. What are you doing with a tourist camera? I asked him. It's not a tourist camera, he replied. With it we earn the pesos we need for our livelihood. I knew there an Escobedo whom I did not recognize, the father who was pleased and happy with the birth of Hildita, his first child. However, he was to enjoy such deep and tender affection for a very short time. He had already been introduced to the Cuban leader Fidel Castro and a deep friendship was born between them, based on mutual trust, the purity of their ideals and the unconquerable will to make them a reality. In Guatemala, Escobedo met several combatants from the assault on the Moncada barracks, Nico Lopez, Mario Dalmo, Dario Lopez. In Mexico, Escobedo developed a deep friendship with Raúl Castro and at a later date he had a meeting with Fidel Castro. It was in July or August 1955 and that evening he became a member of the future expedition of the Granma. One evening several members of the Patriotic Union of Guatemala were meeting in the living room of my apartment, when someone rang the bell to the main entrance of the building. From our meeting place on the ground floor we saw through the frosted glass the figure of a large man wearing a rolled-up hat that was fashionable with the diplomatic community. We thought it might be Guillermo Torriello, an ex-foreign minister of the Arbenz government. I asked my wife to attend to the visitor and we continued our session behind closed doors. Not long afterwards Escobedo sent word to me through my wife that he needed a box of medicines that had arrived for him a few days earlier, and which had been left in a corner next to the patio. 4 people could hardly pick it up. These medicines will be some remedy, I thought to myself. Later, when we were alone, my wife told me that when she had gone to open the door, instead of Torriello, there was a man she did not know and who had a Caribbean accent, who asked directly, "Is Escobedo in?" "Nobody by the name of Escobedo lives here," she replied, but he insisted, saying, "I know he is here and I am coming in," and as he spoke he put his foot delicately against the door to prevent it being shut. He pushed and then ran up the stairs until he reached Ernesto's room. That's how my home, once again, over a very brief period of time, was touched by history. The unexpected visitor was Fidel Castro. A few days after these events I received the worrying news that Escobedo was missing. He had not come down to breakfast, lunch or dinner. I went upstairs to his little flat to find that the door had been padlocked from the outside. We forced it open. His room was in total chaos, the bed unmade, the mate straw here, the small spirit stove there, his clothes all over the place and half a dozen books opened as if he had been reading them all at the same time. Among these books were Lenin's The Estate and the Revolution, Marx's Das Kapital, a manual of field surgery and a book written by me, How American Capital Operates in Central America. We realized that he had left in a hurry and, as he didn't return, I informed Hilda of his disappearance and handed over his scarce and modest belongings. His total discretion in every sense, and in particular the rigor with which he kept a secret, were qualities that made Escobedo Guevara one of the great revolutionaries of America. He had spent a couple of weeks in the intimacy of our home and never had he allowed any of the plans in which he was engaged to be revealed, nor did he ever mention anyone by name or otherwise. If I, or any member of my family, had been taken into custody by the police, interrogated and intimidated, we would not have been able to give anything away, because we knew nothing. How could the revolution fail with combatants of such qualities? That day we also discussed the experience of the Cuban guerrilla force, and he stated that one of the main causes of their success was the excellent leadership of Fidel. "You cannot imagine how Fidel is," he said, and then added, "You have to be close to him to realize what his personality is like. his greatness, the discipline he imposes on the guerrilla force through his strength of character. When we were all weak with fatigue, he raised our spirits. He is a tireless man, he is studious and reflective, enterprising, his moral values are invaluable, he is a great friend and is incapable of abandoning a comrade even in the most adverse circumstances. Fidel's constant thoughts are for his people, for the revolution, he is an extraordinary leader. Letter from Tita Infante to Escobedo Guevara de la Serna. Buenos Aires, December 9, 1956. My dear Escobedo, I do not have the peace of mind required to analyze and understand the meaning of these lines I am writing to you, that is, I do not know if I am writing to you or only to myself. I am spending a couple of days in Bikar, in the home of some friends. This morning when I woke up I picked up yesterday's La Prensa, which I had not yet read, and of course what I look for immediately is Egypt, Hungary and, for the past 10 days, Cuba before all else. From the first news of the landing and of Fidel Castro's movement, apart from the interest it has for me, just like the attempts of all peoples to set themselves free, I have thought of you constantly with a pitiful fear of anything that might befall you. I received your last letter some 15 to 20 days ago. Believe me, it was a great joy, greater still because I didn't expect it, since it was I who was in your debt letter-wise, but also because I had learned from the newspapers of your difficulties in Mexico. I have not written to you throughout the current year, my friend, but I do not forget you. My affection and my friendship for you, Escobedo, have never wavered, on the contrary, time and even distance, with the maturity that comes from the years that have gone by, have made my friendship for you more firm and indestructible, and I will never cease to think about Escobedo as the great friend of yesterday, today, always, whatever may come. I feel the need to tell you why there has been such a long and unusual silence from me. I do not want to give you useless details. I only want to tell you that for the past year my intimate difficulties became greater and greater, until in February I fell into a state of serious illness that reached its climax in July. I could not tell when and where I have been, I was like a dead person among the living, in a world of madness and lack of hope that enveloped me in its web, threatening my physical, moral, and even mental health. Now, more at peace, and in the light of what I've gone through, I finished my studies 3 weeks ago. I ended my absurd betrothal, or whatever you would like to call it, and here I am in search of my future path. I didn't want to write to you when I was in such a deplorable state, and when I learned through the press in June or July of your first troubles in Mexico, I was sick in a sanatorium. I couldn't write to you because I didn't know where you were. Recently I was looking for a way to communicate with you and I thought of your home. Then the revolution started and then the landing, and I had no doubt that was where you were. A few days earlier I had received your letter. I tell you again about my infinite joy, I realized that in spite of my silence I still had your friendship and I thanked you for it from the bottom of my heart, that sad heart that you have perceived over the years of correspondence between us. Today, my dear friend, I read in the papers the statement of a revolutionary Cuban made prisoner. You were with the revolutionaries, according to the statements of José Díaz and Mario Fuentes Alonso, and further down the page it said that you had died during an attack by government forces. I do not know why I am writing to you in the certainty that you have not died, that it's a lie, that it's not possible, that it is false, that many of the statements show that they have been distorted by the Cuban press or the Cuban government. Am I writing to you? Yes, Escobedo, I know that you are still among us, I know that one day in some place or other I will see you again, or at least that I will be able to send you these lines somewhere in the world. That's why I am leaving these lines here with me, in the certainty that they will be sent one day, happily seeking you out. Meanwhile, Escobedo, I feel very close to you, I accompany you from here with all the energy that I have left, by which I mean, with the necessary capacity for affection, and I hope. I know that I will soon hear from you. You will find this letter, addressed to you, which I cannot send yet, some day. Forgive me if it is absurd because in it I place all my affection and my faith in you. Farewell, see you soon, goodbye my friend. We will meet one day. Tita. 1. A poem by Turkish revolutionary poet Nazım Hikmet. 2 Liberators, the de facto junta of Argentine military men who had ousted President Juan Domingo Perón. 3. My little Indian girl, Hilda Guidi, was of mixed Indian and Chinese blood. 4. Charlie and Freddie, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. 5. From A Song of Despair by Pablo Neruda. In English, Ah! Woman, I do not know how you could contain me in the earth of your soul, in the cross of your arms. Pablo Neruda, 20 Love Poems and a Song of Despair, translated by W. S. Merwin, published by Jonathan Cape, 2004. 6. Pater and Mater, Guevara Sr. used to cut out newspaper articles and keep them, and his wife would do a clean out every now and then and throw them out. 7. The Guatemalan guy, one of Ernesto's friends who arrived in Argentina as a political exile. 8. The mother of the Maceo brothers, Mariana Grajales, mother of 3 heroes of the War of Cuban Independence from Spain. Epilogue, Tita Infante remembers Che a year after his death. When I was asked to contribute to this Argentine testimonial, I knew, and I said so at the time, that the task was beyond my capabilities. But how could I refuse such an honor? How could I shirk such a duty? Today, facing these blank pages, I feel unable to complete the task. To bring back the memory of a great man is always a difficult undertaking. If that man today in 1968 is Escobedo Guevara, the task seems unattainable. It was precisely 1 year ago, when I was returning to my country after a long absence, that the first newspapers I read with unbelieving eyes, trembling hands, and bated breath brought the news, confirmed little by little, of his tragic death, of that unmentionable assassination for which our America will one day demand amends. 1 year. So far away already. And yet so fresh, like the blood soaked up by the Bolivian soil, like the gaze of his large eyes that transcend death and go beyond time and space. His valiant body on a miserable canvas, his beautiful head with the beard and long hair of a gorilla, his Christ-like face without any expression of pain. Earth and wood, water from a spring, wild sap. Escobedo has died, but he had already been born to eternity. He always lived cheerfully on the road to tragedy. Death closed his path, but opened up so many new doors towards the life that he so loved. The memory of his person, of his life, of his struggle, will live forever in the heart of the people of this world, because Escobedo Guevara is one of those men whom destiny occasionally bestows on humanity. A year from his death and a lot has been written about him. Books, articles, studies, essays, biographies. What can I say about him? A close friendship united us over many years, almost 6 of personal communication and then many more of correspondence. It was early 1947. In the anatomy theater at the Faculty of Medicine I kept hearing the deep, warm voice of a man who, with his irony, gave himself and the others the courage needed to face up to a spectacle that could shake even the most insensitive of those future doctors. Because of his accent I could tell we came from the same province. He was a beautiful and confident young man. The fire that would one day consume him was latent inside his young body, but it was already present in his eyes. There was a mixture of timidity and haughtiness, maybe of courage, which masked a deep intelligence and an insatiable desire to understand and, deep inside, an infinite capacity for love. We never belonged to a cultural or political group, nor did we have a single group of friends. Both, for different reasons, were somewhat foreign to that faculty. He, because he probably found there very little of what he sought. Our contact therefore was always at an individual level. At the faculty, in the cafes, in my home, occasionally in his. Also at the Museum of Natural Sciences, where we met on Wednesdays to study the origins and development of the nervous system. At the time we were devoting our studies to fish, and so we alternated between dissections, preparations, paraffin, microtomes, microscopes, etc., sometimes under the guidance of an old German professor. but Ernesto's entertaining conversation always shortened the hours, which otherwise would have seemed interminable. He never missed an appointment and he always arrived punctually. He never forgot to return a call. What unusual behavior for a bohemian. Each time we were surprised by a discovery, we would repeat the verses of Gutierrez that we both loved. Do not raise hymns of victory on the sunless day of the battle. I often thought how many times he must have repeated these words in the Sierra Maestra, in the Congo, in Bolivia. His whole life was a struggle, maybe that is why those lines were so much a part of him. I often saw him worried, grave or deep in thought. Never really sad or bitter. I cannot remember a single meeting in which he didn't smile or behave with that warm tenderness that those close to him so appreciated. In his conversation there was never any room for that which should be despised. With a short sentence he made a profound criticism, then went on to something positive, to a constructive future. You perceived him to be for something, more than against anything. Maybe this is why he never felt the slightest rancor. As he never wasted a moment, not even when he was traveling, he always appeared with a book in his hand. Sometimes it was a volume of Freud *, I want to review the clinical history of a case that I am interested in. At other times it was a textbook. Or a classic. He never had money to spare. On the contrary. At that time he earned a living working with Dr. Pisani, investigating allergies. But his lack of funds never represented a serious concern, nor did it ever prevent him from complying with what he considered an obligation. Neither his apparent free and easy manner nor the carelessness reflected in his attire was ever able to disguise what a distinguished person he was. A trivial story comes to my mind. We frequently lent each other books. Once I lent him The Sponge Fisher by Pena it Istrati *, he enjoyed it very much and we discussed it. Not long after that he turned up with a new copy of the book. He had been rereading it and had lost my copy, so he waited until he was able to buy another one to return it to me, even when it was a poor edition, badly bound, which I had bought from a second-hand bookshop in Corrientes Avenue. We had mutual trust and a great intimacy, which enabled us to confide in each other the incidents, whether happy or unfortunate ones, of our personal lives. However, because of that innermost sense of decency that was one of his traits, we were able to tell each other a lot without the need to talk too much. As a student he didn't work very hard, but he worked well. Deep down, that young man who was always ready for an adventure, who felt under his heels the ribs of Rocinante one ready to set forth, had a profound thirst for knowledge. Not in order to store treasures like some overly complex spirit, but rather as an indefatigable search for truth, and for his own destiny. Everything in him was coherent, and each experience or knowledge, of whatever type, became integral to his person. He graduated in fewer than 6 years in spite of his travels, of having a job, of sports, and of the large part of his life that he devoted to reading and to cultivating friendships. He knew how to study. He would go to the core of the problem and from there he would go as far as his plans allowed. He could stop and go deeper, a lot deeper, when he was passionate about the topic, leprosy, allergy, neurophysiology, psychology. But he might also ask over the phone, the day before the exam, about the classification of the vegetable kingdom in A, B and C, according to the percentage of calories or proteins they contained. He sailed through the practical and theoretical exams with the same ease that he overcame any other obstacle. But if he gave his word, he had to keep it at any price. That is how I saw him go through the practical tests for nutrition after he had passed his final exam. He cultivated friendship with dedication and care, nourishing it with his deep human sense. For him, friendship imposed on you sacred duties and granted equal rights. He practiced both. He asked with the same ease with which he gave. And this was true of him for everything in life. Distance did not imply absence for Escobedo. During each trip his letters, with more or less regularity depending on the vicissitudes of the road or on his finances, were a continuation of the friendly dialogue. Sometimes, because he loved photography. The letters were accompanied by his photos in the most diverse circumstances: ill in a southern hospital, almost unrecognizably thin, sitting on a wheel among the indigenous population of the Brazilian jungle, plump after a few weeks of rest, or in the publicity section of the magazine El Gráfico. He kept his friends' letters and he never left any without a reply. When he returned from his last but one trip, he recalled the days spent in Miami as the most bitter and harsh days of his life. And this was not just because of the financial hardship he had to endure. When he was preparing for his last trip out of Argentina, he arrived one day to tell me, laughing heartily, but also a little vexed, how the Venezuelan consul was refusing to give him a visa and how the man had mistaken his asthmatic fit for a fit of threatening temper. Up to the day on which we said goodbye, I only knew Escobedo to be extremely sober. He didn't smoke, he didn't drink alcohol or coffee, and his diet was very strict. His asthma demanded that he comply with living conditions to which he adhered with total discipline. Every letter from Escobedo was a page of literature, full of affection, of grace and irony. He would tell his adventures and misadventures with comic strokes, which took away the seriousness from even the most difficult situations. In each country he visited, he blended in with the local people, and his interests would take him to visit Inca ruins as well as leper colonies and copper and tungsten mines. He understood the life of the people immediately and placed himself within their political and social context. His stories were entertaining, written with ease, but with purity and elegance. He depicted people and places with realism, without euphemisms, and objectively. And when he mentioned his private life, be it with sadness or joy, he did so with sobriety and always demanded absolute discretion. I believe that his love for life was so great that he managed an optimism that came from his personal brand of logic. When things are not going well, I am consoled by the thought that they could be worse, but also that they could improve. In August 1958, when I was preparing to leave the country, I received a phone call from a young journalist. It was Massetti Star. He had just spent 2 months in the Sierra Maestra and he had brought 2 letters from Escobedo, one for his mother and one for me, and in them he asked that we should write to him as often as possible. I still remember his pseudonym. It was Tet Calvache. And he gave various addresses in Havana. His capacity for affection, far from hardening him during the struggle, became richer, and he thought with nostalgia of his country, his mother, and his friends. Massetti spoke at length about the Sierra Maestra, about everything and everybody. But in his eyes nobody had Ernesto's stature, because of his human features, his bravery, for the variety of his talents. If the civil registry, or a school, or the preparation of bread, or the repair and manufacture of arms needed to be organized, there was Escobedo to take charge and direct the work. And in combat, he was always at the front. There was already talk of his legendary courage, and the anecdotes were many, such as the remarks from those young men from Guatemala who met him in their country and, after the fall of Arbenz, found a special brand of asylum in Argentina. On January 2, while traveling, I learned of the triumph of the revolution in Florence. From that January 2, 1959, his life was no longer private and began to belong to history. There is nothing more to say. I had the extraordinary privilege of knowing him in depth, of having enjoyed his trust, of having shared a great friendship in which there was never neglect or deception. I met him when he was very young, when he was plain Escobedo. But the future Escobedo Che Guevara was already in him. From those early years I saw him advancing along his personal path, always going forward. He never stopped, and those who knew him well knew that he would not stop until he reached the antipodes. He was on his way to his own destiny. And that would never be the destiny of ordinary lives. I couldn't tell how or when it happened, but I had the certainty that he would reach his own destiny, no matter how arduous the road. There was always sudden news for me, a letter, a phone call, an item in the press. But nothing was ever surprising. Today, more than a year after his death, I still find it difficult to put my memories and my spirit and the many souvenirs and images in order, because they are so drenched in affection, so intermingled with pain and admiration. I feel so near and at the same time so far from his gigantic figure, from this demigod who reminds us of Hellenic legends and medieval heroes. It is difficult to unite such greatness with his sensitivity and tenderness, his human richness. He was too warm to carve him in stone. He was too large for us to imagine that he was ours only. Escobedo Guevara, as Argentine as he was perhaps the most authentic citizen of the world. Juan Rocinante, Don Quixote's horse. Chronology. Entries in italics signify national and international events. 1928. June 14, Escobedo Guevara de la Serna is born in the port city of Rosario, province of Santa Fe, Argentina, to an upper-middle-class family of Spanish and Irish origin. He will be the eldest of 5 children. Escobedo spends the first 2 years of his life in Puerto Caraguate, in the northern province of Misiones, where his parents have a maize plantation. He lives in contact with the wild tropical nature of the region. 1930. When he is 2 years old, Escobedo is diagnosed as suffering from asthma, a condition that will be with him all his life. 1933. The Guevaras moved to Córdoba in search of a healthier climate for their asthmatic son. Escobedo attends primary school irregularly due to his asthma. His mother teaches him the school syllabus at home, as well as French, in which he will be fluent all his life. 1936. The Spanish Civil War breaks out, a major conflict that starts with a failed coup by a sector of the army against the legitimate government of the Second Spanish Republic. It rages from July 1936 until April 1939 and ends with the victory of the rebels. This will lead to the dictatorship of the fascist General Francisco Franco, which lasts until his death in 1975. The Republic has the support of the Soviet Union, while Franco has the unconditional support of Germany and Italy. 1939. The Second World War breaks out in Europe. Argentina declares its neutrality. During the war, Argentina sells iron to the Axis and beef to Britain, thus emerging from the conflict a rich and prosperous nation. 1945. General Juan Domingo Perón becomes president of Argentina with a 6-year mandate. Argentina declares war on Germany and Japan 1 month before the German capitulation. The USA drops atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 1946. The Guevaras establish themselves in Buenos Aires. 1947. Escobedo enrolls in the medical faculty of the University of Buenos Aires. 1950. Escobedo fits his bicycle with a small motor and goes on a trip to the provinces of northwest Argentina during the winter holidays. He covers 4,700 kilometers. 1951. Escobedo travels twice on board Argentine merchant ships from the southern port of Comodoro Rivadavia to Brazil, Venezuela, and Trinidad as a male nurse. In Bolivia, a right-wing military junta annuls the result of the elections and seizes power. Bolivian miners launch a strike as well as street protests. 1952. Escobedo goes on a trip through Latin America with his friend Alberto Granado and visits Chile, Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, and Miami. They work in a leper colony in Peru. General Juan Domingo Perón is re-elected in Argentina. Fulgencio Batista carries out a coup d'état in Cuba. In Bolivia there is a revolutionary upsurge that arms the people's militias and these replace the armed forces. Although the tin mines are nationalist, trade unions are legalist, land reform is initiated and the indigenous majority is enfranchised, the political system is not changed and continues to fail to represent vast sectors of the population, who suffer constant upheaval and coups throughout the years. 1953. Escobedo receives his medical degree from the University of Buenos Aires. He is conscripted for national military service, but is declared physically unfit for active duty and released. He leaves Buenos Aires by train and goes on his second trip through Latin America with Calica Ferrer. Visits Bolivia, where he observes the impact of the 1952 revolution. Travels to Guatemala, where Jacobo Arbenz is the constitutionally elected president. July 26, Fidel Castro leads an attack on the Moncada barracks in Santiago de Cuba. The attack fails, Castro and other survivors are captured and imprisoned. 1954. January, June, in Guatemala, Guevara does odd jobs, studies Marx, and meets several Cuban revolutionaries, who are veterans of the attack on the Moncada barracks. He witnesses the invasion of Guatemala by CIA-backed forces and the downfall of President Arbenz, who refuses to arm the population. Takes refuge in the Argentine embassy. September 21, Escobedo leaves Guatemala and arrives in Mexico City, where he works as a doctor at the Central Hospital. 1955. In Mexico he meets Fidel Castro, who has been released from prison in Cuba. Marries Peruvian economist Hilda Guidi. He trains as a guerrilla with Castro and his men, who are preparing to return to Cuba to launch a guerrilla war. He is nicknamed Che by his Cuban friends, an expression then used throughout Latin America to refer to the people of Argentina. In Argentina, General Juan Domingo Perón is ousted from power by a military coup. 1956. February 15, Guevara's first daughter, Hilda Beatriz Guevara, is born. Gamal Abdel Nasser of the United Arab Republic nationalizes the British and French-owned Suez Canal, despite the opposition of combined Israeli, British, and French forces. June 24, Guevara and Castro are arrested by the Mexican authorities, together with 28 Cuban comrades who were training for the invasion. Guevara remains under arrest for 57 days. November 25, leaves from the Mexican port of Tuxpan for Cuba on board the Granma with Fidel Castro and 80 Cuban guerrillas, and arrives at Las Coloradas in Orient Province. December 5, the rebels are surprised by government troops at Alegria del Pio and are dispersed. Guevara is wounded. December 20, Guevara and his group manage to reunite with Fidel Castro and his men. Most of the invading force have been captured and killed. Castro's guerrillas number 24. 1957. January, May, first rebel army victories at La Plata, Arroyo del Infierno, Palma Mocha, El Lluvero. July, Guevara is promoted to comandante and is put in charge of the Columna Cuatro, so named to disguise the fact that there are only two. Later he will command Column 8. Arturo Frondizi wins the presidential elections in Argentina and takes over from the military junta. 1958. May 24, in Cuba, Batista launches a military offensive against the rebel army in the Sierra Maestra. July, rebel army victory at El Jig. October 16, Guevara and his column arrive at the El Escambre Mountains to consolidate the rebel forces. December, Guevara captures strategic locations in the province of Las Villas in central Cuba. December 28, the rebel forces commence the decisive battle for Santa Clara, the capital of Las Villas. 1959. January 1, Santa Clara falls to the rebel army column under Guevara. Fulgencio Batista flees to Miami. January 2, Guevara enters Havana at the head of his troops and claims it for the revolution. He establishes himself at La Cabana fortress and presides over the summary trials of the enemies of the revolution. February 9, Guevara is made a Cuban citizen in recognition of his contribution to the revolution. July 26, Fidel Castro becomes prime minister. June 2, Guevara and Hilda Guidi have divorced amicably and Guevara marries Aleta March, his assistant during the military campaign. They will have 2 sons and 2 daughters. Guevara goes on a 15-day visit to Nasser's United Arab Republic and the Suez Canal. The purpose of the trip is to study the UAR's methods of land reform. Visits India and holds talks with Pandit Nehru. Visits Burma, Thailand, Japan, Indonesia, Ceylon, Pakistan, Yugoslavia, Sudan, Egypt, Italy, Spain, and Morocco, meeting heads of state while acting as roving ambassador for the Cuban Revolution. He signs several commercial, technical and cultural agreements. Guevara is appointed Director of Industries for the National Institute of Agrarian Reform. He is appointed Governor of the National Bank of Cuba and takes up the study of higher mathematics for the next 3 years. 1960. First Declaration of Havana. Fidel Castro refers to our America, the America that Bolivar, Hidalgo, Juarez, San Martin, O'Higgins, Tiradentes, Sucre, and Martí wished to see free. Guevara publishes his book Guerrilla Warfare, a Method, which will become the handbook for guerrilla movements all over the world. President Eisenhower orders the CIA to begin preparation of Cuban exiles to invade the island. Cuba and the Soviet Union establish diplomatic relations. The revolutionary government nationalizes the refineries of Texaco, Shell, and Esso as a result of their refusal to refine oil from the USSR. President Eisenhower reduces by 700,000 tons the amount of sugar the U.S. will purchase from Cuba. The USSR announces that it will purchase the Cuban sugar the USA refuses to buy. Castro nationalizes major U.S. companies and foreign banks in Cuba as well as 382 large Cuban industries. The USA declares a partial embargo against trading with Cuba. In response to the U.S. partial trade embargo, Guevara makes his first visit to the socialist countries at the head of a Cuban delegation. He visits the USSR, the German Democratic Republic, Czechoslovakia, China, and the People's Democratic Republic of Korea. November 24, Guevara's daughter Aleta Guevara March is born. 1961. January, Patrice Lumumba, the first Prime Minister of the Republic of Congo, newly independent from Belgium, is deposed in a suspect coup and assassinated. The USA breaks diplomatic relations with Cuba. Guevara is appointed Minister for Industries. President Kennedy abolishes Cuba's sugar quota. 1,500 exiled Cubans invade the Bay of Pigs and are routed by Cuban troops led by Fidel Castro. Guevara commands the troops at Pina del Rio. The invaders surrender at Playa Girón. Guevara attends the Economic Summit of the Organization of American States in Punta del Este, Uruguay, as head of the Cuban delegation and denounces the U.S. Alliance for Progress. He then crosses over to Argentina secretly for a private visit to President Arturo Frondizi. Guevara visits Brazil and is decorated by President Jânio Quadros. Cuba completes the first year of a nationwide literacy campaign. 1962. Algeria installs a revolutionary government, having won its independence from France after a long and bloody liberation struggle. March 29, in Argentina the military oust President Arturo Frondizi and install his vice president in his place when they discover that he has met Che Guevara in his presidential residence in the outskirts of Buenos Aires. May 20, Guevara's son Camilo Guevara March is born. The Organization of American States votes to expel Cuba. President Kennedy orders a total embargo on trade with Cuba. August 27 to September 7, Guevara visits the USSR for the second time at the head of an economic delegation. President Kennedy imposes a naval blockade on Cuba and threatens the USSR with nuclear war as a result of Cuba's acquisition of missiles with nuclear warheads capable of attacking the USA. Soviet Premier Khrushchev agrees to remove the missiles from Cuba in exchange for Kennedy's pledge not to invade Cuba. 1963. The Chinese Communist Party splits communist ideology, and gradually the world communist parties divide between Muscovites and Pekinistas. May, an attempt to establish a guerrilla movement in Peru to fight against the USBAC military dictatorship fails and its leader Javier Hirad is killed. June 14, Guevara's daughter Celia Guevara March is born. Guevara attends the ceremonies commemorating the first anniversary of Algerian independence and sets down the basis for good relations with President Ahmed Ben Bella. He also attends the International Seminar on Planning in Algiers. In Cuba the second agrarian reform law is drafted. Guevara publishes his reminiscences of the Cuban Revolutionary War. In Argentina Dr. Arturo Illia wins the elections. 1964. In Brazil a USBAC military coup overthrows the government of João Goulart and a period of bloodletting and struggle begins. Colombia sees the formation of two subversive groups, the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia and the National Liberation Army. The armed struggle between FARC and the ELN against the government of Colombia and later the right-wing paramilitaries will last for more than 40 years. The insurrection started by Jorge Ricardo Massetti in Salta, northern Argentina, an initiative that had the blessing of Che Guevara and the support of both Cubans and Bolivians, is rooted and Massetti is killed in combat. Guevara travels to Geneva to speak before the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Travels to Algeria via Prague to meet up with President Ben Bella and returns to Havana. Visits the Soviet Union for the celebration of the 47th anniversary of the October Revolution. Meets Ho Chi Minh. Addresses the UN General Assembly in New York. Travels to Algeria via Canada and Ireland, to meet President Ben Bella. During a 3-month-long trip he visits President Modibo Keïta of Mali and then travels to Dahomey. 1965. Guevara visits President Massemba Dibat in Congo-Brazzaville and President Sékou Touré in Guinea. He has several meetings with President Nkrumah of Ghana in Accra. Travels to Algeria. Makes a stopover in Paris and travels to Tanzania on an official visit. Travels to Egypt to meet President Nasser and returns to Algiers for the second seminar of the Organization of Afro-Asian Solidarity. Returns to Egypt and spends time with President Nasser. February 24, Guevara's son Echo Beto Guevara March is born. March 14, returns to Cuba and disappears from public life to train secretly for his Congo campaign. April, departs from Cuba at the head of a group of Cuban guerrillas for an internationalist mission in Congo, which is to join forces with Laurent Kabila. Leaves his letter of resignation with Fidel Castro. May 18, Guevara's mother, Celia de la Serna, dies. June, the revolutionary government of Ben Bella of Algeria is overthrown in a military coup. October 1, the Communist Party of Cuba is officially launched. October 3, Fidel Castro reads Guevara's farewell letter. December, after the failure of the Congo campaign, Guevara returns secretly to Cuba. 23,000 U.S. troops invade Santo Domingo, in the Dominican Republic, in support of dictator Rafael Leonidas Trujillo. Peru sees the formation of focos that sustain action for 6 months under saturation bombing with napalm and high explosives. The ELN of Peru, under Hector Bejar, then begins action in La Convención, which ends in defeat in December. 1966. Since 1961 in Venezuela groups of students and even dissident army officers have begun to form focos to prepare for armed struggle, but by 1966 the armed offensive led by Douglas Bravo has failed, as the Communist Party abandoned the guerrillas operating in the mountains. 3–14 January, the Tricontinental Conference of Solidarity of the Peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America is held in Havana, and Cuba commits itself to support continental revolution. July, in secret, Guevara selects and trains a guerrilla group for a mission in Bolivia in Pinar del Rio province. November 4, arrives in Bolivia in disguise and under a false Uruguayan passport to start the insurgency. November 7, arrives at the site of his Bolivian camp at Nacahuasu, where he is joined by 17 Cubans and several Bolivian recruits. In Argentina, General Juan Carlos Onganía puts an end to the democratic government of Dr. Arturo Illia, in a bloodless coup. 1967. March 23, first successful guerrilla military action against a Bolivian army column. April 16, Guevara's message to the Tricontinental, in which he calls for 2–3 many Vietnams, is published. July 31 to August 10, the Organization of Latin American Solidarity holds its conference in Havana. Guevara is made honorary chairman in his absence. May, October, a massive force of Bolivian and U.S. troops closes in on Guevara's guerrillas, who suffer heavy losses. October 8, in Bolivia, Guevara is wounded, captured, and then shot on October 9. October 18, Castro confirms that Guevara is dead and declares 3 days of official mourning. He delivers a memorial speech in the Plaza de la Revolución before a crowd of thousands. 1997. The remains of Escobedo Che Guevara are dug up in Bolivia and flown to Cuba. Guevara is buried with full military honors in the city of Santa Clara, in the province of Las Villas, where he won the decisive battle of the Cuban Revolution.